Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to Books Change Lives, the Global Book Lovers broadcast here in 2025, where we're expanding National Book Lovers Day into a whole week and we're making it global. I am so excited because this week we are going to be honoring books that have moved nations, that have shaped culture, and the authors who braved to write them. Alicia, how excited are you about Books Change Lives broadcast?
Ava, I'm so delighted to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those of you that are joining us wherever you're joining us from around the world. Today is a very special day because it's not only National Book Lovers Day, but it's also the kickoff of Global Book Lovers Week. And we know that books, they're passports. They can take us to new worlds. They can bring us to new ideas, whether you're the person that fell in love reading books under the covers with a flashlight, that was definitely me, going to the library just for some insight or some wisdom, or just really trying to learn a new skill and feeling like maybe you didn't have that mentor around you, but you could find that mentor through an author that wrote a book. Books truly have the power to transport us, but they have the power to change our lives. And so it is such a delight to be here today with so many notable authors that have really shifted the way that people think, expanded their mindsets, and truly changed lives, Ava. So I'm so delighted to be here today and all week long as we're honoring authors that are shaping worlds. We're honoring publishers that are bringing new books to the world. And we're really paying homage to so many literary pioneers that have really here, Ava.
Absolutely. Well, I am just that delighted talking about mentors, right? You said that books become your mentors. Well, talking about mentors, let me tell you about a woman who I met, 5 years now about, who has absolutely changed my life. And the program that I was introduced to also changed my life. We're talking about Money and You. And Alicia, you also are a Money and You graduate, right? Like that is an absolute life changer for me. I wasn't nowhere anywhere where I am now when I first came to Money and You, and talk about mentors and books that became your mentor. From Access to Cash was the book back then, to now we actually have the Money and You book. I would like to welcome on the stage Dame Doria Cordova. Dame Doria, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. It's your family. This is yours.
Yes, aloha, aloha from Vegas.
Aloha.
And just in case, if I have any problems with the internet, because we're not home, we definitely jump back in and take over for me. So thank you for having us. And we have the most beautiful lineup. Is it okay if I just run right in there? But
Absolutely. I'm excited, but I don't want to take the excitement, right, from you. I want to give you the full stage to be able to introduce friends and supporters of both, Dame Doria, Money and You, and the Los Angeles Tribune. So Dame Doria, the stage is yours.
And then I just wanted to say, make sure that you have my book cover ready. I think you got it by email and everything else.
Yes.
And because the book itself is not ready yet, but we'll show them all. But right now, what I'd like to do is I like to bring in now I don't have a picture to the backstage, but one of the people is Sharon Lechter in the backstage. Is Sharon there? I just want to make sure. And is she there yet? Yes, she is.
Hello, Doria. Wonderful
Okay.
to see you, my dear.
I have no way of knowing who's in the back, but I just wanted to say I am so honored to have you with me. And when we were thinking about who I wanted to have. We were going to have a series of Money and You graduates. We have so many people that have gone on to be authors, or, were already famous authors when they came to Money and You, or they were as successful as you are back in 1997 when you attended Money and You. But I feel honored that you wrote the foreword for my book. But also, I wanted to make sure that we had that female energy, because I feel like you and I are so maternal and want to support so many young people, our grandchildren, right? Our leverage, right? This is why we're
Absolutely.
still working, right?
Absolutely. It's not work when you love what you do. It's just sharing your knowledge and hoping that people will find that one nugget that helps them take the next step. And certainly Money and You is that platform. And so it's really a launch pad for anybody that goes to Money and You, for them to really define their definite purpose and really take that next step to make a larger impact in the world. So kudos to you. And, anytime you ask, I say, yes, I'm here to support you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then what I wanted to do was we needed to spice it up a little bit. So, of course, we had to bring John Gray. And so we can just have John Gray here. And, of course, not only, his history with books. Are you still the only person that has had a best-selling in the New York Times for 5 years? Are you still that one?
I think that Harry Potter has far surpassed me.
But not
in relationship books, for sure.
So what I wanted to do was I just wanted to really thank you too. And you know each other, of course. John, you know Sharon?
Yes.
So
Wonderful to see you, John.
Good to see you.
So one of the things that, so we are now talking about books. And one of the things about this week, we're also going to be having a live film show. A film, what do they call them when we all get together and watch many different films, which are based on beautiful books? Film festivals. Thank you so much. And so one of the things I wanted to do also was I wanted to bring in Robert Allen. Now, is Robert in with us already, or is he coming in a little bit later? And so there we are. And so you all know Robert Allen? You're from the old days and new days. And thank you so much for being here, Robert. And one of the reasons I wanted to have you here is because you truly, for the public in general, when you published your book, No Money Down, in 1980, was it, or early 80s, right?
It was 1980, exactly 1980. Nothing Down. Yep, that was the book.
That was the book. And one of the things that happened, there was a paradigm shift that occurred, at least to me, who I was not into real estate, and also I was not educated at the level that I later got to be with the Rich Dads and around all the information that Sharon and Robert put out in the Rich Dad Poor Dad series, none of that. But I have to tell you that I felt like people, like little people, regular people, kind of like go, oh, I can go ahead and actually begin to invest and follow Sharon Lechter's beautiful teachings, buy that home, buy that place, how to create and start creating wealth. So you changed that paradigm, and it could have been that I imagined it, but we have sold so many of your books through the years.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, books change lives, and look at the paradigm shift that happened in relationships because of Dr. Gray, and Sharon and your unbelievable Rich Dad Poor Dad series, unbelievable. And now that Dame, since you were influential with all of our lives, we want to honor you for being here today, teaching people how to become #1 best-selling authors. That's what we really want.
Thank you so much. And I originally, and Ava, if you can just prepare the cover of the book really quickly so that we can show it. So originally, they also wanted me to be on this first hour to, begin to help launch the book, which will be out on September 16th. And it's a Money and You book series. And my book is going to be very different from your books because it actually talks about the industry. It talks about experiential learning. It talks about all of you and all the masters that have made a huge difference in the world, through books and through programs and through transformational trainings. But it also tells the history of the Money and You program, which a lot of people don't realize is, really based on the teachings of 4 major masters, all curated and put together by Marshall Thurber, who is a total genius. And from the time that he was little, he wanted to transform educational systems just literally around the world so that every child could have an opportunity to be able to learn like everybody else, that people had different styles of learning. So it's a fun book. We have a lot of stories. Abba, can you put just the book cover if you can in the back? If not, you can do it a little later. And it's full of, it has quotes. Of course, Sharon wrote the foreword. He has, we have quite a few photos that the old graduates and the new graduates would love. But then we also have a lot of stats. We have a lot of, it's a bibliography. He has a very long bibliography because these are not stuff that I made up. And this is one thing that I just really wanted to begin to have the conversation on how we bring information and so that people not only believe it, but also to have case studies and for people to see that this really works. So Sharon, we'll start with you because you have really changed a lot of lives. So tell us about your commitment to financial literacy to not only adults, but to children. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Doria. I'm so delighted to be here and honored to be with Robert Allen and Dr. Gray. It's if you think about the impact the collective 4 of us have had on the world, it's pretty impressive. And Robert, you were the trailblazer for all of us. So I just want to thank you. Yes, you opened everybody's mind to a different way to think about money. But I was blessed with parents who talked about money at the dinner table. Didn't realize how unique that was until I was out into the real world. And we talked about assets. We talked about cash flow, income producing properties, and the importance of building assets. And it just was shocking to me that everyone else was taught to chase a paycheck. And if you wanted more money, get a second job or ask for overtime. And when you talk about this is a great combination, because if you want a good relationship, you need to have good understanding around money, and you need to be on the same page. So the combination of financial wherewithal and good relationships go hand in hand. So it's something that it was December of 1992, my oldest son went off to college, got into credit card debt his first semester. We didn't even know he had a credit card. He got there and met tables saying free pizza, free money, another one, free t-shirt, free money. He had a really good time his first semester in college. But when it hit so close to home, that was December of 92. That's when I dedicated the rest of my career to financial literacy and financial education. Because I thought I had taught him what I'd learned, but there were no credit cards when we didn't know he had one. So it was a really important turning point in my life, because I realized that I had a base of knowledge that forms a way of life. And that way of life is to create a lifestyle that you don't want to take a vacation from, where you can buy, build, and create income producing assets so that you can then use that revenue to create a financial foundation of freedom and generational wealth. And when that happens, you get your time back and you have the ability to make the world a better place. That same set of parents, my dad would ask me each night, Sharon, have you added value to someone's life today? And he's been gone for 20 years, but I still ask myself that every night. And so when you add value to other people's lives, you increase and the value of that relationship. So it's something that is very important. And money isn't everything, but as my friend Rita Davenport says, it's right up there next to oxygen. And so, I've been wealthy and I've been struggling financially, and I can tell you which one I prefer. So take the time to create a financial foundation that will help you choose the life you want and to give you the opportunity to make the world a better place.
So Sharon, before you go, and we're going to go to John after that, tell us why you chose books, because there's so many people that are watching this and will be watching this later that have a book in them. They want to have They want to be published authors. Actually, many of them just want to get their message out. So why did you choose books?
Well, going back to the definition of assets, all right, that allows you to put your message into something that people can access 24/7, that you don't have to be present. And books are very inexpensive way to learn. And it's something you can go into the library and you have a plethora of mentors to choose from. And you have the opportunity to share your message in a way. And if you're familiar with the Rich Dad series and my other books, all of my books, I write from a standpoint of storytelling so that it's relatable. So it's not a textbook. It gives you something where, when you write a book and you want somebody to remember it and regurgitate it for a test, that's one thing. But when you really want to change people's lives, you want to touch their heart. So you write a story, you write something that impacts their heart and it stays with them forever. And so I've done I've done games, I've done audio products, but books are a way for me to provide information that doesn't break the bank. And because I'm dedicated to elevating the financial well-being of humanity, books was a perfect choice to help people find the information they do, to start making those mind shifts. And I know Money and You, that's what it's all about, is understanding the blocks that we have in our brain that prevents us from releasing that scarcity mindset. And my goal is to help people find the blocks in their brain, get rid of them, convert that scarcity mindset to an abundance mindset. And it can happen if you put in the work and you get the information you need. And certainly one of my biggest challenges right now is still getting it into all the schools. When I first started this mission, there were like four states that required a personal finance class for high school graduation. We're up to 26, which is great on one hand, but it's still not where we need it to be. We need to, talk about making sure education is available for every child. If we truly want to level the playing field for our children, we need to teach every child a basis of personal finance so they understand the world of money.
Sharon, and that's why we put you on the forward, because that is what the book is about. Because people keep asking me, they want to know, the university heads want to know, show me the proof, show me this works, and now we are showing them. So with that, Dr. John Gray, aloha. You know how much I love talking to you. And so you just let us know, why it is so important to get your message out there in books, and how you have done it through one of the hottest topics on the planet, sex and relationships.
Well, it's called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. But I do have a book on sex too, which is Mars, Venus in the Bedroom, which is, I think, important education for everybody to have. But there's my book, Men Are From Mars. I've written also an area of the bedroom. Oh, you got all my books over there. Well, what I feel is an evolution. You can see I got 28 books behind me. I develop an expertise and I keep applying it to different areas, and I keep updating according to the trends. Life is constantly changing, particularly when you look at relationships. But I know we're focusing on, how to be successful as an author. For me, my whole role was finding a need. And the need was my own personal need. And by gaining the understanding and the insights that I gained, for me, it was listening to women for 9 years as a counselor. You begin to realize that every woman's complaints are almost the same about their husband. And I could see that these women complaining about their husbands, my wife could be complaining about me. But because I could hear that without someone blaming me, I was able to hear it. So I focused a lot in my books and so forth on ideas that have been personally helpful for me. That's step one. There has to be my investment in it. Why am I writing this book? Because something of value came to me. And then the second part of this is making sure that it helped other people. Something maybe worked for me, like something I enjoy for myself may not work for everybody else. But what I found is that the ideas that I was sharing were helpful to literally all of my clients. I can't say they're helpful for everybody, but they would immediately have a positive effect for them. So I find something that works for me that also works for many people. That inspired me to write the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. And I didn't want to write a book. I've never done well with writing in school. You have to know you don't have to be a great writer to write a book. You have to have a great idea that's something that's meaningful to you and meaningful to others. I wrote a book before Minute from Mars, and I always recommend to authors, don't put everything into one book, or if you do, put that one thing into a book, but know that there's other books you can write. You want to get your message out there, which is what I did with my book, Men, Women, and Relationships, which came out before Minute from Mars. And I put the book out there and I saw what I got feedback. You know, you want to get feedback on what works and what doesn't work. You just don't know for yourself. You have to have other people telling you how that landed with them, how that helped them, and so forth. And it was that feedback that then motivated me to rewrite Men, Women, Relationships as Men Are from Mars, Women Are from Venus, which were friendly, simple, easy to read, and not everything I know. You know, the thing about writers is sometimes you just want to put everything you know into a book because you know it's so valuable. Instead, what I had to do that. Okay, I did get my first book out there. I don't know if everybody should do that, but just what I learned was you don't have to put it all in one book. One idea can change somebody's life, and tell stories about it, give examples of it, make it relevant to the person, which was just shared, which is very important, is that people can go, oh, I can apply that today, or, oh, I relate to that today. And that's what made that book so popular, is that most people would read it, would say to me, I feel like you've been following me around. It's like you live under the bed. You listen to our conversations. And it was the basis of hearing the conversations. You know, when you're a marriage counselor, a therapist, you get to hear the intimate feelings that people have. And so you find your niche of where you feel something has helped me. How can I help others?
Thank you, John. Thank you so very much. I definitely, I want to make sure that people know, and we're going to come back to you, but especially about the latest work that you are doing, because it's so fantastic. So Robert, so we're going to go, I know that you write a lot about real estate, but
Multiple streams of income. Yeah.
yes, thank you. Can you just put it up for one more second?
Happy to.
This book came out in the year 2000, right? 2004.
Yes,
right?
it came out 2000. Yep.
And I have recommended to him that he rewrite it. It is, I mean, updated, not rewrite, right? But so there's so much that you know. What can you add for this new, beautiful authors and the people that are listening? What can you share about publishing books, but also about creating wealth?
You, as authors here today, you're watching some people who have sold millions and millions of copies. And obviously you want to do that too, because you work really hard to get your book down, and you work hard. And if you self-publish it, about 300 copies will be sold in your lifetime. That's not worth your time and effort. If you get it traditionally published, about 5,000 copies in your lifetime, in the lifetime of that book. That doesn't make you rich. What you want is to get your message out, so that the millions of people can hear it. And it starts with the title. Look at the title right here. You have, you know, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. You had Men Are for Mars, Women Are for Venus. Those are catastrophically incredible, fantastic titles. And look at Dr. Gray just told us his first title was Men, Women, and Relationships. That book would have gone nowhere. But somehow or other, he came up with a brilliant title that made it number one in its industry. It put it at the top of all, and that's where you want to be 20, 30, 40 years later. Your book wants to be, when they search Amazon, they're gonna, and any other bookstore that they look into, they're going to see your book in the top 20 because it's legendary, because it's iconic. And Nothing Down is iconic. Multiple Streams of Income, it's iconic. Creating Wealth, because people that are looking for a solution to their problem, like Dr. Gray mentioned, they have a problem. And the same thing with Dr. Lechter. People have problems. If they don't see your problem, they don't see the answer, the solution to their problem in the title of the book, then more than likely they'll pass over it. And every year, another 2 million books get put on top of the pile of all the books that are written. And if you want your book to be at the bottom of that pile, then it'll stay there unless your title is great. And you have to learn how to sell it yourself. Frankly, you hope that the publisher will do it for you, and they'll do the best they can. But their job is not to sell your book. You're the one that needs to learn how to sell it. And therefore, you need to know how to market it, how to present it, how to put it in a place where people can find it. And so as a hopeful best-selling author, learn from the things we've done. All of us have had books that didn't sell very well because the titles were bad, terrible. Some of my books were my worst selling books because my titles were so bad. You get your title right. That's the first step. And then there are 12 other steps that I talk about in my brand new book called Number One Bestseller, how you can become a best-selling author. So learn from us. We want to help you because we know how it changed our lives, and that changed the lives of the people who read our books. That's why we love to do this, and happy to share this with Dr. Cordova, with Dame Cordova.
Oh,
Dame, yeah. So
Doria is fine. Doria is fine. We just use that title for strategic planning.
yeah, there you
For
go.
getting into certain places, it really, really helps. And you know, since I was 27 years old in 1977, I have been wanting to eradicate hunger, right?
Nice.
So, you know, that's the thing, that we're tapping on people's doors. And one of the things that I get very emotional, I'm not going to cry, I promise. But all of you are in many ways, and particularly, I know I shouldn't say this about Sharon, but I'm going to say it. She's my leverage. She is my leverage. And together, all of us are creating leverage in the younger generation, and all the people that want to go out and spread the good cheer, the good word, but also solve big problems in the world. And for me, you got to pick just one. So I pick hunger, and we're getting closer and closer and closer. We're down to only 8,000 children a day dying of starvation. Compared to when we started, that's a very low number, but we still have children every day, 8,000. Excuse me. And one of the things that I'm sorry, it's more than 8,000. My brain is not quite working today, but just you can Google it and find out. But one of the things that I want to move now is into one of my favorite books in the world. I know, but this is one of your latest, right?
Yes. Yeah, that was number 27.
This book, one of the things for me, it was such a validation because you have the 5 things that you need to do to exit rich, and I actually have them. So I have them in the Asia Pacific region, but I'm creating a new economic engine in North America. So it's become my guide again. So Sharon, can you share about creating that economic engine? Because that I keep talking to my beautiful people, whether they are 25 or 85, they're so much into just being gigpreneurs. You know, they want to go from project to project to project. So how can a book, how can publishing, how can products create an economic engine that will create wealth for you, and as a money and you graduate, also solve a problem, right? So
Absolutely.
Can you share about that, Sharon?
Well, successful businesses solve problems and serve needs. That's the bottom line. And that goes back to your definite purpose. What is it that you want to do? And if you never lose sight of that definite purpose and solving a problem and serving need, you will stay on course. And Exit Rich was an effort, again, to make a very affordable strategic plan for someone. So many people today, as you referenced, that start businesses, they get in love with their product, they get really excited, they start off, but they don't build the foundation of their business. And so if you are an aspiring author, you need to understand what is behind the book, understanding the plan for the book. The book is your greatest marketing tool. It also provides you leverage. I'll use your word, Doria, leverage, but also gives you credibility. It gives you an opportunity to open doors to new markets, new audiences. But then what? What's after the book? And understanding that you put in the systems and the platforms to create the business around the book that allows you to build a substantial economic engine, flywheel, right? An economic engine that can give you a foundational business that is not just successful, but is scalable. It gives you the opportunity to be sustainable, All right. Every one of us on the screen have been in business for more years than we probably want to admit because we created businesses that were sustainable and scalable.
Mhm.
All right. And then even saleable, whether you choose to sell it or not, the fact that it's saleable means that you've created the foundation of that business that allows it to build. And that's what we talk about in Exit Rich, because it's not just your business and your products, it's the people that you have, the power of associations, your business systems, your processes. And none of us on this screen would be the successes we are if we did not have the right teams behind us, if we didn't have the right systems behind us that operate when we're not around. They 24/7 operational systems help you build a sustainable business. But even more importantly, it helps you reach more people. Because when you have that system and that book that is the entry point to other programs, other books, coaching programs, other products, gives you the opportunity to create a customer journey that allows you to not just sell a book. All right. I say, do you sell or do you serve? Well, you can sell a book, but then you got to find the next person to buy the book. If you serve your community and they buy the book and you serve them, you give them a journey, a pathway, you create a long-term relationship. And that long-term relationship becomes a lifetime value of a customer. You don't have to keep going out and finding the next customer because they become your greatest marketing tool. So understanding the importance of the book, the job of the book, is to bring people into your atmosphere so that you can serve them in bigger ways and have additional programming, additional ways to serve them to create that long-term relationship. And we're everyone in this program right now has done that in the way that they've built their businesses and through their books and their other products.
Thank you so much. Thank you. John Gray, what say you about creating an economic engine? What did you do from your books and the one that you now currently have, which I so love?
Well, 25 years ago, I'm writing Men Are From Mars and the whole book series of Men Are From Mars. I have Mars Venus counseling centers. I have Mars Venus coaching. I have coaches around, hundreds of coaches around the world who all provide this coaching. That's part of my legacy, is that other people can teach my ideas in the workshops. We have a training program from them that we do online, and it's all automated. It's all AI. So it teaches them all in a very practical way, but also provides human touch counseling. When I had Parkinson's 25 years ago, I had early stage Parkinson's. So I began researching natural solutions and was able to research that. And I mentioned today, because it just came out, the knowledge I was promoting back then, 25 years ago, a little known substance called lithium orotate. And it just came out this week that lithium orotate has been proven to be the form of lithium, not the other forms of lithium, which are toxic, the only form of lithium, which I've been promoting 25 years, which is shown to prevent Alzheimer's and dementia and help to reverse it. So this is like mind blowing, because, we're looking at, 1 out of 6 women will have Alzheimer's over 65. I mean, it's a big problem today. So I've got that. So I had a whole health food store and I had supplements. I got all involved in natural solutions. So that was good. I had a platform that people could trust, and I had online health food store. Then during the pandemic, it was hard to get those substances. So I closed that store, but it will happen again for me. But right now, with my whole new book series, 6 new books, all about women. So they're for women only, strong, independent women, women over 40. Be happy with or without a man, how to talk to a man so he'll listen, what to do or not do when a man pulls away. These are like the important questions that women have been asking me. So it's a need. The world has changed. There's so many single women who are going, why am I not falling in love with a man? Why is there no passion in that? So I answer all those questions. Beautiful books that I've written. I'm still working on editing them all. The first one that will come out is Be Happy with or Without a Man. So profound. But as far as, again, longevity and another revenue source, because people eventually read a book, they don't read it again. I mean, they'll continue on. But I've developed, it took me 15 years to develop, and I'm able to fully do it now with AI, which is an app that helps people go to a therapist and process emotions. Part of my work has always been not just having intellectual understanding, but something that would help women and men to look and identify what their emotions are going on, the dark emotions of the shadow self, to be able to just say what's bothering you today. And the software that comes back and writes a letter expressing all your unresolved feelings to your mother, your father, your spouse, or to God. So it's like a prayer where it does it for you. And then it has God talk to you or your spouse talk to you, giving you the messages you need to hear. Because most people don't know what they're supposed to hear. What do they need to feel better? I know that. That's what I do with my clients. So I put it all into a software. And then if you got that support, how would it make you feel? Many people don't even know what they could have felt if they just received support. So it tells you that, then it gives you affirmations. It tells you a story about yourself and your life. It's an amazing little app, and it's only $5. I make it cheap. So many people, everybody should have it. It's just such a simple thing. If you're upset, you just open up your iPhone and it asks you 4 questions and it does like 20 minutes of analysis of you. It's amazing. So again, it's providing something of value for people. And for many people writing books, they have their workshops, their own trainings, they have their counseling, their coaching. That becomes your calling card. Now that we have websites, everybody's got to have a website. But if you have a book on your website, it gives you so much more credibility. And for people that want to know more about you before they invest money in you, they can now read that book. So this is a powerful tool for marketing for all your issues. I have another product that, as you're getting older, we lose muscle mass, sarcopenia. So last 3 years, I've been paying a researcher to find out how to get my muscles back. I mean, they're 3 times bigger just by adding something to my coffee. It's an amazing. So I'll write a whole book on sarcopenia that will explain why these unique ingredients combined together, which have no taste, looks like water poured into your coffee. And now your muscles get twice as big. And I don't even exercise that much, but I now exercise more because I get such a response in my body and I have so much more energy. So you can see I have passion about it. It has to be something I needed. I needed to get my muscles back, and they're here. And it's all simple to do. Once you get the product, you understand it, put it in your coffee, done.
Wow. Can you please spell that out for us? We're going to go and find you, Dr. John. And
you can find me at marsvenus.com. And as these products come out, they will come out. The lithium product, which I've been promoting for 25 years, it's the best lithium product. It's a little more expensive than other ones, lithium orotate, because I add to it ashwagandha, rhodiola, saffron, all these other things that are known to help you. I also have a GH1 product that helps people lose weight, because also one of our problems as we get older, not that I have a lot of weight issues, but I get this belly fat thing. And as soon as men get belly fat, your testosterone levels go down, your estrogen levels go up. And when your estrogen, for a man with high estrogen, it plants more fat in your belly. So it just gets worse and worse. So, these are all projects that I have. And the sarcopenia project also puts muscle mass on your body, which helps to increase your testosterone if you're a man. And that's a big issue for men today. That's another book I've already written. It's called The Hormones of Happiness, but it will be a while before it comes out because I got to edit these things. And my family members say, just put it out there. I go, no, I'm like a perfectionist. I really want it to be a work of art. I love my writing. Take a little longer, make it beautiful, make it receptive. This is the gift I give.
Thank you, John. Woo! How excited are you? Next time you see me, I'm going to have some big muscles.
Yeah, you'll see it happen in 3 weeks.
Thank you. So, Robert, your economic engine. How can we inspire these new authors here and some of us that have been around for a while? What say you?
Your book is a lead generator for the other streams of income after the book. Therefore, you need to design your book so that at the very least, when they read your book, they also contact you. You have to have a way for them to reach you. And in my first 2 books, Creating Wealth, Nothing Down, I didn't have a way for millions of people to reach me. So I couldn't continue to help them like Dr. Lechter was talking about. So my 3rd book, which was my worst selling book, I put inside there all kinds of free gifts that I could receive. And I got the database from those people, and that database turned into millions of dollars on my worst selling book. So the very least, you need to have gifts that you give throughout your book. Now we're talking about nonfiction here, but many of you are fiction authors. But what do you have as a fiction author? You need to teach people how to be fiction authors like you are. And so you could be the expert on teaching them how to do what you're doing. There's all kinds of ways of generating money from this simple little book of yours. It's the what do I call it? I'll come up with the name. Anyway, it's the secret. And therefore, if you don't get the name from your reader, then you're walking away from fortunes. So all of us here in this room, on talking to you right now, we've done it. And so when I wrote my last book, which is called #1 bestseller, it's like how I did that for 40 years. I want to tell you exactly how you can become a #1 bestseller. I want to give it to you. I don't want to sell it. I'm happy to give it to anybody here because I want you to experience not only the authorship, but I want you to experience the streams of income, the multiple streams of income that come from just one great book. It's good. It's great.
So I want to make sure, and then I'm going to go to Sharon too, because I want to make sure, Robert, how do they find you? How do people find you?
Well, go to authorsummits.com, and then I have a free summit. And during that summit, I teach you all the secrets about how to become a best-selling author, and I'll give you a copy of the book. It's my gift to you. I'm not trying to sell you in the book. I just want you to have it so you can learn.
It's okay for you to sell us. Thank you so much. And Sharon, how do people find you?
Go to my website, SharonLechter.com. We have some free gifts on there, but I love to hear from you. We are absolutely here to support you in finding the way to communicate what you want to so you can impact the greatest number of lives. Because you have a message. You might have had a problem in your life. Turn whatever that mess was into your message, and it becomes your mission, and then you can become somebody else's miracle. So reach out to me, SharonLechter.com.
So before they go, Alicia and Ava, I just want to make sure that my beautiful publisher.
Absolutely, Dame Doria. We're bringing Marja, but we're talking about values to authors, and I just wanted to come in, Alicia and me. We this is our passion. This is I would almost say this is my life, right? The reason that we have created and expanded the Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller division is exactly for that reason, to be able to help authors and to be able to elevate authors' messages. And so I'm just delighted for all of the value that you've given. I feel like this is the most valuable 45 minutes ever in terms of in terms of values to author. And Alicia, I just want to give you a minute to be able to express yourself, and then I'll bring Marja along. How about that?
Thank you so much, Ava. And thank you, Dame Doria, Sharon, Robert, Dr. Gray. Marja will bring you back up in just a moment here. But I think what's so beautiful about everything that you all shared is, one, figure out what life experience you want to share with the world. Sharon, it came from your experience with your son. Dr. John, it came from sitting and hearing stories and trying to figure out how do you actually help another person. And Robert, it came from how can I actually prepare individuals with the step to get their story out there? For those of you that are tuning in, today we're hearing about what it means to use books to gain traction, to get engagement, to get visibility. And Dame Doria talks about this all the time, to actually have an engine, an economic engine, to, once you get that engagement, connect with someone so you can continue to share your message. I would love to hear from each of you, starting with you actually, Dame Doria, about what is a word of encouragement that you would want to share with an individual that maybe has a story, but is not sure how to get it out there, or has gotten it out there, but is not sure what to do next with it. So Dame Doria, I'd love to start with you.
One word?
No, just one piece of insight, because
yes,
so you guys have shared such valuable information. And I know that for our audience members that are tuning in from all around the world, there's so much here, but sometimes people are really looking for that practical step of what type of action they can actually take.
Be willing to make mistakes. We're going to make all kinds of mistakes, but we get there. Be willing to make mistakes.
I love that. What about for you, Sharon?
Well, I think you have to determine how best you communicate. Maybe you don't feel like you're a good writer, and so you sit and you freeze in front of the computer. So start talking, talking to it, do a translation, and don't worry about punctuation, but get the message out and start with what do you want the book to accomplish? Remember keep the end in mind as to what that one thing. And Robert talked about having that, one item. Dr. Gray talked about that one item, that one point. Remember, keep it in your focus as to what you want them to accomplish, and wrap the outline about the steps to get there, and divide each step into 1 or 2, 3 points, and then have a story that drives it home. And by being more surgical that way, you can create the flow that's going to help you accomplish where you want to go. But don't sit on it. People need to hear what you have to say. People's lives can be impacted by what you want to share. So start sharing it today.
I love that. What about you, Dr. John?
Well, I'll start with don't sit on it. So many people hold back till they're perfect and whatever. And I just want to share my experience when I started writing books. I said yes to every possible interview I can do. We didn't have internet then, but I advertised for the radio stations. And, you can feel like I'm not good. So what if you're not good? If you're not good, nobody's going to hear you anyway. So don't worry about it. To get yourself out there, there was an old thing about comedians would say when they're doing their shows, they didn't care about the result because it was all just practice till they got on the Johnny Carson show where millions would see you. So don't hold back. You've got to have the experience. You've got to be able to make those mistakes. Oh my gosh, so many times I do interviews and afterwards I reevaluate. I go, I shouldn't have said that. I could have said that. Why didn't I say this? You have to self-correct. And sometimes people don't like what you say. You have to take that in mind and go, well, how could I frame this different to have more people like my message or benefit from my message? It's a process. Nobody gets it right the first time. And here, like 40 years later, I'm still not always getting it right. And I make these wonderful adjustments, that make such a difference so that you can win over, motivate more people to make their lives better.
I love that. What about for you, Robert?
You need a deadline and you need to get that book done. And a year from today, if your book is not done, we're going to track you down.
I love that. Action oriented.
Most people, they have, in my little class, I talk about becoming a best-selling author. I ask them, how long have you wanted to be an author? And they put 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years where they haven't gotten their book done. And this is not acceptable. So you have a year, and then I'm going to track you down. You need to get your book out there.
Everyone has a story within them, and you just heard it from Robert. Get it out there. And Robert, I love that you shared earlier. Think about the title, right? Think about something that's engaging and catchy, because the first thing they're going to see before they read all of the pages inside of the book is that title. So what can you do with that title to grab everyone in? I mean, books truly have the ability to change lives, and it's so phenomenal that we get to share all of this wealth of insight about how to approach books and how to get them out there on National Book Lovers Day. Dame Doria, I know that we have a wonderful guest that's waiting to come here. She is truly special. Would you like to introduce her?
Yeah, I wanted to bridge it because this is perfect. So thank you. I was just going to say very quickly, I did it backwards. I put on all these programs for all these years, for 46 years. And then, I did some few little books. I did a book series to protect and that's a whole conversation in Sharon's book, in Exit Rich, about trademarks, right, Sharon? You got to have all that protection and copyrights. So I wrote a little tiny book series so that I could get the trademark, and I got it, and it was perfect, and it's for all my books now. They're all under the Money and You series. But I waited, and it was thanks to the person that's coming in right now, who I was totally inspired to finally do the Money and You book. And I broke all the rules that John said. It had to become a trilogy because I had so much to say. But this book, my purpose for this trilogy is to reach those university deans, to reach the people, Sharon, that Bobby DePorter and Graham have been knocking on their doors to case all the, they still, you know how hard they work with talk to superintendents, to head of schools and all of that, right? And then I'm just kind of trying to sneak in this information to them. And so I kind of did it backwards. So for those of you that have been doing something so magnificently for decades, it's time for you also to write a book. So with that, I'd like to bring up my beautiful Marja. She is the publisher that when I met her, and is she here? Can we bring her up? Yeah, thank you. So when I met her at the Board of Advisors Mastermind, it's a very big group, and I met her and I knew that, and we began to talk, and she has what I call a boutique. I know I probably shouldn't do that, but it's called a boutique publishing company. But she also writes the books for you. And then I ended up, she did such magnificent work, and then I ended up writing quite a bit of it over because that's what I do. But what I wanted to do is to just really acknowledge her, because it was her spirit, it was her energy, and her. She's an attorney. She was in the military, and very, very high integrity and patient with me, because I took a long time to do this book. And
Jane
so,
Doria, I have
yes.
a request. Talk about breaking rules, right? Like we're good at breaking rules, but we do have to have Marge's device sideways, because we couldn't bring her in if she's got like the black sideways. So Marge, if you can try to get your device sideways so that when we're watching the video, it looks good. I'd like to bring you up on stage.
Okay, thank you. So what I'd like to do now is that, why don't we, while we wait if that works or not, there you are, Marja. I hope that you heard everything that I said about you. So go ahead. She's out
Oh,
having a Saturday. Go ahead. Very quickly, Marja.
oh, I am so honored. Yes, I heard everything. I've actually been backstage listening the entire time. I am in awe of every single one of you. Thank you for being the foreground, the beginning of what publishing was, what it is, and what it's becoming. It's because of everything that each of you have done and are continuing to do. I'm able to make the impact and difference. I've learned from every single one of you. Hi, Sharon. Good to see you again. And I am just so grateful that the knowledge, the information, the books that you've created, everything that you've done has caused all of us to live better lives. Author Writers Academy was created because books changed my life. And when I met Doria, I knew that her story had to be told. And when I attended Money and You, I immediately understood the value of who she is and what she's bringing into the world. And so I am honored. I am truly honored to support you, Doria, in bringing the Money in Life, the Money and You trilogy to life. It's there's no words for it. And when you make an attorney speechless, you know you've done something magical.
Thank you so much. And so Robert is going to be coming at the first quarter, because he's already booked for the September 17th to 20th in San Diego. Sharon, come back and hang out with us. We have the most beautiful people in San Diego.
Wonderful. Send me the dates. Yes.
Yeah, so it's September 17th to the 20th. And John Gray, just come and hang out with us. I know that you would absolutely, I'm so connected to you. I love everything about you. A monk that has such a spiritual grounding, that is teaching such beautiful things. Thank you. So one last minute with each and every one of you. Sharon, what's your last minute? What say you?
You have a story to tell and share. People's lives can change for the better if you share your story. And one of my mantras has been since I was very young is, why not? What's stopping you? Why not step outside that comfort zone? Because that's where you find the world of opportunity, outside your comfort zone. So challenge yourself to start telling your story And ask yourself, when was the last time you did something for the first time? Because that's what creates creativity in your life. That's what's going to spur you on to start taking that next step. So step outside the comfort zone, tell your story, and impact the lives of others.
Thank you so much. John, what say you?
I wasn't prepared. I was about to say goodbye, but I'm so happy to be with all of you. And we all have a story. Absolutely. And what was crossing my mind is when you step out of that comfort zone, look at your app and pull up the Heart Space app. It literally changed my life because every time I stepped out of my comfort zone, anxiety would come up, fear would come up. It was the unknown. And I would just do this feeling letter process that I teach. And now you can just speak it into the app and it will help guide you back from anxiety to confidence and love. It's powerful.
Thank you. And I wish for you to make $6 billion like Calm. You guys, $6 billion in revenues, the little app called Calm. I'm going into the mindfulness business, okay? And Robert, what say you?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us here. And so everybody, if you've learned anything from what we've shared with you, go buy her book. Go buy Money and You. Go buy it because she gets to spread that message larger. And number two, I want to say to you, you're in the right place. You've risked to be here, to spend this time with us. You were destined to be a great author. And we are just so happy to be able to share our minimal success with you. We know you can do it. We pass the baton to you. Now go change the world.
Thank you. Woo! All right. Well, we are a wrap. Alicia, I'm gonna be talking to another wonderful person. Aloha, Rita Montaldo. Montaldo, ¿cómo estás? How beautiful. Go ahead.
Well, Dame Doria, I'm actually wanting to bring Rita, but Rita, let me just move you so that we can remove the cover from your face. But Rita is also doing books to board games and books to film, working with one of the Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award-winning producer Phil Goldfine in being able. So it's the next level of storytelling, and I am just so proud for her to be part of this little group right now that we have here. So let me just reset her name a little bit so it's not covering her face and bringing her back. Thank you so much. And I know I'm so honored to be all in your presence, and I wanted to also bring Rita along in this conversation because she's the next generation. Talk about legacy, and as you have had your success and you tell people how to do it, there's a next level of authors that's bringing this baton and taking it into new expansions like board games and film. So wanted to introduce that. And Dame Doria, I'm going to take myself out and I'll let you close.
Okay, well, nice to meet you, Rita. Anything you would like to share before we move on with this beautiful, beautiful masters?
She's muted.
She's muted.
Rita, we can't hear you. And as we can't hear Rita, so Rita, we're going to ask you to come back in just a moment. I think it's so beautiful. Rita's book, as Ava mentioned, The Next Generations of Authors, talk about an economic engine system. She has taken personal development concepts and wellness concepts and introduced them through a book, but is also a game about life. And as an extension of that, through her own engine that she's curated a game experience where people can actually put some of the principles and practices they learn in the book to play in their own life. And so it's truly an honor to have everybody here with us. Rita, we're going to try and bring you back up one more time. Can we hear you now? No, we can't. We're going to bring you back again in a moment, Rita. And Rita is joining us from Australia. But Sharon, Dr. John, Robert, and of course, Dame Doria, it's been such an honor to have you here today on what a special day. It's National Book Lovers Day. Books are special, and I love that they are recognized in such a way. And it's also Global Book Lovers Week, right? So we really get to celebrate books every single day. We appreciate all of your insights and your shares. For those of you tuning in, I highly encourage you to rewatch this because there were so many nuggets that were so nuanced and so subtle, but can really shift things for authors, whether they're independent or assigned to a publishing company, around visibility and traction and engagement and how to get their voice and their story out there, because everybody's story matters. So we appreciate you so much, and thank you so much for joining the Los Angeles Tribune today. And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't say thank you to our CEO, Mo Rock, for curating and holding space for all of us to celebrate books, but also to bring more inspiration, positivity, and empowerment to the world. So thank you so much.
And as we transition, Dame Doria, I want to thank you for bringing this amazing, wonderful, just legacy builders in terms of authorship and books. And as we transition, talk about legacy and memory, we're just going to bring a little bit of our history of LA Leadership Week back into the video. Thank you so much, John, Robert, and Sharon. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
What we just replayed for you was our 2024 LA Leadership Week, but we had 1.3 million views for the week that we did LA Leadership Week. So right now we are wanting to break that record with Books Change Lives, where we also do a whole week of honoring books and authors. And we want to encourage you to nominate a book for bestseller because at the Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller recognition, it's not about the amount of books that are sold. It's about the impact that your book can have. You know, our editorial team reviews your books and gives you recommendations if you don't meet the bestseller. But also, if you meet the bestseller, it is such a accolade for the work that you've done. So thank you so much. What a wonderful way to kick off the whole week for Book Lovers broadcast. Alicia, what are some of your takeaways? I feel like I have so much takeaways. And Rita, we're going to be bringing you, and let's see if your mic works this time.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Okay, perfect. Okay, so you will be the next
fantastic.
question. Let's start with Alicia first. Alicia, what's your biggest takeaway? And our audience, I want to see our audience. What are your takeaways? Like, what landed for you in all of the shares that was just gifted to us?
I mean, thank you, Ava, for that beautiful question. I think there was so much. That first segment, I highly encourage everyone that's tuning in to watch it because it truly was a masterclass in not only thinking about and identifying what aspect of your story or your life experiences you want to share with the world, but the importance of positioning. A lot of times people will write a book and they'll say, okay, I'm an author, but what next? And I think that Sharon and Dame Doria really talked about how do you get your book out there, the timing of when you want to get your book out there. But then we really heard about how do you actually position your book for the visibility and impact. That writing the book is just kind of the first step as an experience as an author. But what is that economic ecosystem that you have set up, and have you set one up? Sometimes people write a book and they're like, okay, I'm an author, but do you have a book website, right? Are you linking and advocating for your book? Is it even in your email signature? So I think that today's conversation just really opened the doorways to show that there are so many different pieces of the puzzle of being an author and getting your story out there. And when you can think about them in a holistic way, that's how you turn your book from your story to an iconic story and message that can reach the world. And so I mean, just so grateful for hearing from all of our guests this morning, John and Robert and Sharon and Dame Doria, because they really kind of laid out the foundations of what it takes to write a book, to put it out there, to gain traction and visibility, to have a framework for engagement, but also to make your book iconic. And I know a lot of authors, they don't want to just put their book out there. They also want to make it iconic. When you hear the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, people know, oh, I know that book, right? Men Are for Mars, Women Are for Venus. It's an iconic name that people know. So I think that it was just beautiful to hear that and to celebrate the entire experience of what it looks like to be an author with our guest that joined us for our opening today, Ava.
Absolutely. Thank you. And, transitioning it to like talking about making your book iconic, right? Like we have innovators in our midst, and one of them is Rita Montalto, who's actually transitioning not just, storytelling on paper, but what would it look like on a board game and what would it look like in a film? So Rita, tell us a little bit more about your book, critically acclaimed bestselling author of Adversity's Gift, Rita Montalto.
Thank you, Ava. Yes, well, I'm all for doing things a little bit differently. So, I mean, personally, I think we should be teaching personal development in a bit of a unique way. So that's why that's how Adversity's Gift come about. Basically, I'm teaching personal development in a story, in a fictional story, so that it's not a book, talking about just principles about, do this and do that, and then you kind of learn from it and hopefully you apply it. But when you're told in a story format, I feel that it stays with you a little bit more because we're wired to enjoy and really resonate with stories. So yeah, this is a story about a girl in the outback that's on a family farm, and she has a dream. So she has a dream to develop this board game to help people because something happened in her life with a friend, and she wanted to get the message out there on how powerful personal development is. So she did that, and then everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong. And and it's a lesson about, what it takes, to make your dream come alive, and perseverance, and that adversities actually are a gift. They're not, the mountain is there to make you, not to break you.
That is so good.
Yeah,
And I love how you turned a personal development into a fiction book, where when people read your book, it actually, they gain insights towards personal development, towards resilience and strength and positive thinking, and how to go through like the challenges in life and persevere. And yet it is a fiction book, right?
Yeah.
It's such I had so much takeaway from having read your book, and I had the privilege of reading it for the first time as your editor. But oh my gosh, I'm like, there's so much gifts in that. And so I just want to acknowledge you. Talk about honoring authors. I want to acknowledge you for your innovation, for
Thank you.
falling in love. You fell in love with personal development for yourself, and then you
Yes.
wanted to gift it to others. And writing it through as Adversity's Gift. One of the things that I want to acknowledge about you is your creativity, and just the way your mind goes wild with just ideas, and you don't
I love
disqualify
it.
yourself. You just like go with your ideas. So what's an encouragement that you can give to people out there who are thinking of writing a book, Rita, through the process that you went through yourself? Like, what's an encouragement that you can give them?
Oh my goodness. And like the speakers have said just earlier, that you got to put yourself out there to help others. Get yourself out of your comfort zone. And we underutilize our faculties of our imagination. We really, really do. Like I when I got into my imagination, like it's like, oh my goodness, I didn't know this was there. And I knew if I didn't share it, it'd be such a shame not to help others with this material, because I feel it is a gift. So I feel like this story just was like literally a download from God. Like I think, where did this come from? And it all started from one night that I couldn't sleep, and I thought of the protagonist, Bobby Joe, living out in the outback, and with this dream, and then each night would be a different chapter in my mind, and I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, I've got to get this on paper. Like this could really help somebody and inspire somebody. So that's what I did, and I thought, great, not only do I have the board game to teach personal development, but also you know, a fictional book that teaches personal development in a story. So I'm pretty proud of that.
And dare I claim a future film?
Yes, exactly. So 3 ways. There's the fictional book to learn personal development, and then there's the board game, and then yes, the movie. That's extremely
Absolutely. And
exciting.
I actually want to thank your mentor, Phil Goldfine, Emmy, Oscar, Tony
Oh,
Award
yes.
winning producer,
He's wonderful.
who really is, who has this belief and this vision about books turning into films. And you are walking it, you are living it day by day, the process of, you know, how to gain more visibility so that you can also gain more visibility in terms of getting your book picked up into a film, you know, and I'm not going to spill some of the plans along the way, but we're going for an award, right? We're going for an award.
Yes. Yes. Actually, I've been nominated locally in Australia too, so I'm pretty excited about that. To get an award.
Awarding when it turned into something new. So I know we're going to have Rita back a little later, you know, because she's going to talk about board game with her partner and colleague Edelmira Murrieta, who's also a critically acclaimed best-selling author. So Rita, for now, I know it's like 5 a.m. Australia time.
Yeah, no, it's actually 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
on.
Talk about commitment. This is commitment. So thank you for being with us. And as we transition, let me bring someone who actually rocks the world with his voice. You're going to know the moment he comes in, you know, and the best person who could actually make this introduction is Alicia, because she went through the speaking program. So both Rita and I will step back, and Alicia, may you have the front and center to introduce our next speaker, author, best-selling author.
Thank you so much, Ava. And thank you so much, Rita, for joining us all the way from Australia. It is such a pleasure and honor to introduce our next guest. His name is Baron Dr. James Dentley. He shakes the room with his voice and he inspires. He is a critically acclaimed author. He is a world-renowned speaking coach, and he has his speaking coaching program, Inspired to Speak. He is also the founder of Limitless TV, where he works with creatives, innovative thinkers to bring what I like to call edutainment through the world through his own streaming platform. He is a mentor. He is an advisor. There is so much more that I can say about Dr. James Dentley, and we're going to get into it. But I also want to add in that he's just such a genuine human being that sees the goodness in people and really holds space for them to bring that goodness out to the world. So Baron Dr. James Dentley, it is so nice to have you here and to celebrate with you on National Book Lovers Day. There's so much more I could say to introduce you, but Baron Dr. James, I'd love for you to introduce individuals who may not have heard your voice more about who you are. And then I would also love to kick off about what it looks like to bring the story that you have within you out. As Ava mentioned, I did have the opportunity to go to your speaking camp and program. And one of the things that I noticed about that entire experience was that so many people have stories within them, but a lot of people get stuck because they're not sure how to bring it out and in what way to bring it out. And your coaching and the way that you break it down for individuals really holds space for them to bring it out and to see individuals' evolution across that time. I would love for you, as you further introduce yourself, to speak a little bit about that process.
Well, first of all, hello, how are you?
Hello.
Look, first of all, peace, blessings, and honor to Mo Rock, to Alva, to yourself, to the incredible team there with the LA Tribune from the very first day when I met Mo. He has been so gracious and so giving, so supportive of everything that I do. And meeting you, the same exact thing, the same thing with Alva as well. And actually, you did come to the Speaker Action Camp program. And before you left, you ended up hosting the television show. So we ended up putting you to work. And it turned out fantastic. So we're looking forward to releasing all of those interviews on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Amazon TV, and on our platform, limitlesstv.net and jd3tv.com. So thank you, each and every one of you all. And thank you also for honoring me by being a part of a collaborative book, but then being the first inductee into the LA Tribune Hall of Fame for speakers. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. James.
Where do you want me to start? I love to tell poems, and when I tell a poem, I say them for a reason, and not just because that the cadence kind of brings people in. The brain is always seeking closure. We call it an open loop. It seeks the next verse, especially if there's a rhyme or cadence, even in music. But I also use poems because I'm speaking to the 8-year-old child that still lives in every adult. And on a subconscious level, people kind of come back, and then you're able to plant different seeds that can impact a person and inspire them to have a feeling and experience that lasts sometimes for the rest of their lives. So I want to thank you for that. So I'll start this way. For everyone out there, if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay to give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you be willing to roll up your sleeves? Because after all, that work is on you. And if there was this promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? And would you promise it dare never quit when the going gets rough? It will. Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? We all have dreams, but there's something else you must do. The hard part is that when you're building the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? As a child, I used to love to read. Of course, like most people, I grew up on the Big Red Dog and Rex and, Jack and Jill and all the stories we would read in grade school, The Little Engine That Could, all these things. And then the poems, from the time as being a baby, Rockabye Baby on the Treetop. And everything in life is one big story. About 4 years ago, there was a documentary done on my life called Time to Win. And we brought it out to Imagine Theaters for a week. And now it shows on limitlesstv.net. And what the interesting thing was, I'm a storyteller. And I always say that a life worth living is worth recording. It's important that you record your life. It's important that you write your own story for the future generations, but it's important that you fall in love with reading. When they interviewed me 3 times for 90 minutes each about my life, and when they transcribed it and brought it back, there was a tear that came out and sat on the corner of my eye because I had forgotten that I lived that life. And even when they finished the documentary, which turned out wonderful, and they told me, say, look, we don't have enough time. In 46 minutes, we can't tell your life. We need another hour to go. But I remembered that even when we watched it, there were things that I forgot that began to be trigger points. And these things can be ignited in each and every one of you through storytelling, but through reading. When I was a kid, I loved to read, and I got away from it. Then I would start to read, and you ever started to read and you got real sleepy? Or your head hurt, or you made excuses. When you make an excuse, often enough, you get to keep them, right? And you just stop reading. And then I met a gentleman named Greg Provenzano. He said something I never forget. He said, if you want to change your life, you do it 2 ways: the books you read and the people you spend time with, proximity. And everyone I found had a story. And when you are able to communicate that story and write that story and read those stories and then keep them connected, they will prepare you to be able to face the challenges of the future. They will prepare you to take action on the innovative thoughts that come through this great imagination that we have for the future. They will anchor your legacy and create a foundation for you that even in the toughest times, you never hit rock bottom, only rock foundation. I met a woman, and when I was interviewing her at our film festival we had in Santa Monica, and fascinating story. This woman was abused. She was sleeping in her car. All she had was a flashlight and the book Think and Grow Rich. And she read that book over and over and over. Now, why was that important? Because when I was interviewing her, not only has she bought an island, not only has she invested tens of millions of dollars in the sex trade, saving our children, she's bought an island that she has retreats for women to help them bring out their best, to get that place of solace, to have the conversations that need to be had, should be had, and want to be had, where a person can be fully self-expressed and be amongst people that understand them, that love them, that support them, that encourage them, that inspire them, and to remind them exactly who you are. To fall in love with books, man, I went from falling asleep on every book to falling in love with reading books. And I'll never forget, one of the first books I read was a book called The Greatest Networker in the World by John Milton Fogg, Fogg. And I read that book and it was so magical because it's one of those books that you can't put down. And here was a story about a gentleman that was about to give up on his dream. And he met a person called The Greatest Networker in the World. And that book is really about igniting and inspiring your imagination of what's possible in your life. And he went from 2 seconds away from walking away and quitting because he tried over and over and over. You see, most people quit right before it's time to win. But if you're reading those books, you'll read these stories, and these stories will come and meet you, greet you, save you, support you. They'll come and support you in the times when maybe you want to give up. You're at your wit's end. You tried it over and over and over. You forgot that eventually it will happen. But again, most people quit when it's time to win. A book, 3 Feet from Gold. 3 Feet from Gold is a great example of that. We're right there, but it's so hard because as you're building that dream always has to build you. And this book was absolutely incredible. And I'll just give you a little hint that he meets a man, and the man was very gracious to him, and he didn't know he was going to be the keynote speaker. And then when he was the keynote, everybody loved him. He was incredible on that stage. And then, but so what? He was inspired, but artificial highs have real valleys. So he walked out to his car, and he was still going to quit the dream that he had pursued for a year, and nothing happened. Imagine just going after something a year or maybe 2 years. You see, some people stay excited for a little while. Others stay excited for a little while longer. But winners stay excited for as long as it takes to win. So as he's waiting for his car, the greatest networker in the world comes out, and he greets him again. He remembers him from being inside of the meeting. And he tells him about the fact that he wants to quit, that he's really tired. He forgot when Og Mandino was said, "I will persist until I succeed. I will persist, and so I will win." When Og Mandino said, "You take an axe and you hit it against that big oak 1, 2, 3 times, to think that tree will fall is an act of a child. Your thinking is not in alignment. It can't happen. But the fact of the matter is, eventually, if you keep hitting that tree over and over and over, the tree will fall. So I must persist until I succeed." So he takes the gentleman out to dinner, and the gentleman that wanted to quit, they go out to dinner. Everyone in the restaurant knew him. He was driving an old pickup truck. And he said to him, "Look, if you come out to my house tomorrow morning, I will train you. And I will guarantee you, if you would show up, key phrase, if you would show up, that your life would change." So he went home. He was all excited. He wakes his wife up. It's about midnight now. And he said, "Before you show up, I want you to read this book." So he gives him a book. This book is about 3 inches thick. And he's excited, but he looks at the book, and now he's got to read it. So he unwraps the book. He opens it up, and all the pages were blank. I'm going to leave it there because the pages were blank because it was time for him to write a story. And when you read and learn not just to read these books, but not to keep the story connected, and learn to read and use all your senses, because all the magic of the book will come out and it'll stick. It'll stick with you, and you'll be able to communicate that book internally on a cellular level and externally, person to person, world to world, universe to universe, that you will be able to profess, and thou shalt decree a thing, it shall then be established unto you, and it will accomplish what it has been said. So when you read, you use your senses. If someone's cooking, see the steam. If they're cooking a certain dish, smell it. See it moving around as they stir it. If something's dragging, hear it. If the wind is blowing, experience it. This is when you will anchor what you're reading, and it becomes a part of you, because what you ingest, you express. So don't just taste it when you're reading that book. You got to ingest it. Great books like Think and Grow Rich, Sharon Lechter, Think and Grow Rich, Dr. Dennis Kimbrough, the gentleman who inspired me to be a speaker. Think and Grow Rich, The Way Rich Asians Thinks by John Shin. Think and Grow Rich, The Caribbean Way by Rosetta. Think and Grow Rich for Actors and Models by Michael Frumkin. It goes on and on and on. But the principle's locked in. It's a definiteness of purpose about reading and studying. Outwitting the Devil by Sharon Lechter, another phenomenal book, because it tells the future that we're living in. They said once that you can tell the future if you're willing to write it, but you got to read. 48 Laws of Power. The Arts of Persuasion. What Makes the Great Great by Dr. Dennis Kimbrough. These books and stories of people that have gone through the journey that you must travel will prepare you, because oftentimes you think you're alone and you read something and find out that you're not. To learn to fall in with reading, that you create that movie in your life and in your spirit. And then with my book, The 5 Frequencies of High Performance, the laws of agreement, the laws of attraction, incredible. But first are the laws of awareness, to know that what you seek is closer to you than you could ever imagine. And then my wife's book, Who's Speaking Next, Unlocking the Blueprint of Success, governing greatness through science. So all lock up. So reading is essential. Fall in love with it, even if you think you don't have time. Make the time to feed your brain, to feed your imagination, because you are living your story and you must write your story so people can be blessed and be honored and be elevated through the life that you take for granted. Is so precious every single day. Did you want to ask me a question?
James, Dr. James, as you were speaking there and you were talking about anchoring yourself in the book that you are reading, that's powerful, because immersing yourself with all your senses. It's important as we celebrate National Book Lovers Day to talk about the experience as a reader. I would love for you to also expand on that thought and talk about the anchoring concept, but from the perspective of a writer. Like, how can someone write to actually activate another person's senses? How can someone write and distill the experiences that they've been through, or their imagination, right? That is kind of writing a story out there in the world in a way that anchors the reading, so that their books really have that impact and traction with the reader.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a great question. You've been through the camp, so you know how we feel. And anyone heard me speak in the psychology of communication, one of the foundational principles I always talk about are understanding personality traits and knowing yours and what your tendencies are and how you communicate, but learning also not only what you are and how you communicate, but what you are not. So you can communicate not only into the listening of another human being, but even into their nervous system. So if you're going to write a book, and first of all, understand who's the reader, who is it for, what message do you want to come across, how do you become fully self-expressed, how do you put yourself in a state of flow and stay there. When you're inspired to write, then you got to write. It has to be something that consumes you. It's like breathing. It's something you must do. You can only hold your breath for a short amount of time. You can only stop writing for a short amount of time. You don't get distracted, because you've anchored purpose to what it is. Even if it's scientific, if it's a book on information or education, if you want to inspire, if you want to tell your story, whatever it is, it has to come from an authentic place. And you must learn how to speak into those personalities, because then you will hold them. Now, all of us have 4 basic personalities. We have all 4, but we're usually anchored in 2 or 3 of them, and we'll have a low score on the other. So with intention, you'll learn to read. And then, if you want to move that book, how do you talk about the book? So the book has to be a part of how you're going to speak about it, to tell me in a short period of time and give me enough information to get me to want to not only buy your book, read that book and endorse your book and refer that book as well, because it goes on and on and on and on and on. Information is really key. History has been read, it's been written, but it's also being lived each and every day. And if you read and you understand that your stories are parallel to somebody else, in the tough times, it'll save you. But then you write your story that can save someone else. So when you're using your senses and you're being purposefully connected to the book, but more importantly to the audience that you're writing the book for, then you want to, even in an educational framework, you want to communicate that as if you're speaking with them. So maybe you could say something that makes them laugh and they have to read it and still chuckle, because you anchor something they can relate to. That was pretty funny. That will shake up their brain a little bit and shake up that soil to help them ingest more things, and the seed can take root down there. Perhaps you want to give them some facts, some information, some documentation, so you can show yourself approved, show yourself to be an expert in this subject, but also give them some meat that they can hang on. But you got to get them to read that meat. You don't want to bore them to death. Everybody doesn't want information. So how do you want to communicate that? But make it authentic with you, which means you continue to grow as well. Use stories, use anecdotes when you're doing that. Look at things that are absolutes. And when you're writing about absolutes, get a person who's very aggressive, who wants to win, who wants to be an absolute, who wants to play above the line. Give them that, but also put the heart in there for the people who just care, that want to nurture, that know, that believe that they're put on this earth to make a difference, to help those who are helpless. And if you're writing your book and you can touch all 4 personalities, you'll lock it in. And you can do it in your own way. But when you read it back, and it's just about moving a word here to move a word there and create an experience. So through that book, when somebody's reading it, they're speaking internally, right? If they're reading it aloud, they're external. Because you have a book, you may want to put a workbook with it. So you don't want to lose people. So take them on an experience within themselves that they can never go on by themselves. Create the experience through your book, even if it's about information. And I'll say this, and I'll let you, if you have something else you want to ask me. A teacher can be in a classroom and they teach one lesson, and they'll go over it again. And then they'll do a pretest and they'll grade the papers. And it comes back, some people get an A, B, C, D, or even an F. So they go through it and they review it, and then they give the same test again. Everybody should get an A, but they can't because of the way that they are receiving information. So it's important, not only when you're writing, that you get on the other side and become the reader of what you're writing. Those are the books that really make a difference. And that's why when you're telling your story about your life, you make such a profound connection, because no matter what you're going through, you're never alone. I remember being on a stage in front of 10, 20,000 people on several occasions around the world. And when I tell my story of the things that went wrong in my life, the things that I was embarrassed about, the things that I was ashamed of, I found that there were so many people in the audience that thanked me. And these are people, not people downtrodden, they were people in every level of living. And they thanked me because they thought that they were by themselves. They felt that they're alone, and they never are alone. So don't be afraid to go there in the midst of your power, or the midst of the blessings that you may have today, or the accomplishments that you may have had, and where you're going even right now. Tell your story. Let us get a sense of who you are, because ultimately, when you like a book or a series of books, some books you love by the title, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Some authors you like because of who they are, and you know what's coming when you see their name. So you pick it. It could be the title, or it could be you. But if you can link them together, then that's when you have magic.
And that truly is magical. It's almost like the missing piece. It's the bridge that shows people that it's about who they are and what they bring.
Yeah.
It's about the subject matter. But you said something that is so critical that I really just want to reiterate, which is it's also about understanding the type of readers that you're going to connect with.
Yeah.
And understanding their personality types. And I know you speak a lot about it in your coaching for speakers, but books are speaking to someone, right? They're just speaking to them in a different way, right?
Yeah.
They're speaking to that learning style. So understanding the reader's personality before you go to dive into the book is huge. And it's something that some people think about, and maybe some people didn't think about, but they just got it. There was just the magic of their book, but an individual's ability to be intentional about how the reader may receive the information can actually help them connect those dots even further and really pull those readers in. So I think it's critical that you shared that piece of information today.
Yeah, well, I think it's so important, Alicia, because you see, when you understand how the brain works, see, we have expertise in certain topics, and we want to get that out, and we do a great job. And sometimes we hit the nail right on the head. It's perfect. But if we don't understand the psychologies, then we can't get there and stay there in the next book. So it's a little different. I have plenty of authors that are world renowned, and their first book is magical. The second book puts you to sleep, because they're not authentic with who they are and how they're communicating to that individual. So if I have if I want to write a book and it's for scientists or engineers, of course I'm going to give them a lot of meat there. I'm giving them a lot of facts, a lot of data there. But there's also a part of the reader that I want to touch into the other personalities that they do have, because I want I want the information to stick on a subconscious level without them even knowing what's happening, and they will not run away from it. And memory recall will come back and serve them. So like now I don't have to think about what I want to say. I'm just engaged in a conversation and speaking to everyone who's listening.
What a great insight. Dr. James, what are some other kind of bridges that you can actually share from some of the coaching that you've done for speakers, but
Mhm.
also how that can translate into how someone can actually go about writing? A lot of people
Yeah,
have amazing stories. They
yeah,
have long lives and they want to share with the world, but they're like, what part of my life story experience or in what way? And
yeah.
so at your speakers camp, you really help individuals reframe the same
Mhm.
thoughts and same experiences, but in a way that actually connects. What
Yeah.
insights would you want to share with those that are tuning in, that are maybe thinking about considering writing a book, but they're not quite sure how to frame up their experiences or their knowledge in
Mhm.
a way that may resonate with others?
Well, first of all, this is a great time to do it because we have so much technology that can help you with your research. In the old days, people had to go research and they had to go read about stuff. Now you get go on the computer to Google, and sometimes chat, but I don't recommend you write a book and just use chat. But certain research, certain things you want to quantify the information is at hand. It's easier to access right now. You can do it faster, number one. So number two, you just got to begin. Start because in a book is always a forward, is always about the author and who you want to think. So you're touching a person because now you want the people to know who you are before they get into that book. So when you're writing your book, begin with why do you want to write this book? Who is it for? And what outcomes do you want people to get with the book? And I'll give you another thing that people can do that most never think about. The young lady who was just before me that's brilliant what she's doing. Suppose you wrote a book, and let's say it was Computers for Dummies, and you read the book and you're getting these insights, right? Well, we retain only less than 7% of what we hear on a daily basis, even if we take notes. So if you're reading, you're not going to retain those things, but that's why you want to use highlighters and go back. But what if you took your book and then you said, let's have some fun? You got your book done. Now turn it into a play, even if you want to play it out in your mind or use Zoom. You don't have to make a full production. You don't have to make all these scripts, but communicate it in the play because I'll remember more of the story to get me to the point than I will in the point all by itself. We are anchored in stories because from the time you're born, it's all a story. It's another page and another page and another page. So when you understand how the brain works, and that's what I love to teach, what we teach, because not just how to create programs and products and sell them or sell from the stage or get paid to speak, although or create your own events. You can monetize anything, but you got to get really good on where you are, who you are, and you'll discover your gold medal talent. What is that real thing? Not just what you've been educated in, but what is that one thing that you do so well that you bring value to other people? And when you tie that into your book, then your book is authentic. It is not like everyone else because you're in it. And nobody has your fingerprint, your eye pupil. There's your DNA out of 9 billion people on the planet and 1,009 people who've been on the planet. We can find you out of a lineup of 1,000 billion people. So you got some of that stuff you got to put in that book when you're writing. And then when you learn how to communicate that, that's where I come in and communicate that in a profound way. You'll have great relationships in your home, with your children, with your significant other, with an audience, in your corporate room, and when you're teaching, whether it be Sunday school or you're in education. But more importantly, you have great communication with yourself. You learn to be inner directed. And every day is a day you can't wait to get up and see what's going to happen next. Because if nothing's happening, you're going to make something happen.
You're gonna make something happen. That's so good. And James, you shared this nugget, this gem of wisdom back in January of
Mhm.
2024, is during the Quantum Leap broadcast, and you shared an exercise with individuals. And I want to bring it back into the conversations. And it was about what is your gold talent? But if you're not sure,
Mhm.
ask 5 people around you
Yeah.
to share with you what they think your gold talent is.
Yeah.
Can you deep dive into that a little bit? Because sometimes that book that is in someone is
Yeah.
maybe something that is so natural to them, so innate to who they are,
Mhm.
they don't even realize that that aspect about them or that story truly has the power to transform another life.
Yeah, absolutely. The gold medal talent is extremely important. Before I go there really quickly, I got to give a shout out to Dame Doria Cordova, to Sharon Lechter, my dear friend. I met John Gray many, many years ago. Robert Allen was always so kind. I had a CD out, and I idolized this man, Multiple Streams of Income, about 20 years ago. And he brought my CD, and he came and wanted me to autograph it, and I was just so honored. But people like that teach you who you can be, and you can model those things. When you meet people that are accomplished and doing some great things, and they're kind, but also in that moment, he empowered me because he wanted me to autograph my work for him. That was pretty cool. Now, your gold medal talent. Your gold medal talent is what you really do really well. Sometimes we're reading, we're studying things, we're going to these meetings, but we don't really know what our purpose is and what we really do well, or we don't know how to monetize what it is we have, or where those impact us positions, how to position ourselves. It's like having a team and you don't know what position you play. Or you're the coach and you don't know what position anybody's playing. So the gold medal talent is to discover what you do really well. However, sometimes it's difficult because you can't see yourself. Like we always say, you can't see the picture if you're in the frame or the outside of the cup if you're the coffee. So you have to ask other people and get a consensus. So I asked people to, and I got this from Jeff Hoffman, as a matter of fact, about 15 years ago. You ask 10 people. You send out a text message and say, look, I'm trying to discover my gold medal talent. With one word, can you just describe for me either why you like me? What do you think I do really, really well? What do you think I excel in? This means a lot to me. In one word, why? Give me an answer. What do you think about me? And then you'll get the consensus back. And then if you got 4 of the same things, okay, then that 4 goes over the top. And you add on. Because again, before the laws of attraction, very powerful, but the law of awareness is even more so. Because what you're trying to attract sometimes can be right next to you. You just can't see it because you're looking for something that's, so you see, look, meet me on the corner. I'll be dressed in red, but you got on green colored sunglasses. So when you find out what your talent is, you become aware, you can expound on that. That's why with Dame Doria Cordova, we have a cruise September of next year for speakers and authors and business owners. We're going to be 7 days in Alaska, and she's going to be pouring down a financial thing. I'm going to be pouring into communication, but we're going to teach people how to achieve goals, have a lot of fun while it's riding on dog sleds in Alaska, watching whales and making a difference before they get off that ship. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So it's always good seeing her on your program as well. Hi, Alva.
Hi, Dr. James. Oh my gosh. From the moment you gave your poems to the moment you're giving your insights, I am just glued to your voice and to just like hearing your insights. We've got a lot of comments for takeaways. Daniela Truth has been like in awe. I am in awe of the powerful things that you are sharing. I know that Dr. Kara is also going to join us. The Baroness Dr. Kara is going to be joining us. Yeah. I wanted to also have the opportunity, Dr. James, in conversation with authors. We have both the authors whose books are being turned into a board game and is being turned into a film. And just in conversation with, when you talk about knowing your, I love how you said that. You say, meet me at the corner. I'm wearing red, but you show up in green and people can't see you. Like knowing what you're really good at and the being able to expand on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So let me bring people into that conversation, and if she had any questions on that. Rita, welcome.
Hey, Rita.
Hi.
You need to turn this to a movie, Rita. This book just came out, The Royal House.
Oh, wow.
It's about the Royal House of Cappadocia.
The Royal House, I'm going to write that down. The Royal House. It's
great read.
So Rita, would you have any questions for Dr. James Dentley that, as a budding author, as also a future speaker, that's Rita's next level. It's like, you have questions and like, how do I speak, when now that I have my book, and how, would you have any questions for Dr. James that could serve the moment?
Absolutely. And by the way, I love your poems, Dr. James.
Thank you.
Wrote that down. It's beautiful. I guess my question is, when you're kind of self-conscious, what's the best way to get over that?
Oh,
when you want to do some
great
speaking.
Question. First of all, when you're subconscious and you have that anxiety, that means you're making it about you. It's never about you. You are the director. The audience is the star. You're not the star. Just like you're turning your book into a movie, you're not the star. You have the vision. And your job is to get that vision of someone who can put the talent together to make that movie flourish, that creates a profound impact. So even the people that are in the movie, they're not the star of the show. The audience is. If there's a lesson to be learned, or there's some impact or something inspires the heart that helps you make a transformation in the moment. That's what it's all about. So remember, if there's anxiety, you're thinking about you, take yourself out of it. Read it. It is never your Adversity's Gift Book. What a wonderful title. I know that from your heart and spirit. So get out of your head, because it's not about you. Have a conversation and let it flow. Because in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Nobody knows what you're supposed to say. It's your book. You can't mess up. You can fix it next time, or just have fun with it. If you make a mistake and stumble, you own it and you keep going, and people will be drawn into you being a human being.
I love that.
I
love that.
You're the director. They're the stars.
I love that. Wow. I've got to definitely write that down. And how do you go with, sorry, just another question.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm actually wanting to bring AD in on discussion, and of course, Dr. Kara.
Yeah.
Maybe, is it okay if we bring Dr. Kara in this conversation? Because as a neuroscientist physicist, I'm sure Dr. Kara would have answers. Dr. Kara, welcome to the show. Welcome to the global broadcast. We may want to have your camera a little lower so that we can see your gorgeous face. There you go. And when it comes to, like, Dr. Kara is another powerful speaker, unapologetic, very energetic. And so if you have other insights that you want to add to Rita's question, when you're feeling conscious, you're a new speaker, like, what would you want to add to that?
I would first say congratulations to Rita. I know stepping out there and taking that leap it takes a lot of heart and a lot of faith and a lot of trust in yourself. And you have to trust that. And I would say that when you're on the stage, one of the things that I always think about is that, and this is what I do prior to entering a stage, I pray that the words that I say is what needs to be heard. So I never felt like I stumbled, I messed up. And even afterwards, because we will get in our own head and feel like, oh, I should have said this. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. You have to trust that everything that you said was supposed to have been said. Those things that you did not say that will leave people on the fence to want to come back and see you next time. So don't ever feel like I didn't say the right thing. Oh, I messed up. You did not mess up. Like, you have to trust. Whatever brought you here is you have to trust that, and the fact that whatever it is that is meant to be said, that is what needs to be heard from that audience in that moment. And then you just let it go and you move on to the next. And that's how you just stay out of the space of, oh, I should have, I shouldn't have, I messed up. No, you know that you have something in you to deliver and that people need to hear it, which is why you're here. Which is why you wrote the book, which is why you're aspiring to be a speaker, and you're going to be a speaker. And that's why you're here, because you're like, I have to get this out, right? It's a gift. It's something that you have to share, and you just have to trust that. So, and I always feel like what's from the heart reaches the heart. And if you stay with that in your spirit, you'll know that the people will receive what it is that you have to deliver in that moment.
Thank you. That's great advice.
Well, Dr. Kara, I know that you also have books, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, show and tell. Tell us about the book. What is
so
Unlocking the
Blueprint?
Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention, the keys to governing your greatness with science. So many times we separate science and with what we feel that needs to be delivered. As a scientist, I'm retired, but I'm always a scientist, because the root word for science is sire, which is to know. So I feel like at the heart of everyone, we're all scientists, because there's something that we are craving that we want to know. So I would be in lab and doing my research with the federal government, and there were always these different things that I would come across, different principles, different theories, and I would always say, this applies to everyday life. This applies to relationships. This applies to environment. This applies to, and I just started realizing that if people understood, because some of it is the lack of awareness, if people understood these different laws, their lives would be completely different. Because, as you know, with laws, especially here on Earth, and I have to put it that way because anything, out in space, we don't have gravity. So the laws of gravity do not apply out of space. But here on Earth, when there's a law, it can't be broken. it is what it is. So when I started studying these different laws, I realized that it's applicable not just in science, but in everyday life. And I wanted to put it in a book that people could read and see it play out, because I tied my own personal story in it. And what I want people to do is read the book, hear the principles, read the principles, embody it, and then tie their story into it, because they see how my story tied into it. So science is always playing. So are you using it for you, or is it being used against you because of your lack of awareness? And as using that example of gravity, if someone walked out and just stepped off of a building, they can't say, oh, well, I didn't know that I would hit the ground. Well, that's a law. The fact that you didn't know didn't mean that it didn't apply. It still applies. So I want people to get the information and those principles and those theories and see it. And so that's why it's the keys to governing your greatness with science and unlocking the blueprint of being intentional. And once you become more intentional, the world is yours.
Absolutely.
I
Love
need
that.
that book, Dr. Kara. I can't believe I haven't read it yet.
Yeah.
There's such power in intention, the power of intention, right? And Rita's one that lives that, even in her book creation, in her film creation, like living with intention. And Dr. Kara, this is a conversation of authors. Let me bring together in this chat one of the critically acclaimed best-selling authors of the Los Angeles Tribune. She's the author of The Starter Husband, Edelmira Murrieta. I love to say your full name, Edi Murrieta. And they are working together, Dr. Kara, on actually turning their book into a board game, and also turning the book into a film. So I want you to just, like, while you were Dr. Baroness Kara and getting the insights of science and intention with her, like tell a little bit about your vision for the board game and what you want to create, and we'll pick the brain of a scientist.
From a scientist. Thank you so much for having me, first of all. And I loved what you had to say, Dr. Kara. Like, it was just really beautiful. I think you really served the world in a big way. I've already made like a whole page of notes of everything you said.
Me too.
Sometimes we don't realize that what we have to say is so important.
Yeah.
And so I'm the author of Starter Husband, and the book Starter Husband and Rita's book, like, combined, these books are about really helping the world find their desires and their passion, and making sure that they kind of put fear on the sidelines and they take the next step to make sure that they're doing what they're meant to do. And that is also why we're doing the board game, because we want to hit, all those young children as well, or young adults, and allow them to dream and allow them to take also their next right step. So, that's why we're putting all of this together. And so something I always say is just one step at a time. And so I was telling Rita, one step at a time. Let's just take one step at a time and we'll get where we need to be. But both of these books, they're supposed to be to really serve another. It's going to help so many people just look at things a little differently. And also believe in themselves, because I think that sometimes that's what we need to do more is, I saw somewhere that Bob Proctor said he would kiss his hand on the stage, like, love yourself, like, really love yourself. Especially after understanding that, we came to this world and we have, this dream or something inside of us, and it's inside us. It's not inside our neighbors. So if it's inside of us, we're supposed to bring it to life. And that is what Rita and I are really doing together between, our books and also with the board game. And the books are, going to be turned into movies. Yeah. So it's go big or go home, right? That's what.
Exactly.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. And I mean, that has never even crossed my mind, a book into a board game. And I remember hearing Elon Musk talking about this. This was just a while ago when he first came on the scene with Tesla, and they were talking about, he said, if there's something that my children want to learn, I'll just create a game out of it. It just gamify it. And, and I was just thinking, like, oh, that's pretty cool. But I've never heard anyone say that, we're going to turn this book into a game. All hands on deck. When I worked for the federal government, when it was just like a crisis, which I feel like a lot of people are in, just with the mental, with mental wellness, mental illness, that all hands on deck, throw everything at the table, board games, books, podcasts, everything that we can, because so many people need that shift and they need that mindset adjustment, because everything that they need is already in them. They just need to peel back the layers and like just let go of the things that aren't serving them. So I love that. Congratulations, ladies. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, not
You
just
know
that.
what's amazing is, as you tell your stories, Adi and Rita, I could actually see Dr. Kara's scientist mind thinking. Like she's already like creating the science to what you're doing with the board game and how this is gonna work. And really their intention is to be able to like teach personal development to the younger generation. Like, high schoolers is their dream audience, and being able to gamify personal development. Like, what would you do when you encounter this? What would you do when this is a situation? And like putting that into a board game so that the high schoolers, I don't know if I'm saying this right, Adi and Rita, I just heard it from you that you should be telling your board game story. But Dr. Kara, give us the science of that. That would be my, of the board game and the gamification and the young people.
You remember things by way of emotion. Like that's where the memory is stored. The feeling that you have in the moment of something happening, and that's how you remember things, great things, and you remember the things that are not so great as well. But people enjoy games. Children enjoy games, and to create a lesson in those moments before they actually have to encounter certain lessons, it will leave an imprint on them emotionally and mentally, where when they are come against something that they have to make that critical decision, it's almost like chess, that they'll be able to maneuver and make those moves because they have played that game. That is so impactful. Because many times when you have conversations with people, when they recall a moment, it's attached to an emotion. And those moments of having those games, like we've done things like with improv, and people remember because of the feeling in it. And if you could create more of those moments where you can leave those imprints and those memories in a good space, then it will have a lasting impression, and it will be something that would transcend time. Because you can think about, I'm sure all of you, which is probably why you created the game, you can think about a time when you played a game and you learned a lesson because you were playing that game. And it has carried you to this point, and it has served you in other ways beyond the game. And so that's what I see with this. We need to gamify everything. Like, this is just beautiful. Gamify law, gamify medicine, gamify everything. To make it make sense, because we have all of these different things that we throw at people, even with science, right? We throw all of these different terminologies and all of these different instances. And if there's nothing to apply it to, it's just words. It's just nomenclature. It's just some more stuff that is in the mind. But when you can apply it towards something, as with your game, then it leaves more of a staple. It leaves more of a message. It leaves more of a lesson and a blessing. So I love it. I just
correct. Oh my goodness. We've got to make Dr. Kara one of our gurus in the game, because you meet the gurus as you go through the maze. And yes, awesome.
Oh wow, that would be cool.
Yes.
I know. I wrote her name down.
Oh, you're a wealth of information. Thank you.
Definitely getting your book.
Thank you so much.
Yes, definitely getting your book.
Thank you.
Love it.
It's so much fun to write, and it's so much fun to bring things out to the world. And I think that's something that is so beautiful about what Alba does here, because she really just pulls people in and brings people in together and creates that community and helps people, not stay in hiding or stay in that disbelief, but actually, you're meant to shine. So come out here and let's discuss what you're doing. Let's bring it.
And just think about the books that you've read. And I have this one here, actually. Og Mandino, the greatest salesman in the world, right? He's no longer around, but this book has impacted my life in so many ways, among others, of course. But just to think that he's written this book many, 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 many years ago. Mm-hmm. And I encourage people, because it's one of those things, it's one of those books that it's very impactful. You don't see the end coming. You don't see it. You think it's about sales. I thought it was about sales. It's not about sales. It's about life. And when I was finished with the book, like it literally brought me to tears. It's a level of empathy and grace in this book that more people need to have that now, so that they will know that not only should I shine and feel like there's greatness within me, but it lets you know that there's greatness in everybody. That there are no big I's and little U's. There aren't. And just because I do one thing differently than you, it doesn't make me better. It doesn't make you less than. It doesn't make you better. It make me less than. We're all equally important. And so reading that book right there, it was one of those that when I got ready to leave my job with the federal government, that I actually stumbled upon this book. And while I was working, I didn't have time. I kept saying, oh, I need to read more. Oh, I need to read more. Growing up, I loved to read. And I just could not find time. But it's a short read. And I could not put it down. And within a week, I was finished. And I was like, I need to read something else. I just became hungry for the information and the knowledge. So if a person is out there and they're just like, I need to start picking up more books, like this segment is really helping me. Start with something that you can actually plow through, right? When you read, there should be a rhythm with what you're reading. There should be a cadence so that you can get through it. It's almost like a song where you want to page turn. And that's the whole thing. Everything ties together. I know you all are like, what? It all ties together because everything is energy and everything is frequency. When you read, it should be a page turner where you're like, oh my gosh. Like I've read books that woke me up in the middle of the night, almost like watching a movie. And that's why I prefer books over like audio, because I need to hear it in my own voice. I like to like animate and dramatize and make it into a movie. And now you all talking about a board game. I'm like, wow. Now I need to like figure out in my mind like how to move pieces in books. That's a piece, right?
Yes,
so it's just beautiful.
It's an experience, exactly.
It's an
experience.
Having an experience.
Yeah. So I mean, today and all week we're celebrating Book Lovers Week. So Dr. Kara, it's so great to see you and hear from you today. I've been listening in the studio here. You talked about the greatest salesman of all time, and it's such a timeless book, right? That humanity who's humanity, people are people. So those principles are timeless. What are maybe 2 or 3 other book suggestions that you have for those individuals that are tuning in, that are books that you may have read hundreds of books, but there was a key principle or the way that they wrote it that just stuck with you and you keep thinking back about it? And then I'm going to ask you the same question next, Rita.
This is one, of course, Dr. James Dentley, The 5 Frequencies of High Performance. Absolutely. If you enjoyed hearing him speak, read the book. And the fact that you've already heard him speak, you will hear his voice in this book. So this is a good one. And the body keeps the score. I think that's important to understand how you change one thing, you change everything, and how the body responds to everything. Every emotion, every encounter, every environment that you're in, every conversation that you have. As a scientist, see, a lot of people don't realize, and it's one of those things that it starts to make sense once you tap into it. And you understand that in your body, you can have a conversation with somebody and it could change the very blood in your body. And people don't understand that. And they will wonder why they're excited about a goal, right? They don't implement it right away. They don't take action. And then they have a conversation with someone and then all of a sudden they're sidetracked or they're distracted or it doesn't come to fruition. And then it's a year later and they're still talking about, I have to write that book. Those distractions come by way of other people's doubt. And it can actually enter into you in ways that we hear it. And we hear people say, oh, don't keep company with bad people, keep company with the wise. And people aren't bad. They're just on a different frequency. But just make sure that with all of these books that I have mentioned, they will elevate your understanding of who you are. I think that's the most important thing, who you are in this world and how you show up, and that you do have a space here and you do have the key. I love keys because keys give us access, and we always have access. We always have access. Don't ever forget it. So I always wear my keys, and I know you didn't ask about all of that, Alicia, and I thank you for your time and for that question, but I'll turn it back over to you. But thank you so much. I thank you, Mo, as well as Ava, for having me. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much for being here. You are always sharing keys yourself, gems and keys for individuals to follow. Rita, what are 2 or 3 books that you've read over the years that really, really stuck with you that you would like to share for our global audience here that might be looking for their next favorite read?
Oh, definitely Neville Goddard's book, the one we're studying at the moment, aren't we, 80, with the book club? Oh, my goodness. Power of Awareness. Yeah, I've got it in my library there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that one will really wake you up. That one will make you realize that we are consciousness, and we think too much in the physical realm, and once you stop doing that, everything will change. So everything will change. Like, we are spirit, and yeah, we just don't use those faculties. They lay dormant. And yeah, what can I say? That one there has a high impact. Of course, Think and Grow Rich. The first time I picked that up, I was literally reading it till 4 a.m. And my husband was snoring next to me. I didn't even hear it until I put the book down. I thought, has he been snoring that whole time? That really captured me. That one was the one that I thought, oh my goodness, this is just too good to be just a book. Like, this needs to be in some sort of game format to really embody the principles. But yeah, I'm getting off subject. Those two books.
No, but I mean, it was right on subject, right? We were talking about how books can change your life, or they can.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
the fact that inspired you to write your book, or how can you bring some of those concepts to life? Like, that we hope that when you read a book, it will do something within us, transform us, shift a way that we act, how we engage with the world, communicate with the world, and work on his skills. So, I mean, Rita, that was it right there. What about for you?
Exactly. But you're not reading a book. You're talking to a person. That's how I see it. It's like I'm talking directly to Neville Goddard, even though he's not around anymore. And I don't know what that. Where's that noise coming from? Can you hear that?
We're going to say that the Rita's message right there was very, very important and special. And that's why we were getting pings to pay attention for you, Amy, there.
I don't know if you guys have read Brian Proctor's books. I just read 2 of his books. I think he's on his 3rd one, and they're pretty good. I mean, not good, they're very good. I really have enjoyed them. So Brian Proctor's books, and then I think it's like My Father Knew the Secret. I think that's what the first one is called. It's it's really, really good. I also love it's an older book, and it's by Louise L. Hayes. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise L. Hayes. That is a must read. I think everyone needs to read that book. And of course, I'm always going to be, selling this one right here. This is it's a fun book. It's an exciting book, but there's so many lessons in there as well. And I think it's meant for people to find their greatness and to really push to live the life they deserve to live. And so that's why I love this one as much as I do.
I appreciate you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rita.
Sorry. Once I read 80's book, you don't see your relationship in the same way. Like, it had that impact on me, thinking, oh my gosh, that's such a great angle to look at things. So I love your book, 80. So that's what it did for me.
We love to see the support here. It has been so phenomenal hosting you all as part of our Global Book Lovers show and program today. We'd love to move to closing remarks. So starting with you, Dr. Kara, then we'll go to you, Rita, and then you, Amy. Can you please just share something that might be on your heart, on your mind, that you haven't had the opportunity to share, but you'd really like to land with our audience today?
Just continue. This is Book Lovers Week, so continue to read and allow it to unlock the greatness that's already within you. What you'll find is that it's just confirming what you already know.
That is so good. What about you, Rita?
Just the last word. Is that what you're saying, Alicia? Is that what you asked?
Yes, your last word.
To anyone that's thinking of writing a book, just do it, because you'd be surprised what's laying dormant inside of you. Just do it. I mean, I could have easily just ignored, that when I was creating Adversity's Gift, I could have just kept it to myself. But what a shame to do that. We're meant to share our goodness. So just my advice to anyone that's thinking of writing a book, just do it. Just do it, because you'd be surprised on how it evolves into something incredibly beautiful. So that's my last words.
I just want to say that if you guys want to find us anywhere, you can also look up Higher Self Mastermind. Is that what it is, Rita? Higher Self
Mastermind, yes.
Higher Self Mastermind. And we do a book club there every week. and it's quite fun. And I was going to bring up one more book just because I'm looking at you, Alicia, and I was looking at Alva, and like, you guys look beautiful. Like, there's been such a shift even from when I saw you guys a couple months ago, and it reminded me of Anthony Trucks. He has a book called Identity
Oh,
Shift.
yes, that's
Shift.
really good.
It's just a really amazing book. And like, we keep upgrading, we keep shifting, we keep changing into the better version of ourselves. And I think that we all should do that. And I'm also going to let you guys laugh for a quick second. Okay. Like 3 or 4 years ago, you guys, I was up in Corpus Christi, and my husband was taking a picture of the kids. And when he took a picture, I saw that picture later on, and I looked like Mrs. Doubtfire on that bench. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but it wasn't the look I was looking for. And so, it was like, sometimes you have to take a step back, look at your blind spot and say, okay, what can I do to shift to be a better version of me? And so I want to end with that and let everyone know that it's up to us. Let's look in the mirror and let's be the best we can be, and be just a little better than we were yesterday, and hope to see you guys at Higher Self Mastermind. Is that what it is, Rita? I was forgetting.
So good.
Self
We,
Mastermind.
so good. Well, we appreciate you all for joining us here. Our next guest, we're about to introduce him, but thank you again for joining Global Book Lovers.
Well,
podcast.
Alicia, I want to do this a little differently because it's a perfect transition. I'm talking about Shift, our next expert author. Last time I spoke to him last year, he had 93 books. I think we're about close to 100 books right now. And it's all about zero limits living. Like they're, and creating miracles. So talk about shift and like living a life that's always shifting. I think Dr. Joe Vitale would actually love to have an audience of women around him. Dr. Joe, welcome to
Dr. Joe. It is so great
of women.
Hi,
Yeah,
Dr. Joe. It's
Hello,
so
everybody.
great for you to be here, Dr. Joe. You're a living example of turning inspiration into tangible impact. For those of you that may not know, Dr. Joe is a renowned speaker. He was one of the stars of The Secret. As Ava mentioned, he's sold over 90 books, and he is celebrating the premiere of his latest film, Zero Limits. And so, Dr. Joe, it is such an honor to have you here on Global Books Lovers program today. Welcome.
Of course. Thank you. Are you kidding me? I'm a book freak. Anything having to do with books, I'm there. I'm a book addict. I write them, read them, sell them, give them away, review them. Oh, my God. So, of course, I had to be here for a global recognition of authors and books and all of that. So thank you. I'm flattered and I'm honored and I'm here.
Yes, you are here. And Dr. Joe, you were sitting with us here in the green room as Dr. Kara and AD and Rita were sharing some books that inspired them, but also the action, right? That books can inspire us to take. And so, Dr. Joe, you have written a number of books. You've also read a number of books. You're an avid reader and you're always reading. So would love to hear some of the reflections that maybe came to mind as you were even sitting in the audience as you prepared to come join us today.
Yes, I was listening and I was taking notes. I was very impressed with everybody and what they had to say. And of course, the book recommendations. That's when I always lean forward with my pen, ready to write down, is there something I haven't read yet? And so I loved hearing all of that. I've been making a list of books that have influenced me, and that list is now several pages long. And the only books that go on that list are the books that have actually made a dent in my consciousness, in many ways redirected my life path. And when it comes to me and some book recommendations, I think the number one is Psycho-Cybernetics. Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. Nothing has ever come close to being as clear, as step-by-step understandable, as inspiring, as practical as that book has been for me. I reread it a few years ago and my jaw just dropped. I was in awe. It's like, what am I doing writing anything? The guy already covered all of the bases. So I would say Psycho-Cybernetics is my very first number one book. The second book I would recommend is one most people probably never heard of. It deeply influenced me, and as the law of karma works out, I ended up meeting the author, and I ended up republishing his book when it went out of print. He has since passed on, but the book is incredible. It's called The Book of Est, E-S-T, The Book of Est. The Book of Est was by Luke Reinhardt. And he's gone, and his book is back to being out of print. You can find it if you go on eBay and shop around. And the reason I love the Book of Est is that it took that very famous, controversial, confrontational seminar from the 1970s that Werner Erhard had studied and started. And that was all over the world. I mean, it was in Time Magazine, Newsweek, TV shows were doing it, 60 Minutes did an investigation of it. The Book of Est is a living, mesmerizing tale of the Est experience, written so well that you live it. You live it. When you read that book, you are actually in the Est experience. So the Book of Est for me is one of the greatest examples of riveting writing and personal growth by just turning the pages. So this has always been amazing to me. And another book that most people probably never heard of was a book by Percy Ross, and it was called Ask for the Moon. Ask for the Moon, and the subtitle was Ask for the Moon and Get It. Percy Ross was a billionaire who spent the last few years of his life giving away his money. But he would only give it away to people who wrote to him. He had a newspaper column, and people could write to him through the newspaper, way before the internet, of course. And if they said what they wanted in a way that rung his bell, he wrote them a check. He would write them a check. And the book, Ask for the Moon, is all about the mistakes people make when they ask for what they want. I found it one of the most educational books and inspiring books, because you would read these letters that people would send in, and it was very clear some of them were absolutely self-serving, selfish. And he'd say no. But he'd also tell them why he said no. And some of the people asking for things were asking in a way that was going to benefit maybe them and maybe other people. And they worded it in a way that clearly they were doing it for a noble reason, for a heartfelt reason, and he would write the check. So Ask for the Moon and Get It by Percy Ross was another one. So those are three that come to mind. And of course, I could spend quite a bit of time talking about titles and books. So thank you all for sharing your books. And those were the three that came to mind for me.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Joe, for sharing about some of the books that have inspired you. And I love what you said earlier, that have helped elevate or raise your consciousness. Yeah. Dr. Joe, you had a very, very special book that came out last year, Zero Limits Living.
Yes.
You also had a movie that came out just back in June, and it was the Zero Limits movie. Can you talk about the principle and the concept of zero limits living? And I know there's so much that you share in the book, but if no one else got anything else, what are maybe three key principles that you would like people to think about as they think about what it means to live with zero limits?
I think the shorthand version of it is to question everything. Meaning, whenever you hear yourself say, I can't do that, or it's not possible to do that, or because of any sort of excuse, you're not going to do something, you're probably hitting your own self-imposed limitation. My whole work in recent years has been to explore, do we have any limits or not? And all the way from Napoleon Hill to some of the other prosperity teachers have all said, no, the only limits we have are our mental limits, our mental constructs, what we believe about what's possible. And so I've written several books, Zero Limits 20 some years ago, and Zero Limits Living, the one you just referred to, which is the most recent book. And I've put this into a movie. The movie is called Zero Limits. It's not even released to the world yet. It will be on September 25th. But we've done some premieres. They were sold out. Los Angeles Tribune covered the first one that was in the Sacramento area. And the movie's been nominated for 30 awards. It's won 15 awards. The audiences are wowed when they watch it. In fact, I didn't plan on this, but people say that the movie's at a frequency of miracles. It's at a frequency of miracles. So when you watch it, it's actually collapsing limits almost subconsciously and without you doing much of anything except observing. And the whole point of this is, what are our limits? And whatever those limits are, can we question them? And when we question them, do they weaken or in fact actually go away? I was on a radio show where they asked me, what is the impossible and what is the incurable? It didn't even make sense to them. They couldn't relate to those concepts. And I said, that's the very point. I want you to watch Zero Limits or to read any of my books of recent years and question, is there anything impossible? What you're calling impossible might be doable with the right mindset. What we're calling incurable might be cured with the right mindset. And so it's an exploration of possibility. And that's what I'm urging everybody to do. So when they hear their self-talk or they hear their voice and they're saying what they want to do and what they can't do, I want them to be aware enough and alert enough to hear, could that be a self-imposed limitation? What if it was possible? What would you do? What would you try? This opens up a whole new world. I'm in my 70s now, and I've done quite a bit in some decades. But when I turned 71, I enrolled in mixed martial arts. I'm twice as old as my instructor, 3 times as old as the average person that's coming to class. I'm the grandfather in the group. But my excuses were non-existent. They were wimpy. They were questions like, can I do this? Yeah, I can try. And then I started doing it. I've already been going 7 months. I've got my orange belt, and I have publicly declared I'm going to get a black belt by age 74, if not sooner. Why? Because I'm questioning limits. And that's the practical tip that I would give to people. Question your own thinking, question your own statements, question your own life, and see what else is possible.
Question everything and see what is possible. Love that. Dr. Joe, I have your book right here, and there's inside of the book, I wrote down an exercise that you shared on one of your social media pages, but it was about questioning what you think is possible. And it was an exercise through letters to help people expand their mindsets. Could you talk a little bit more about what that exercise is as something practical that people could do today to really—
Can you remind me?
Yes, and the exercise
Remember,
was
I've written 90 books.
a letter to your future self, right? Thinking about where you want to be in the future and writing a letter to your future self to then bring that energy into your world and into your orbit. Can you talk about that a little bit as we talk about breaking free from limits here?
Yeah, that's a wonderful opportunity. I heard one of the kind people there mention Neville earlier and saying they were studying Neville. I've been a fan of Neville for decades. And in fact, I published his very first book that was lost around 2005, before The Secret and before, a lot of the self-help movement just kind of exploded. But I love Neville so much that I published his very first book back in 2005. I have a big collection of his books, most of which he signed. And the Neville letter writing exercise, the way I describe it, is to write a letter to yourself, to your future self, describing from future self's perspective everything you wanted to have true, but it came true. So if you're sitting here going, well, I want to live in this mansion and I want to drive this particular car and I want to be in my soulmate relationship and I want to weigh a certain bit to be healthy in some particular way. Most of us, when we think about it, we just think here and say, this is what I want. Nothing wrong with that. The power of intention will start to pull you in that direction. And most of us will sit here and visualize what we want. Nothing wrong with that. That'll move you in the right direction. Visualization and imagery also works. But Nevilleizing your future self experience means you go to the future mentally and you write your letter in completion. You've already achieved and attracted all the things that your present self is longing for. Your future self is already living it. So you write this letter to your future self as if everything has already been completed at that point in time. So I don't know, I'll make up something. It's 3 years from now. And so you are writing your future self saying, I have accomplished this. This is what it feels like to live in my home. This is what it feels like to drive in my car. This is what it feels like to go out on dates or dinners with my romantic partner or my I was going to say cellmate, but I meant soulmate. Freudian slip, I guess. But and so all of that is to have fun creating an experience of novelizing your life.
What a beautiful way to envision the future. I want to transition and thank both Adi and Rita for being a part of this Dr. Joe's fan club. Just fascinated to hear the books that you love and that has moved you. And Dr. Baroness, Dr. Kara James Dentley. I added Dr. James' name because Dr. James was commenting and saying, "My wife is awesome." I'm like, of course, the first book that she recommends is yours. So I wanted to thank all of you, and I am so delighted for your segment. And so thank you. Thank you
so
for
much.
staying longer. And we're going to be transitioning, Dr. Joe, talk about bringing the future, right? Talk about bringing the future. Our next guest is going to be joining you is the magical woman who ran the Junior Magicians program in Magic Castle Hollywood for 50 years. And she is the what's the term for it? She's the enchantress that has really was able to open up doors for many of the magicians that we know today, bringing in on stage Miss Diana Zimmerman. And maybe you can put your camera down a little bit.
There you go. Is that better?
Joe, as we introduce Diana, I know that you've done magic at one point, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, I was telling Dr. Joe that at one point he also did some magic, or maybe he's still doing magic.
I am still doing magic. I am a lifetime member of the Society of American Magicians, and I have been doing magic since I was probably 7 years old. And in fact, what most people don't know is my very first public writings were magic tricks I created and wrote about in the 1960s when I was barely a teenager, and they were published in very small Top Hat magazine and a few others that were circulating. Of course, there's no internet or anything way back then. This is all printed and stapled kind of stuff. So I love magic, and I still love magic today.
And may I say, Diana Zimmerman is actually a New York Times bestselling author of a trilogy, and she's a powerhouse when it comes to storytelling. So this is going to be an amazing conversation. This is all about the power of storytelling. So both Alicia and I are going to step away. And Dr. Joe, can I invite you to be the interviewer of Miss Diana Zimmerman when it comes to magic and storytelling?
Of course.
Okay, we'll step down and we'll make this magical.
All right, just give me a heads up when you need to close or move to the next person. It's an honor to meet you. Thank you very much for making time. Wow, you were involved in the Magic Castle for how long?
Well, I first got there when I was 18. That was about 55 years ago, 56 years ago. And they wouldn't let me, theoretically you have to be 21 to join the Magic Castle. It's a private club in Hollywood, but because I had won so many awards as a young magician, they let me in. And it was kind of the Wild West back then. We didn't have too many rules or anything. And I was actually the first person to be married there. And I spent 4 years trying to get the junior program started. And my very first show that I did there, I was 19. And Cary Grant, the actor, was sitting in the front row. And,
nice.
And we became friends. And he was a big fan of the idea of a lady magician. There weren't too many back then. So, anyway, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, that's fascinating. My first question is, what kind of magic were you doing before the Magic Castle? They recognized you. They were going to let you come in. There were no real hard and fast rules, but you were doing some sort of magic. Did you specialize in a particular style?
I did a lot of different things. I did a silent act, which was, using records and things like that. And I did a pickpocket act, and I did, I think I'm the only lady pickpocket around, but later you're going to meet Connie Boyd, who's an extraordinary woman who's written a lot of biographies. But I do want to say Joe, that you are well known in the magic fraternity as well. So,
Oh, thank you.
yeah. So, for those of you that don't know that secret side of Joe, yeah. So I started when I was 8 years old, and so I battled with the board of directors at the Magic Castle for about 4 years to get a junior program started, a youth program, because at that time, other than a few rare exceptions like myself, there was no way for kids to be involved in the Magic Castle. Here we have the greatest magicians in the world, and
Right.
yet kids can't be involved. And so I battled with the board. It was no, 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 no. One day I was sitting at the bar with Cary Grant, and Diana, it's a shame there's no way for kids to be involved in the Magic Castle. And I said, Cary, I've been trying to get a program going. This was in 1975. He took me into the board meeting, and I stated my claim again, much to the glares of many of the older members. And then got out of there. 5 minutes later, Cary came rushing out. They're going to let us do it. They're going to let us do it. So we started the program. We had 100 kids audition. We took 50 kids in. We've had about 2,000 kids go through the program. And it's been except we just celebrated our 50th anniversary. I started when I was 5. But it's been an incredibly successful.
Well, you had some leverage on your side. Who's going to say no to Cary Grant?
Yeah, a lot harder to say no to Cary Grant than Diana.
Right. He said, leave the room. I'll handle this. Do you know Kent Cummins from Austin, Texas?
Of course, yeah.
Kent's been a longtime friend for 20-some years.
Fantastic.
That's where I lived in Austin for 20-some years, and I went to the SAM 208 meetings.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. I was just inducted into the SAM Hall of Fame.
Oh, congratulations.
Just this year, I was inducted into the Los Angeles Tribune Magicians Hall of Fame and the SAM Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm curious, do you still practice magic? In other words,
I work with the juniors, and I do a lot of developmental work with the juniors. I know that, you're all about achieving your dreams.
Yes.
One of my favorite little sayings is whatever your dream, make it your foundation, not your ceiling. And one of the things that we try to teach the kids is magic is your foundation. It's not your ceiling. We just had our 50th anniversary reunion, and a young man came up to me, Robbie Millman, who was our very, very first junior to win what is the magic's equivalent of the Olympics, FISM. It's our FISM award, Federation International Society of Magicians. And Robbie came up to me, and we had, I don't know how many kids that were, in their 60s now, because it's the 50th anniversary of the program. And I said, Robbie, how are you? Oh my goodness, what are you doing these days? And he said, well, because of you in the junior program, Diana, he said, I've been able to fulfill my dream. And I said, what's that? He said, I'm a bionuclear physicist.
Wow.
And he said, the lessons that I learned that magic teaches, and this is the most important thing to remember, magic teaches a different way of thinking. It thinks, I can. No, I can do the impossible. I am possible. That's what impossible is. I am possible. And he said, because of you and because of the program and believing in me and believing in myself, I let my dream came true. And so he's now working on several really far out cures on cancer. Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah.
And the reason that I've been in magic is that it gave me a sense of the miraculous. It gave me a sense, before I understood the phrase zero limits, which is, the movie and books and everything today. But as a kid in the 60s, it gave me a sense of zero limits, because as a magician, it seemed like you can do anything.
You can do anything.
And that was the beginning. And the other thing I love about your program and how this man went through it as a kid and then came out the other side as a physicist is when I was a kid and I was thinking, do I want to be a professional lifetime magician? John Mulholland was alive then. And John Mulholland, the editor, the famous magician, he wrote a lot of different books. I wrote to him in 1970. I'm a kid. I wrote to him in 1970 and asked his advice. I still have his 2-page letter where
That's
he was
quite a collectible, you could sell that.
It's not going anywhere. It was featured in Magic Magazine many, many years ago when Magic Magazine was still around. And he had said, much like you had said, magic is going to teach you to think differently. You will learn about math. You will learn about physics. You will learn about speaking. You'll learn. And he listed all of these things you would learn by becoming a magician. Right. He did not tell me to become a magician. he was wise enough just to kind of lay it out for me. It's like, Joe, you still got to decide on your own.
Well, I think the thing about magic that is the most important, and certainly the junior program, we have kids that are like two-time Oscar winners. We have kids in every category. I could just rattle off dozens of names, which you've probably heard of, and most of our audience, may not or may have heard of people that have gone through the program. But it really does. It teaches you. You see these kids come in the program, Joe, and this is what you're all about, which is why I'm such a big fan of yours, by the way. And I was really excited when I heard you were going to be doing this.
Oh, thank you.
And you see them come in the program. We have one girl, Isha, that came in the program. She's Filipino and so shy. She wouldn't even go up on stage. She would do her little tricks, but she wouldn't be an assistant. She wouldn't go up on stage. Just incredibly shy. 2 years later, she's now working the Magic Castle on Sunday brunches.
Wow.
Her confidence level. She just took 3rd place at the Tannen's Magic Camp, which is a big camp for kids. And I mean, the difference when they come in, and kid after kid after kid, regardless of what they've gone into, their profession, doctors or whatever, say this was the biggest confidence builder. Because when you can do something and you can bring joy and wonder to people, that's what life should be about. That's what you do. You bring joy and you bring confidence and wonder to people. And that's what I've specialized with the program. That's why I drive home every day. Magic is your foundation, not your ceiling. And this is what I did with Jason Latimer, who was our FISM champion.
I love that statement. Magic is the foundation. That's where it begins. I'm curious and I don't know how much time we have, so I might be rambling here a little bit, but I'm also personally curious. When kids come in, what's the youngest they are when they show up?
We take them at 13. And then they are automatically made members of the castle when they turn 21, because you have to be 21 to join them.
All right, so they start at 13. What is the first magic trick they learn that is going to help build confidence?
Actually, the real magic that they learn, they have to be pretty good. They have to audition to get in. It's not a school for magic. We don't teach magic. It's not a school for magic. What it is it's a place that kids that have already learned the basic skills can then audition, and assuming that they're serious about it, then we let them in. But the real magic that happens is in the transition from being, doing tricks like this to doing tricks like this, to going on and believing that they can become a nuclear physicist, that they can become an Oscar-winning screenwriter. It's the same thing that happened to me. I was incredibly shy as a child. I got beat up and bullied. In fact, that's why I wrote, my books, and because of that. And magic gave me the confidence. I was very poor. I mean, I didn't know we were homeless. I thought we were camping out when I was a kid, I didn't realize we were homeless. We used to go pick cotton so we could eat, until they didn't have welfare or anything back then. But sell grapefruit 2 for a nickel to buy my magic tricks. But what magic gave me is a dream. It gave me the confidence to believe I could get out of my 8th grade teacher, the teacher at the school, said, Diana, you'll never become. I said, I want to become the world's foremost lady magician. And he said, you'll never do that. You'll be lucky if you even get out of this neighborhood. I mean, first of all, what a horrible thing to say to a child.
Right.
But that only 2 kids in my entire neighborhood graduated from high school. That's how bad it was. And so magic gave me this ability to be somebody special. When I won my first award at 13, that's it. I knew I was going to, I saved my money. And when I was 18, I came to LA with $45 to my name and ate a lot of potatoes, and, but that's what it does. That's what it can do. It's the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest art there is, because it's something that you can do one-on-one. You don't need an audience, really.
Well, let me ask you this question. When you say that the people come in and they're kids and they already have some talent, they can do some sort of magic, but they're doing it kind of closed and insecure, and by the time they leave, they're wide open. Well, a lot of the people watching probably want to be that way on stage. So in other words, they want to be a speaker, especially if they've written they're an author, they've written a book, they have to tell the world. So now they're going to get on stage. But what if they are insecure? I mean, I couldn't talk to people growing up. I
didn't speak to people in high school or anything. I was so shy, insecure, all of that kind of stuff. What would you be advising authors today who have to get on stage and they need to be able to go this way rather than
Well, I think the whole thing goes back to, and this is something you know very well, it goes back to you need to have that experience. You need to do it. I mean, you know, you're always going to be nervous going out on stage, but you need to do it. But I think the most important thing is when you are confident in your story, and not just telling a story that benefits the audience. This is one of the things that I try to get the kids to do with magic. Don't just do a trick that fools people. Don't just tell a story. Tell a story that really makes a benefit to the audience. Like when I wanted to be an author. And so in my in my 50s, actually, I decided I was going to write some books. And so I sent all my you know, query letters out to all the major publishers, and reject after reject. Now, I had already built a very, very successful company, but I got reject after reject after reject. And I've always been a good speaker, but I said, okay, I'm not going to let them control my destiny. By allowing an audience to fear an audience when you're standing on stage, you're letting someone else control your destiny. And so you just need to get out there and do it and start speaking and talk to anybody that'll let you. So I got all my rejection notices and I said, screw that, I'm just going to publish it myself. So I did. I sold 25,000 copies just almost immediately.
Nice.
It caught Scholastic's attention, and they said, Diana, we'd like to talk to you for doing book fairs and book clubs. I said, okay. They said, but your book needs story editing. What's that? I didn't know what a story editor was. I just sold 25,000 copies, and from my car, basically going to ferry conferences and.
Oh, that's
you know,
inspiring by itself. What was that book? What was the book
well,
that you
that
created?
is The Secret of the Mist. It's the first book in the series, and it's sold about
Oh,
100,000 copies now. And
congratulations. That's
there's
beautiful.
3 in the series. There's 3 in the series. But
Yeah.
basically, I just would go, you know, to all the Ren festivals and all the festivals and pitch my
Yeah.
book, you know, and
That's
talk
what
to
it
people
takes.
about my book. And then I started speaking at schools. So just real quick at the end here, just real quick, Ava's heard this story. So they said, so the story editor contacts me. Her name is Ellen Stiver. She's the top fantasy story editor in the world. And she contacts me and she says, I love your book. That she said, I really have to tell you, you're the worst writer I've ever read.
Oh, no. Really?
Okay. She said, but you're the best storyteller I've ever read. So
Oh,
I'm going to
there
take
it
your
is.
book on,
There
and I'm
it
going to
is.
teach you. I can teach you to be a writer.
Yeah.
You can learn that. That's a craft. But I can't teach you storytelling. That's the magic, you know. So she did. She spent 3 months with me. This is a lady that story edited Twilight, that story edited,
Wow.
you know, all the big fantasy books, and Hunger
Wow.
Games, all those books. And she taught me to be a good writer. So now I'm a good writer and a good storyteller.
You
But
are a
my point
fantastic
is,
you are a
my point is,
fantastic storyteller. You just told a story about becoming a storyteller, which you are already naturally doing. I want to end because I think they're going to pull me off stage here. I
yeah,
want to
yeah.
end by telling you a Magic Castle story. I haven't been there in 20 some years, even
Well,
though
you
now
must
I live in
come.
Northern California and I can get there pretty quickly.
You must come. I'll take you personally up.
Well, when I was there, I went into the library and they let me go in the back where they had some signed books. And there was a signed copy of one of Houdini's books. And I held it as if I was holding,
Oh,
you know, the writings of Buddha or Jesus or somebody.
yeah,
This was
yeah.
the Holy Grail. Houdini, my hero, had signed this book. And the guy who was showing the book noticed that I was nearly in tears. I mean, he was nodding. He was feeling my moment. And of course, they gave the book back to him and he put it back on the shelf. Today, I own a copy of one of Houdini's books, signed 3 times by the man himself, and it's in a shadow box display case right over there, so I see it all the time. And if I knew I was going to tell the story, I would have pulled it down and walked it over.
Oh, that
and
would have
showed it.
been incredible.
But
Yeah.
at some point, you and I will get together, and I will show it to you.
Oh, I'd
I'm
love to.
amazed. I'm
You know,
honored. I'm flattered. I'm inspired. Thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for making time.
well,
And ladies,
no.
thank you for letting me interview her.
No,
you
I
so
just
much.
think you're incredible, Joe, and I've always been a big fan of yours. So, silent fan, but big fan. And so
Thank
when you
you.
come out, we'll go to the castle. That'll be
All
nice.
right. If Cary Grant went there, then I want to go there.
Well, one of the things that we
Dr.
always love to do is like connecting people together and creating magic. And as you go, Dr. Joe, let me just bring someone who you have inspired with her life. She just came out with her book yesterday. After laboring many years, Daniela Truffin, Made for More is her book, Dr. Joe.
Oh,
And
yes.
it's
Hi.
about going past the impossibility. And I just want to give a moment for Daniela to just want to give her gratitudes for how you have inspired her in writing her book.
Dr. Joe, I did not dream of this day for a long time. You changed so much in my life. I want to acknowledge you.
Oh.
Your Ho'oponopono prayer that I found out about 10 years ago. I use it almost daily.
Wow.
I share it with a lot of people. Changed so much in my life. Things shifted when I say that prayer over and over. I am gonna teach all my clients when I get my program on. And I just want to tell you that you are an inspiration. And I always call you my mentor, even though we never met till today. But you changed a lot in my life, and I want to thank you for that. And Zero Limits was incredible book. I can't wait for the movie.
Thank you. What do I say after that?
Oh, hold on. Did I just make Dr. Joe Vitale cry?
Well,
Yeah,
Dr. Joe, let me tell you.
Thanks.
Let me tell you how powerful this is. Her book, Made for More, literally came from when she was scrubbing, getting paid, $25 an hour, or $25 per cleaning, and believing that she's made for more. And that is through the inspiration of following Dr. Joe.
Joe is amazing, and anybody would be absolutely well to pick up all of his books and read them. And he truly will change your life. What Daniela said is not just true of some people. He's one of my heroes. And now that I know more about his still being involved in magic, I can't wait.
Everywhere I see you, Dr. Joe, I'm there. I hear Dr. Joe is on this stage. I buy that program. I'm on there. I go. I find you.
You're the reason I do it. You're the reason I do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get out of here because you're wearing me down.
You made my
Thank
day.
you so much, Dr. Joe, for joining us today.
Thank you for the
soon. Ooh.
Well, before
Bye,
we let
Dr.
go of Dr. Joe, I wanted to point something out. Dr. Joe, I'm going to bring you back because there's just something beautiful about your name. I wanted to point out that Dr. Joe's name says, I'm going to make it big, okay? It's author of too many books to list here. How many books are we at, Dr. Joe? How many books are we at?
I don't know. I don't count them. I just write them.
Okay. Well, Dr. Joe, thank you so much. I want to thank you. And I also want to, before I let you go, I want to let you know, because you love magic, the next two ladies that are coming are also magical ladies. We've got Connie Boyd and we've got Margaret Steele. So you're surrounded by magic now.
I can't wait.
And
Look at that.
Daniela, I'm going to thank you and bring you down. But I want to say that Dr. Joe, we lost Dr. Joe again. I still am thanking Dr. Joe. Did we lose him? Because he's got to go. He's here. Okay, I'm going to bring him back. Dr. Joe, this is live. This is live. And what we're saying is, Margaret Steele is someone who's like bringing the magic and the legacy of magic, writing back about like women, for example, in magic that people would have never known because it's been a century ago. And Connie is writing a book, and it's actually finished, but it's in the process of 17 women in magic who people would never find out about, except that now she's written about them, and it's in a book now. So you're now surrounded by women in magic, and I'm just gonna step down. I know you're leaving, but I just wanted to make this magical moment complete.
It's ongoing. It's not complete. It's not ended. It's ongoing.
Thank
I love you
so
all.
much. Thank you, Dr. Joe.
Thank you, Dr. Joe.
What a powerful segment. And Margaret, and Connie, we appreciate you for joining. And Diana, you were sharing something earlier, and you were talking about the Magic Castle and the junior program that you created at the Magic Castle. And just wanted to share that there is a gentleman, his name is Kavi Fakir, and he joined the Magic Castle program when he was just 15 years old.
Right. Yeah.
And he now has a new magic residency at Hotel Perla, one of Marriott's autograph collection properties in Los Angeles. And that confidence that you were talking about, it really inspired him and his craft. And he's had the opportunity to share magic with NBA players like LeBron James, with actors like Jamie Foxx, to mesmerize them. And a lot of his joy and confidence, in addition to all of the work that he did, was because of that confidence that he gained at the Magic Castle Junior program. And so it is just beautiful to see the ripple effect that the work that you've done has had on individuals, particularly young individuals' ability to see beyond, to see what is possible, and to expand their mindsets. And Connie, I know that you're a big advocate of magic, and Margaret, you are too. But that moment, I had the opportunity, happenstance, to just bump into Kavi. And when we were talking about the Magic Castle, and to see his face just light up with joy.
Well, you
Because
know,
of
I
the
think
experience.
this is the magic of these kinds of things, and sports does this, and music does this, but there's something very special about magic, and it's a collective society. And first of all, Hikabi is an absolutely brilliant performer.
Whoops, we lost Diana.
We lost Diana. Okay, she's
it's
back.
just
I'm
getting
so
that
sorry.
confidence, getting that confidence. Wait, we're back. Hold it. We're
Yeah,
losing
you're
people.
back.
Getting that kind of confidence to come out and be who you really are, because all of us, every single one of us, there's not a kid that's gone through this program that hasn't had the ability to conquer the world and do incredible and amazing things. And I think that one of the greatest things about the program right now is the fact that when we started the program, we had 100 kids audition, and they were all boys. They were all boys. And there weren't, because there were like 3 women magicians in the world. This is where Connie and Margaret are so incredibly important in what they do. But what happened was that as magic got out there, as I performed more, as women, Dorothy Dietrich, another wonderful contemporary of mine, as we performed more and more women started having role models, because that's a lot of the reason why there weren't more women. Connie became a major star. Margaret has done just extraordinary things to bring back some of the greatest woman magician that ever lived, probably, and bring her back to life. So all of this is so positive, and yet magic still is what, Connie, a 96% male dominated, is probably the highest male dominated of any profession that I know of. I mean, there's lawyers, there's this, but with people like Connie and Margaret, and hopefully myself with the program, we're able to allow women to go into a profession that is so built for women to do. It's so, because it requires every skill. Magic requires intelligence, it requires passion, it requires determination, but it also teaches all these things better than anything I've ever learned in my life or seen in my life. So thank you, Alicia, for saying that. And thank you for recognizing Kathy. So he's just a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Yeah.
Yes, he is. And thank you for all that you do. And I'm actually going to step back here, and I would love for Connie and Margaret and you and Diana to have a conversation about the mindset expansion and the possibilities that magic.
Well, I am so honored to be on the same screen as you and as 2 of my personal women heroes. So,
So Diana, my request is, just as Dr. Joe interviewed you, would you do the honors of interviewing our 2 women who are authors and legacy scribers of the magic community as much as you also do?
I would be so honored to do that. I have to start by saying that probably there is no more important historian than Connie Boyd in the 20th century. I mean, for just women, for magic, for everything, because what she has done, and Margaret the same thing, is what Connie has done is Connie has brought back not just women's stories, but if you could read, and when her book comes out, you'll read it and we'll talk some more about that. But the struggles that women go through, the struggles that I went through, the laughter that we got, the putting down by a male dominated community, it was a struggle for all of us. It was a major struggle. I mean, I used to come home some nights crying from the Magic Castle because I was just made fun of and laughed at, and the jealousy. It was mainly jealousy. And it's not just true of women magicians. Any group of people can do that. But what Connie and Margaret have done has been, I just want the audience to understand that the books that they've written and the articles that they've written are so incredibly important to inspire, not if you want to be a magician, but just to inspire about being successful, a writer, a script writer, doesn't matter, a doctor, a nuclear physicist. So Connie, Margaret, Connie, tell us a little bit about the book that you're working on. Oh my goodness.
Well, for many of the readers or the people listening today, you probably don't know much about me unless you're in the magic industry. And I've been in magic for over 35 years, and I dancer and a little bit of fate. I had injuries, and I evolved.
Wait, I'm going to stop you there. Okay. She didn't just have injuries. She destroyed 2 careers. Because, come on, you have to tell us a little bit more about what you did to change careers. Don't stop there. Go
yes. Okay. So as a class ballerina, I developed tendonitis. So I did an audition and I ran away and joined the circus, as you would. And then I was at the Houston Astrodome and a piece of rigging broke. I was hanging by my jaw, flying to the trapeze, and a piece of rigging broke at the back of the swing, and I plummeted to my feet and shattered both feet. And so I always joke that's when I decided to become a magician, but I actually decided to become a magician in Las Vegas, where I had the honor of watching a wonderful artist. He was a magician and a puppeteer, and his name was Barclay Shaw. And I was mesmerized by his magic, and he inspired me to this world of wonder. But I
think we've frozen there. I think Connie is frozen. Hopefully we can, her internet, I know she's in Canada, so she was telling me she has a little bit tough on that. Well, Margaret, when we get Connie back, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background, because you have been equally as amazing to bring.
Do we have Connie?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
we have Connie back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So sorry. It is live. So long story short, I discovered magic, and I found a calling that I truly love, and I had the ability to provide wonder and provide opportunities to other magicians. And I became a director, a producer, a creator of magic shows. And then the pandemic hit, and I decided that I would become a documentarian, and I would document women in magic. And that led to writing, which led to writing this book. So I think for the people listening, I probably the thing that I think would be most inspirational to you is that when life throws you a challenge or an obstacle, and this is an occurring theme through all of the magicians that we are exposed to in the book and in the stories I tell, they have found some positive within this horrible negative, and somehow they survived. And if you refer to Margaret and her book with Adelaide Herman, this is a woman in the 1800s, and she was able to succeed as a lead performer at a time when women in society were pretty well controlled. And yet she was a leading figure. And so I think that all of these stories inspire not just magicians, but it's just overcoming obstacles. It's just a wonderful power that you hold into your hands. And that leads to me to the title of my book, The Power of Magical Women.
And Margaret, tell us a little bit more about why you got interested in writing about Adelaide. And first of all, tell us a little about your background so people can understand how amazing you are. And Connie, that was incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I actually started in magic much later than most people do. I was in my 30s already, and I was already a professional classical musician. and I discovered magic as part of music education, because most music education shows with symphony orchestras were very boring. But if you added a little magic, all of a sudden the kids were paying attention. So that was really my start. But I was looking for a role model, and there were very, very few role models that I could find. And the ones that I could find didn't suit what I was looking for. There was this wonderful magician from the mid 20th century named Dell Odell, who was incredibly successful. She was a comedy magician, which wasn't really my thing. But she's been a great role model for female comedy magicians. And then there were, sultry lead showgirl types. I mean, I want to say it a little bit better than that, but women that were, if you got it, use it, and women that were exploiting their sexuality on stage and their beauty and their looks and
like Connie and I.
Exactly. It's true. But that wasn't me either, especially starting in my 30s. So I was looking for something more elegant and mature and musical, and I really couldn't find anybody. And then it's way too long a story to tell here.
No, go on. This is
I created an act that was a musical magical act, silent magic to music. I just used the skills I had, which is music is what inspires me. And I did have some success with this act. I performed it at magic conventions, and I did perform it at the Magic Castle in the late 90s. And then there was this incredible fateful meeting in August 2000, exactly 25 years ago. I performed for a show in Oakland, California, the Oakland Magic Circle, which is a very, very old and distinguished magic organization, was having its 75th anniversary. And I performed, and afterwards a gentleman came up to me with tears in his eyes, and he said, "I feel as though Adelaide Herman came back to perform tonight just for me." That man was James Hamilton, the late James Hamilton, and he was the leading authority on the Herman dynasty of magicians, which had been pretty much forgotten. But Alexander Herman, who was the husband of Adelaide Herman, is considered by many the world's greatest magician. He was prior to Houdini, and Houdini has kind of blocked out all the light, so we don't see the people that came before him. Houdini actually asked Herman for a job at one point. That's how much Houdini admired him. But I did not realize that I had pretty much recreated Adelaide Herman's act.
Wow.
And there have been all these strange coincidences ever since then. James Hamilton opened up his research to me. I was the first person to whom he opened up his Adelaide Herman research. But since he was in San Francisco and I was in New York, I had access to the East Coast resources that he really didn't. The New York Public Library, Harvard, Library of Congress. And I started discovering things about her. She'd been totally forgotten, yet she was a huge star in her own day. She was as big a star as Houdini in her own day.
She was bigger than her husband, I believe, right?
What happened was that he suddenly died in the middle of a tour, and she stepped into the lead role and took over the show, which was absolutely unheard of. And that was how she got her start as a magician.
And give us, what year was this? This was
He died in 1896.
So think about this, audience.
Yes.
The 1800s.
Yes.
Here's a woman who's in the shadow of one of the greatest magicians that ever lived, one of the greatest performers, one of the greatest, whatever you want to do it. You can take the word magic out if you want. She all of a sudden stepped up. She started running the business. She started doing this. And think about what that was like back then.
Right.
When women didn't even have the right to vote.
Right.
You know, I'm
no.
sorry. Yeah.
And she had a lot of trouble with the male assistants who did not want to,
been there.
Want her telling them what to do.
Been there.
Yeah. So she performed for another 30 years. She became a star of vaudeville after that. She was the only woman magician in vaudeville. And she called herself the only woman magician in the world, but she wasn't. Like Connie and I will talk about later, there were actually quite a few more, but the issue isn't their existence. The issue is that they had a lot of trouble getting written about and getting exposure, which means that once they are out of the scene, and also there's a lot of ageism in magic as well, of course, in the performing in any entertainment field. But what happens is that women that are performing get aged out of the business before the younger women can see them. And that used to happen, and hopefully that's not happening as much anymore. But as soon as I started studying Adelaide Herman, I started finding references to a memoir that she wrote that had never appeared. So, and the magic history community had decided that she never ever wrote it, but I knew she wrote it because she'd read parts of it to people. And she was that kind of person. When she said she was going to do something, she did it. So I searched for this for 10 years. And then finally in 2010, her memoir did finally surface, and I published it. And this is the first edition looked like this. But I'm about to publish.
Yeah, hold it up a little bit higher so we can see it. There you go.
I'm about to publish. Well, this is out of print now. I'm about to publish a new edition of it with 13 years more new research and new knowledge, and actually more insight into her. So that's going to be coming out early next year. But that's just a little bit about her. She was known as the Queen of Magic. She did a lot more than just, she and her husband invented the Grand Illusion show. So she doesn't get any credit for that. And well, we're going to give her credit for that. But
even if you're not interested in magic, let me reiterate again. These stories are so much bigger than that, because they're also, let me also say, they're also bigger than just women. They're true for men and women, because for all of us that want to succeed as an author, like I did, or now I'm working on screenwriting, I'm working on several projects. I just had one option, and it's about building that confidence in yourself. And by reading these stories and understanding these stories, whether you're a man or a woman, you realize the odds that these people had, the odds that I had, the odds that Connie had, the odds that you had, Margaret, and any of the women in magic, Dorothy Dietrich, any of the women in magic that go back, for all these years. I mean, there was an incredible touring black magician, lady magician, who took over for her father's show, who risked hanging to bring education to school kids.
Ellen Armstrong.
Yeah, Ellie yeah, that's right. I always forget her name. Yeah, Armstrong. And an amazing lady. These stories, thank God for Connie and Margaret, because these stories would have been completely washed away. I mean, you've got, just incredible. But Connie, go ahead and talk a little bit more about the book, because I want people to know what this book is and not to miss their opportunity to read it. And also Margaret's new book when it comes out. I can't wait to get a copy of it.
So the book that I'm releasing this year is called The Power of Magical Women. And it showcases 70 women in magic, contemporary female magicians. And then that leads to a second book that I'm going to publish with Margaret's publishing company, which is Floating Lady Publishing. And that's going to be the historic women in magic. So as a part of my project, and I innocently started this, I had no idea where I was going. And I think that lends to you, Diana. You really don't know where your magic road is going to take you. You just find the opportunities. And if you have passion and interest, then and you're willing to work with other people, find a good core team so that you will be able to work with others that you trust, that will help you to grow, particularly in areas that maybe perhaps you're not proficient yet. And so I think those things are really, really vital.
I think that's important across the board, whether you're writing a book on whether you're writing a fantasy adventure book, or whether you're writing a marketing book or biography. That is those words are so important. You don't know where you're going. Writing is your foundation. It's not your ceiling. By working, what you just said, Connie, is so, I just want to hammer that home. Find people that know. Ellen Steiber turned me into a great writer. And I don't say that out of ego. I say that because I had one of the best teachers in the world. If I would have become angry and said, well, what do you know? Whatever, and gotten defensive about it. But instead, like you did, like Margaret, listen to what people have to say. You don't necessarily have to take your advice. In fact, Ellen started out by saying that to me. Dinah, you don't have to take my advice. I'm just going to tell you what I've learned over 20 years of story editing. There are so many people that will help you become a great author or help you sell your books. Like I sold 25,000 copies by literally going to schools and speaking, 100,000 copies going to schools and speaking at schools because, as Willie Sutton says, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. I went to schools because that's where the kids are that buy my books, and I never charged the kids to speak. And so when you have whatever that is, so listen to what Connie and Margaret are saying because it's true. I don't care what you're writing about, dogs, whether you're writing about, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think if you have passion for it, and I must say that Margaret is part of my team. Diana, you're part of my team, and Margaret suggested a fabulous editor, and that editor changed the book. And
Yes.
finding a good editor that's willing to work with you and understand your story, and that was a game changer for me. So I think people involved in the literary field, finding, like I say, you can't have a strong team is your foundation and your passion. You have to be able to, work through all of the obstacles because it's hard work, hard graft. All of the people that have written books here, it's not easy to get
And
it.
selling it is even harder. Selling a book is even harder. So when you write a book, your work is just beginning when the book is published. That's the easy part, really. I had to figure out how am I gonna sell my books? Where is my audience? How am I gonna do this? And something that we talked with Joe about earlier is you're going to need to speak. You're going to need to speak to people. Go to every single Elks Club, Moose Club, public library, anywhere that there's people assembled, and go there and learn to talk. Tell them you'll speak for free. Come and offer your services to talk about your book and get it out there, and go to book fairs, and that's the way that you get, for the authors in the audience, that's the way that you get your book sold. And post on social media, which wasn't around when I first wrote my books, but now, of course, it's so important. Margaret, let's get back to you a little bit, so you can talk a little bit about the distribution of your books and what's going to happen in the new book and all the exciting stuff that's going to happen. Thank you. Connie is amazing.
Connie is amazing. Connie and I, we actually complement each other very well because we fill in each other's strengths. Well, we'll talk about that later, probably. Yeah. So the new book is the new Adelaide Herman book, but I'm still very much, promoting and my other Herman book, which is The Great Boomski, which has a lot about Adelaide in it. And in fact, in Adelaide's memoir, she told the story she wanted to tell, and she didn't tell all the embarrassing stuff about, when she got arrested for slapping a police officer and the feuds and the fights, and she only and all the people that she didn't say nice things about in her day, she says only nice things about in her memoir. So but this book is a Herman book, even though you don't know it when you first see it, because Boomski was the name of the assistant of Alexander Herman, the boy assistant, which was actually based on Alexander Herman's own role as a child assistant to his older brother. And when they formed that partnership, the child assistant role became indispensable in the act because the child could get away with all sorts of stuff because, as we say in magic, there was no heat on him. And nobody suspects a child. Children can do amazing things. Children can do incredible mind reading acts. If you've ever tried to play a memory game with a child, you always lose. So when Alexander Herman married Adelaide, she played the boy assistant. She dressed like a boy. This was an indispensable role. But she got tired of doing that because she was a glamorous, beautiful dancer, and she wanted to do the glamorous, beautiful assistant role. So he began hiring a series of African-American boys, some of them as young as age 11. And he trained them as the assistant, and it became a slapstick role with even less heat on them. So they got away with murder. And they all many of them took this training and went on with it and became famous and successful magicians and entertainers themselves at a time when there was pretty much zero opportunity for African Americans in any field, and especially in entertainment. And this is the story of those young men and what became of them. And it's the whole story is supported on the backbone of the Herman shows. So it's each of them experiencing and also seeing the Herman Company through their eyes. So that's what this book is.
In all your writing, this is so amazing. You're so amazing, Mark. In all your writing, what do you think gave Adelaide, or what did you discover about her that actually gave her the confidence and the ability to take on this show? I mean, from what I understand, every single one of her people around her, including a lot of the assistants, they didn't want to listen to her. They didn't believe in her. How do you think, from reading all of her stuff and everything, because this will be great for the audience to learn this, how did she overcome that, in your opinion?
You know, I think she was born that way. She had it going out of the gate. You know, she was the one whose family told her she couldn't go on stage, and she snuck off and took dance classes and did auditions and got a job on her own when she was 15. You know, so and she always had that. And I know that when she was married to Alexander, she was always trying to give advice that they wouldn't listen to. But when she did step to the head of the company, she did have a core group around her that did support her, a very small core group. But she had to deal with this her whole career. One of her assistants was Joe Besser, who was ended up being one of the Three Stooges.
Oh my goodness.
He didn't last long at all. He couldn't handle her telling him anything. And he had nothing good to say about her. And she had this reputation for being really tough and hard to deal with. But that was simply because she was trying to get it right and trying to, you know.
Right.
But,
and for the time also, it was unheard of. She was doing something that was,
Absolutely.
I think that, you know, that brings up a very good point, Connie. Forgive me for interrupting, Margaret. That brings up a really good point. Have you found a common thread in the ladies that you've written about how they overcame these things? Is there a common thread in all of them? Like your story, how you overcame, I mean, one tragedy after another, one devastating tragedy after another. Is there a common thread that you found? Because I know I used to get accused of being a bitch too, you know, and stuff like that. And of course, men didn't want to listen to me, so I would defer to my husband. And when I was actually the one that designed the prop and tricks and everything, but do you find that thread throughout the women, or is there a thread or something similarity that you notice?
what I've noticed is there's a general theme of overachievers and proving that they belong, and working harder, and so that there can be beyond a shadow of a doubt that they have achieved that place for the right reasons, at the right time. And if you consider, there are magicians that are right now, they're using their magic abilities for greater good. They're in India and Africa, and they're literally trying to change society in a mindset to influence magically, just through their curiosity and wonder that they're able to create with simple things like sponge balls. They're able to engage and make a memorable impression.
Tell us a little about Lisa Mena. You bring up a really good point.
Lisa Mena. Well, if I think of, there's three in the book that are really important. There's Anchal from India, Lisa Mena, who is American, and Chanel Monroe, who is a Métis Canadian magician, and a Métis Aboriginal Canadian magician. And all three of them, in different ways, are using their magic for greater good. Lisa has gone to third world countries, and she has used her magic skills to promote better quality of water and to promote better quality of behavior with women.
Cause to Wonder.
Yeah, it's called Cause to Wonder, and it's just remarkable.
Say that again. Cause
to Wonder, and her name is Lisa Mena, and she is she's lectured at the United Nations. She is just a formidable, highly intelligent, highly skilled magician. And yet she goes under these grassroots horrific conditions, that like extreme backpacking with she will, instead of vanishing a ball, she vanishes a stone. And that's one of her premises when she enters a village, is to try to bring a little lightness. Also, she's an older woman, and by older I mean she's over in her 40s, mid 50s, and so they see her not as a threat. And those are the two elements that allow her to go to these villages and to communicate. And she'll take a stone and make it vanish into a child's stomach and reappear out its bottom. And that causes laughter. And then laughter causes relaxation. And then everybody sort of drops their stones and they become engaged.
And she also uses the magic word to be kind to women.
Yes.
As a magic word. And she gets the kids shouting, be kind to women, because women are terribly abused in a lot of
good luck.
Helping women.
And she's actually changed.
Yeah.
She's actually changed. Be kind to women, you know, and she's actually changed the way some of these people treat women and the way the kids treat women and the way, you know, if you abuse women, you'll bring bad luck.
And she learns in their dialect.
Right.
And so it's just remarkable. Anchal is from India, where they have a dowry system to this day. And there's bride burning. And she has done numerous illusions where she promotes anti-bride burning. And she's a young Indian girl that's promoting it at the time. So that's really powerful. And it's also very brave. You know, she's in her culture, the type of magic and illusion show that she's presenting is unheard of. And she's setting a fine example for, you know, many, many women. And then we have Chanel. There's a high percentage of suicide within the Aboriginal communities. And so she does a lot of lectures and talks about trying to helplines and trying to use magic for positivity and to encourage confidence. And if you and just to try to break through that barrier that has existed for a long time. And then I can go on and on about world champion magicians that we have, and there are dozens and dozens. I would like to say Leah Kyle just placed first at FISM. Now, FISM is the Magic Olympics of, it's very, very important. If you are FISM first, there are only 3 women in the world that have. And just this July, she placed first in general magic, which is the most difficult category. And it just, if you could imagine how good she had to be, because women in magic are a niche of a niche market. The Boomskis, you know, all of those wonderful magicians, they're underrepresented. And yet, if you look at the quantity of quality performers that have, I mean, the odds are against them, and yet they have won. They're the winners, and that's.
And they win. I want to add into this because I think it's very, very important. They don't win because they're women. They win because they're absolutely extraordinary. When I was entering into the Pacific Coast Association Magic Contest when I was 13, I won my first award when I was 13. I won my second award when I was 15. I won my third award when I was 17 or 16, I guess. And they finally stopped me from entering because they said it wasn't fair. And I go, why? And they go, because you keep beating the boys, so we're not going to let you enter anymore. But the fact of the matter is, I was better than them. I mean, I was a better performer. I was better skilled. And so these aren't just women that are winning, you know, because they're Madame Herman was actually a better performer than her husband was. She was actually more skilled. She was a better businesswoman. And
definitely.
You know, that's one of the reasons that she succeeded. Connie Boyd was an incredible performer. I mean, she starred on Las Vegas and performed all over. And it wasn't because she did the beauty of magic. It was because she was magic. She was incredible. And Margaret was also a brilliant performer. So I do want to just make sure that people understand. Prejudice, though, in any organization, I remember interviewing Chris Angel one time, and Chris has been, you know, the butt of a lot of jokes and made fun of. He's a wonderful personal friend of mine and one of the greatest performers today. And I asked him, Chris, you know, because he gets made fun of a lot. Any niche market, you're going to have those that are jealous and those that are things. Writers are the same way. Oh, you know, I remember, you know, listening to a really famous writer talk, and somebody was saying, yeah, well, I don't really, his stuff is pop fiction. And so we all have this that we have to live with, of being put down. And I think, again, going back to reading both of your books, is so important, because success is hard. Success is just hard, and it takes more than just talent. Talent is one of the least things you need. I mean, that sustains you. But whether you want to be a writer or an actor or a best-selling author, I had a best-selling book, 25,000 copies, and I didn't even know how to write. So it certainly wasn't that. But the story was amazing, and I think Ava is coming back to see us now.
Mute button. This has been so magical. I want our audience to know how rare this is, that we are listening to three of the greatest magical women just converse amongst each other, especially around, authorship and legacy and women's rights and service, through magic. One of our special thought leader editions, actually I have one behind me, but that's the thought leader edition. This one is the women in leadership edition right there. And we did months and months of research of women who did not get credited for the work that they've done, because either they were relegated to be the wife or the assistant or researcher, and they were never given credit for the work that they did. And this title of the title of this part is Legacy Renewed. And we credited them back the credit that they weren't given. So that's Legacy Renewed there. And so we featured 78 women who have, who just have disappeared. They've done work. They've, written things behind. They've done, a lot of the different researches also, in a lot of the, laboratory work and things like that. But they were not accredited in the work, or they were not given credit, or not even paid for the work that they do. And, what you're doing, Margaret and Connie and Diana, is so powerful and so important, because all of the stories that you were telling a while ago, Connie, I just have goosebumps everywhere as you tell them about the things that they're doing and how they're using magic to change culture, to influence society in a positive way. And, as women, it's not the role of favoritism, but it really is the balance of nature, right? Women are just built to be the nurturers. And when we step into our superpower, even in magic, we care, we nurture, we balance things out. And it's so beautiful that you all three are really using your voice and the power of this. And so we are coming into a close. We've got our next speakers, but I wanted to give you, 30 seconds to a minute each. What would be your encouragement to authors out there, to aspiring authors out there, or even aspiring performers? I'd love to have you give your closing remarks. And let's start with Diana.
Well, again, don't quit. Just keep writing, keep performing. It's hard. The hardest part is selling yourself and building that confidence that you can do it, and understanding that people succeed every day. The only way you're going to fail is if you don't keep doing it. I mean, it took me, years to be able to build my company. I built a business. Everybody laughed at me about that. So no matter what your dream is, listen to what Joe Vitale said. Listen to these people, because absolutely you can do it. You can become a best-selling author. You can. But surround yourself with, this is the most important thing that I think you can do. Surround yourself with people that believe in you. Surround yourself with people that believe that you're the greatest thing ever. That's not ego. That's survival. And if you do that, that's how I built my companies. I always say, surround yourself with people that are smarter than you and almost too nice to say so, like Ellen Stiver.
That is so powerful. Margaret, thank you so much, Diana. Margaret, let me hear your closing remarks.
Well, basically what Diana said. But, I just, this is my first, The Great Boomski is my first book. Adelaide's memoir is her book with my own commentary, but The Great Boomski is the first book I ever wrote. And I'm in my 70s now, and I was in my 60s when I started it. It's 25 years of research and 5 years of writing. But when I started it, I really didn't know if I could write a book. And I just started and I just did it. And I think the moral of that story is that if you have a story in you, you can write it. You need to know what you want to say. You just don't write a book for its own sake. You write a book because you have a great story to tell, and you want to tell it the best way you can tell it. So you want to work with great editors and get great feedback. And one thing I think is that many people are in such a rush to get their book out, they put it out too soon. And I really think that to just let that extra time mellow. There were facts that came in at the last minute for Boomski, things that wouldn't have made it into the book, but just really give yourself the time to get it absolutely right, and know that if you have a story, you can do a book.
Yeah, that's great.
That's
so beautiful. So beautiful.
Thank you so much. I actually had to bring everybody on the screen because I could see Diana like really, cheering in the back, and I'm like, we can't miss this reaction. Like, let's put it back. And we have last closing remarks from Connie, and we've got Alicia with the next guest after.
Okay, I'm going to be very short because both Diana and Margaret were fabulous in their answers. I'm just going to say, just do it.
Do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
It's the Nike ad, and you will not achieve anything if you don't try. And there's a beautiful saying, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. So it's so difficult to push beyond your comfort zone. I don't know if you got that.
Say it one more time.
Oh, did I cut out? Oh, the whole answer?
No,
just the end. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. So just do it. Have the courage to try.
Wow. Thank you so much, Diana, Connie, and Margaret.
Thank you.
The conversation that you three just had, I think, was as much inspirational as much as it was motivational to actually take action, as much as it was a reminder that everyone's stories matter and that everyone is meant to hold space and to take space and to advocate, right? Like, Diana, we started with you sharing about how you kept wanting to create a junior program at the Magic Castle. And you just kept sharing it and voicing it until you were able to find a collaborator and a partner to actually make it happen, right? And Margaret, as you share about the story or the book that you were working on, and Adelaide's experiences about just, she knew she was more, right? Like, she knew that she was a dancer. She wanted to show up and do more. And Connie, the way that you capture storytelling and you really highlight what it is that people are doing to be bold and take up space, I just want to honor and recognize that, because I think it was moving. At least I know, I won't speak for others. It was truly moving for me. And I know that our audience, or I hope rather that our audience really, really heard between the lines and captured the essence of what it was that you all were sharing in that segment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be
Thanks so
right
much.
back after our commercial. I just wanted to say thank you. And Alicia's got the next segment.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
For those of you that are tuning in, welcome back to a celebration of books all weeks during the Global Book Lovers Weeks program. It is such a delight and honor to introduce our next guest that is joining us today. He is Matthew Mead, and he is joining us from New York City area. He's a distinguished financial services executive and has had extensive career collaborating with Fortune 100 companies all across the tri-state area. He studied finance and management at the University of Virginia, and he earned an executive MBA at NYU Stern School of Business, where he concentrated in analytics, strategy, and leadership. And Matthew has done so much on Wall Street, but I think it's the work that he has done off of Wall Street that has really brought all of his experiences to life. And that is the work that he does as a motivational speaker. That is the work that he does as an author. We're going to talk about his first book, and then we're going to take a moment during today to talk about his upcoming book that is truly special and is coming out in just 2 weeks here. But Matthew, it is a pleasure to have you here during our Global Book Lovers program. You are such a big advocate of individuals finding their way and giving them tools along that path and journey. So I shared a little bit about you here today, but I would love for you to further introduce yourself and then walk us through what it is that inspired you to write your first book before we get into your second book here today.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Matthew Mead, career about over 15 years or so on Wall Street across capital markets, risk, innovation, and product. And what's most important, or what I've been focused on as well, has been writing books. And these books are really important because the first one, Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street, which helps people navigate their career journey as they start, right? So often when you're graduating school, there's a lot of different professions or roads that you can take. But Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street has 22 principles to help readers navigate that journey. And one of the principles, for example, is you're the CEO of your own life. So really taking a step back, thinking about what you want to do and how you actually want to pursue that, and understanding that you are leading that vision is very, very important.
Thank you so much for sharing, Matthew. I mean, I would love to learn a little bit more about what that process and that experience was for you when you were writing your first book, Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street. I believe it's Connie shared it in the last segment. It might have been Margaret, but they were talking about how sometimes people take a lot of time, or sometimes people write their books quickly, but there is also something to taking your time to write your book. So I would love for you to share for the aspiring authors or the individuals that are like, I've lived some life, I've had some experiences, I have some wisdom to share with the world, like what that experience was like for you to actually put your first book out there.
Absolutely. And the book took me about 2 years to write, Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street. And the reason why I call it Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street is because I was actually writing the book every morning commuting to Wall Street. And what I would do is I would put my notes in to my notepad in the book, and then think about the principles that were most relevant to me stepping into my career journey. So when doing that, the principles kind of came about. And then once I had the 22 principles, such as endlessly educate yourself. So, what are you doing to make sure that you're continuous learning, and no matter what your journey is very, very important, right? Or build a legacy that outlives you. So as you're thinking about your career and you're thinking about your North Star, what is the legacy that you kind of want to leave behind? You're starting off in your career, maybe early, or it may be mid-level, or maybe executive level, but that North Star and the reason why shouldn't actually change. So I think that's really, really important as far as like looking at that North Star and where you want to actually get throughout your journey. And, the book took about 2 years to write, and I was pretty much outlining it every day, working on different experiences that I was going through or dealing with as I was working within corporate. And then as I outlined that, when I started to write, the process flew a lot more simpler. It was very, very easy as far as like, once I actually outlined it, to actually start writing it. So I think, but it did take time. And I think one of the last speakers said, you want to make sure you don't rush the process, right? You want to make sure that you certainly take time doing it and really, really thinking about your ideas. And that was most important for me within this book.
Wow. Appreciate that insight and how your title actually came to life. When we started Book Lovers program earlier today, we were talking about the art of having a title that stands out, right? Like a
Sure.
title that is almost iconic in a sense that it stands out and it's really known. And Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street, it's one of those titles that stands out. When you think about your upcoming book that's coming out just later this month, it's about individuals that are navigating maybe the middle of their career and they're trying to figure out what's next. Would love for you to share a preview of some of the concepts and the principles that you talk through in your book, because it really is a dynamic time right now where what people are trying to do from a work perspective is shifting. The landscape of work is shifting. What are some of those insights that really you want to share with people, and what inspired you to once again take your time to write this book?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. So the first book, as mentioned, was more like about getting into your career and figuring out what you want to do. But the second book that you just asked about is called A Deep Dive, 7 Life Rafts to Navigate Career Currents. And often in the mid-level of careers, there are things that professionals go through as far as navigating global teams, navigating leadership, org changes within organizations as well. So there's different things that come up, but you want to make sure that you're actually navigating, which I call the deep blue sea, right? So as these things occur, let's say, remote work teams, as you're talking about, is a lot more prevalent now. You want to make sure you're actually navigating that journey with that. And by doing that, you also want to continue to, work with mentors and sponsors when you're doing that. So a mentor is someone that, you work with, or they help with like advice, whereas a sponsor is someone that more like talks about you. So a mentor talks to you, a sponsor talks about you, as far as like how you're performing within the organization. So you want to make sure that you're differentiating between those two people as well. You want to also know your worth within this, right? As you're navigating your career journey, you want to make sure that you're keeping your worth at the top end as you're navigating as well, because careers change, lines of business change as well, but you want to make sure that you're keeping that in the front of when you're talking to different professionals and also working across different organizations as well. That's extremely important. And you want to make sure you're also leading with ambiguity, right? Because ambiguity is going to happen, right? Budgets change, costs change very, very frequently. Timelines change as well when you're delivering different solutions. So you want to make sure you're adaptable to that, because that flexibility can take you a very, very long way in your journey. And then you want to make sure you're also checking your blind spots, right? So you have blind spots as well, as far as when you're building teams. You want to make sure that you're getting that 360 feedback from different leaders as well. And as you're getting that 360 feedback, making sure you reiterate on that and you're taking into account and you're making yourself the best version of yourself for the organization.
So many key principles there. And I think, Matthew, something that makes your upcoming book truly unique is the fact that it is as much a practical guide in the workplace as well as it is a guide in life, right? In your personal life, whether you are in the workplace or you're trying to figure out what's next in life. Like you talk about 360 feedback, and that's great in the workplace. So you can figure out what your blind spots are, the areas of improvement, what you're actually really good at. We had Dr. James Dentley on earlier today, and he was talking about your gold talent, asking the people around you to help you figure out what is the gold talent that you have. What is that talent that is so unique to you? So there are so many principles in the book that are both practical in the workplace, but outside. There's an interesting concept that you speak about in the book, which is all about the art of pivoting or understanding the pivot in your career. Can you speak a little bit about why you wanted to talk about the art of pivoting or pivoting in your book?
Sure, absolutely. So when I think about pivoting, you don't want to procrastinate the pivot. So often when you have your North Star on your journey, you'll know when it's time to actually make that pivot. Whether, you don't see yourself as being your manager, or there's certain projects where you don't actually have the platform to actually reach to where you want to reach. So what's really, really important is the 3 Ps, right? So it's like the platform. So, the breadth of the projects you're working on, your presence. So like your executive presence. So how are you viewed within the organization, and your performance, right? So how are you actually performing within that organization? So these 3 Ps are really, really important. And they also help on navigating that journey on whether you should pivot. So if you have 3 of them, you're in a good place. If you have 2 out of 3, you're okay and can navigate. But if you only have 1 out of the 3, it makes it really, really difficult to reach your full potential within that opportunity. So I do think that when you procrastinate to pivot, you can also be, delaying yourself onto where you have to be to reach self-actualization. So make sure if there is something that you see as far as like pivoting, as far as the resources in the organization, or as far as the platform, or as far as the values of the firm, you want to make sure that you're also looking to pivot to reach your greatest potential there.
The 3 Ps, I think those are great, because those are the Ps that can help you get promoted at work. Those are the Ps that can help you find clarity and what is next. And for you, I know like mindset is something that you're very mindful of, and that you're constantly pushing yourself to expand your mindset. And there's a whole mindset kind of theme to your writing. As you think about your book, and I know the one that is coming out is just the second in a series of books, what kind of key themes around mindset have you really kind of honed in on and would like people to understand?
Yes. Yeah. So the mind is so important as far as like visions and what you say. So the words you say, if you think it, you can be it, or you can, if you believe it, you can also reach it as well. So from a mindset perspective, it's really, really important. But within that, you got to make sure you're taking care of yourself as well from a self-care perspective. So whether that is, taking a short walk every hour per se, you don't want to be sitting down for too long. If you have a stand-up desk, maybe that's something that can benefit you as well. But then you also want to make sure that you're taking care of mind, body, and spirit. It's so important, because for you to be your authentic and 100% self, you want to be taken care of as well. So just from a mindset perspective, if you think it or if you believe it, you certainly can achieve it. And then another thing is that you want to make sure you're taking care of your mind, body, and spirit as you're navigating this journey, because there's going to be things that come up, but you always want to keep that foundation. The level of that is most important for you to be your 100% authentic self.
So good. And for you, Matthew, as you think about mindset or just life in general, we are celebrating the book lovers in the world. What are 3 book recommendations that you would have for our audience that's joining us today, of books that you've read over the years that either one stuck with you, where like it doesn't matter how long it's been since you read it, the just concepts really stuck with you, and maybe a book that changed the way that you thought or the way that you presented yourself, and just a book where you're like, that book is good. I just really wish that everyone could read this book. What are some book recommendations that you could share with our audience today?
Yes. I really like the book, The 4-Hour Work Week. And I like that book specifically because what it does is make you a lot more efficient on the way you're navigating your time. So that's something that I like to do, or one of the books that I certainly like to read. Another book is The Power of Now. And The Power of Now is a book that I've recently read. And it's so important because sometimes, people think about, and as we talked about, don't procrastinate the pivot, right? The power of now is really taking into account that being present in the moment of everything that you're actually doing right now. So that's extremely important, because I think sometimes when we're not present in what we're actually doing, we're looking at the past and maybe thinking of things in the past that we wish we would have done, or thinking about the future on things that we wish we could do. But I think, being in the present and being right there in different conversations, during different talks, etc. I think that's a good place to be. And then the last book I would say is Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street, because it's such a great read. But
I
yeah,
love
those are some of the
that.
books that I certainly love to read, and certainly loved writing wisdom in a deeper dive.
Yeah, for sure. And the Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle. What a really, really, really great book.
Oh, sure.
And also is it the 4-Hour Workday?
Yeah, the 4-Hour Work Week. Yep.
Yeah, the 4-Hour Work Week. I almost said 40-hour work week. I was like, that is not the principle that he shared. But I think it's interesting. It's like, how do you work smarter and not harder? You have had a career on Wall Street. You do mentor so many individuals. What are some conversations that you've maybe had with some of your mentees as they've navigated the world of Wall Street that can be very intense, very cutthroat, very dynamic, and very much like you don't know how the markets are going to move during the day or what may come up in the day, but you have to show up and be on point. What are some of those insights that you could share with our audience today that you think that whether someone's working on Wall Street or just navigating their everyday life, they're so translatable?
Sure. So you want to make sure that you're coaching for success when you're talking to different direct reports or different mentees. And I think what's most important is when there's objectives set within a role, you want to make sure your objectives align with the overall organization and then with the overall company as well. So that way you can track your impact better. So as you're actually tracking that impact on a weekly basis on the different deliverables that you're adding, you actually have a book of your achievements. So each month, when you're actually having those conversations with the leadership team, you have a list of your deliverables that you're bringing to the organization, and you're making sure that those align with the actual success metrics. So, for example, if the success metric is more revenue for the firm, or if it's making the firm more efficient, you want to make sure that the projects that you're working on certainly align with that. Another thing that I talked about was the importance of mentors and sponsors, and just having those people to help you as you navigate the deep blue sea is extremely important. But then another thing that I talk to different mentees about is really thinking outside the box, right? So taking a step back, seeing what's impacting the industry and being at the forefront of that. So for example, currently one of the things is artificial intelligence. And it's being used in several different use cases now across financial services and across several different industries. And being able to reskill and be at the front of that is extremely important for now and the next generation to come. I feel like we're in the first inning there, but it's going to continue to expand and be very, very large as the next technology transformation of our generation.
One thing I can say for certain is that these are interesting times, because I think we don't quite yet fully appreciate or understand where the world is going to go with AI, with the usage of AI and how industries are going to change. So reskilling and always being on top of the latest and greatest tools, but also understanding how AI is shifting culture, I think is so important. Matthew, there's been a lot that you've shared here kind of around career navigation, how to show up and be a manager, how to seek out guidance from an individual that's a mentor or a sponsor. For you, what have been some of your own life lessons or experiences that might have been a pivoting point for you, and how maybe you approached life, how you thought about what your next step was going to be, or really just one of those moments when you sat in appreciation or gratitude because you're like, that experience, it really just taught me something and gave me some wisdom that I'm never going to forget and always going to bring forward with me.
Yeah. So one of those experiences was helping digitally transform one of the organizations at one of the large banks I was at. And I think within that transformation, it was utilizing like different technology to make the organization a lot more efficient. And when the transformation actually happened, it was really, really important to make sure that I was communicating across the organization but also working with global teams, keeping people aware on some of the processes that were happening with the regulators as well. So I think, just as far as like working with global teams, understanding the different cultures of people, understanding the different technologies that are actually happening as well. That was one of those projects where, we ended up saving significant amount of reporting time on a weekly basis. And I think, by doing that, the team changed and shifted a little bit because we automated everything. But I think, working with my team as far as the transformation, as far as reskilling, and as far as, looking at new opportunities or what you actually wanted to do as far as like the next step within your career was extremely important, right? Because that is one of those pivotal moments when it's like, okay, where's the industry going? I can either go this way or I can go this way. And, let me make sure that it fits into my North Star or where I actually want to be in the long run.
Wow, so it was a transformation. It sounds like it's a transformation for the organization, but also for you and how you were thinking and how you approached different day-to-day experiences. And you talked about communication here. So it is Book Lovers Day. We've been hearing from authors today that have written commentary to books that were biographies, that have written nonfiction books around financial literacy, around growth, fictional books that tie in personal development games and mindsets into stories, books like the Money and You book by Dame Doria Cordova that's going to come out and teach people the principles of her Money and You program. When you think about your own experiences as a writer, what is it that you would want to share with new writers? Because we talked about it today, but everyone has a story within them. And sometimes people are ready for it to come out. Sometimes people aren't sure or know or anywhere in between. And so would love for you to share some insight along your own journey and just some inspiration or some thoughts that can just get someone who's listening right now to think about books in a different way or just reflect a little bit further on how or when or what they're thinking about for their own story.
Yes. So if you're living now or today, you certainly have a story. There's a story that may have happened, or there's a story that you may be going through. And what you'll find is that once you actually start, the story would flow really, really well. So for example, as I talked about with Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street, just writing the principles down at first, when I actually started writing the book flowed very, very well. So what's most important is actually just starting the journey as far as how you want to write or what you actually want to write. Just start taking notes down, and then over time, it'll certainly flow. And then if you have a story, or if you're going through different experiences, you'll be very, very surprised on when you put it out to the public or when you're talking about it, the number of people that share similar experiences that you actually have as well, which actually brings us together in a much closer way. So just by telling your story, you'll be very surprised on who shares those experiences and the inspiration that you give to people based on just being your authentic self.
And when it comes to writing, right, like actually taking the time to sit down and bring that story together, what is something that you kind of learned about yourself in the process and some advice that you would like to share with individuals that maybe have gone as far as to write the notes down, but they're not sure what to do with them next?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So within that, one of the things I found out about myself is I'm really passionate about writing and being creative. And it's really therapeutic, actually, because as you start writing it, when you start putting examples to back the points, the examples bring you back to a certain time of life or something that you were actually going through as well during that time. So I think that is something that I certainly found out about myself as far as like the stories and then digging deeper into those stories and it being a very, very therapeutic process. So that's definitely something that I felt was really, really good as far as writing. But then also when you're writing, you want to make sure that it flows before you put it out. But as you're writing it, it doesn't have to actually flow per se, right? So when you're writing it, you're getting a draft down, but your draft doesn't have to be the final piece. So I just want to reiterate that, because sometimes when writing or we're building something, we want the first draft or the first piece to be the masterpiece. But sometimes that's not the case, right? Sometimes you can sit on it for a couple weeks or a couple months, and then you go back to it, and then you have new ideas, and then you're refining it. So as you're refining it, just make sure that you're putting in the newest and freshest ideas, but don't rush the process. Start the process, but don't rush it.
Trust the process, but don't rush the process.
Right.
That is what I'm picking up from what you just shared, and
100%.
holding and allowing the flow to come as you actually write out the pieces. But something that you shared today, something that Sharon Lechter mentioned earlier today, something that Diana Zimmerman mentioned earlier today is, at one point, if you want to get your book out there, you just got to start somewhere. And, I think for anyone that's tuning in, what's amazing about writing books is that you can write it on your own. You can find an advisor to help you. You can ask your friends questions about what is it that you wish you knew? What are you looking to learn? And books have such a capability to share your thoughts and insights before anyone even meets you or hears something that you have to say. It is, Dr. John mentioned it earlier, it is your business card, right? It's a way to share your message with the world. Matthew, as we start moving towards closing remarks here, I would love for you to share something that's on your heart and mind that you haven't had the opportunity to share just yet, but you would really like for people to be aware about or know.
Yes. So my books that I'm writing, so Wisdom on the Way to Wall Street was the first book. That's about getting into your career journey. The Deep Dive, 7 Life Rafts to Navigate Career Currents, is about mid-level professionals. So when you're actually in your career, navigating ambiguity, but also building high-performing teams and relinquishing control to make sure that you're building those teams to be extremely effective. So you're bringing out other leaders that can also lead within the organization by relinquishing that control. And the final book in the trilogy is going to be called Next CEO. And that's for leaders and executives within industry. So what I wanted to capture when I first thought about this is getting into your career, navigating the mid-level journey, and then leading from an executive level.
Matthew, it has been such a pleasure having you on here today, learning about some of your insights from working on Wall Street and what the experience has been like writing your books. I know your second book in your trilogy is coming out later this month in August. We appreciate you for being here and celebrating Global Book Lovers Day with us, and also appreciate your book recommendations. The Power of Now is a great book. And for those of you that are tuning in, if you haven't read it, I highly recommend that you at some point pick it up. Thank you so much for being here with us, Matt. We also have our editor-in-chief, Ava V. Manuel, who I'm going to bring up in just a moment. She's been in here listening, and I would love for her to share some of her reflections on our conversation. Hi, Ava.
Awesome.
Hello. What a wonderful conversation. Matthew, thank you for, taking the time to share with us your journey in book writing. And I'm so excited, the trilogy and your book recommendations are, like the inspiration of what have, and I love the way you talked about the book that inspired you, because you talked about them in a way it actually reflects in your way of being, in the way you've talked about them, that there's such an energy of inspiration on your way to where you're successful right now, and where you're now being that person that inspires others. So it's almost like a full circle of receiving from others and now giving through the book that you're writing. So congratulations. I'm excited for your book coming out in 2 weeks, right?
Yes, that's right. The Deep
I am
Dive,
so
7 Life
excited.
Rafts to Navigate Career Currents.
Congratulations. And thank you again. Back to you,
Thank you,
Alicia.
Matthew. Wow. I mean, Ava, we've been talking to authors today. We've been talking to both individuals that have inspired and individuals that have been inspired by others. What a day today. It is National Book Lovers Day, and it's also the kickoff of Global Book Lovers Week. As we reflect on today, on some of the book recommendations that we've heard, on some of the iconic authors whose books people know all around the world, and then some of the new voices of this new generation who are putting ideas out there that are really shifting and changing the world right now in this moment. What are some thoughts that come to mind?
This is a very powerful question because as even as you ask it, I've got goosebumps all over. And talk about the power of books. The power of it, I would say, like, immortalizing a story and having the potential to bring it to the world that people would never know about, otherwise. Like, talk about the stories of Connie Boyd. Like, the whole time she was talking about these ladies who are using magic to be in third world countries, to be able to change and shift how women are being treated, to be able to, like, teach kids. And no one would have never known about them. Like, no one would know. And they would just, like, disappear in the legacy of time, except that now they're written in a book. And I understand that there's so many books, and this is why we actually are doing our Los Angeles Tribune critical acclaim bestseller recognition, because it's about books that have the potential to change lives, that have the potential to change the world, and that would never see the light anyway or otherwise, because either they are being self-published, with low budget, with not a lot of popularity, with not a lot of followings. But through the LA Tribune critical acclaim recognition, it levels out the playing field. It levels out the playing field wherein someone from Kenya has the same potential as someone who's coming from Wall Street. We just had Matthew here who's also from Wall Street. But it's about the and I'm so passionate about this. I know you talked about, like, what was your takeaway, but to me it, like, even landed so much more on the importance of how important it is to write a book, and not to get discouraged that, oh, there's so many books right now, and there's some, but yes, but your story matters. I remember I have a friend, Audrey. I think you've met her through our master classes. She asked her mom. He said, "Mom, is there something?" Her mom's 82 years old. Is there something in your life that you wish you could have done, right now, where you are at your age? And her mom said, "I wish I wrote my book." And it's her first time hearing that from her mom. And she said, "What would your book be about?" He said, "Well, coming from Russia, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, if it's not exactly Russia, but it's a Soviet Union country. But coming from there and coming to America." And he said, and she said, "Well, why do you want to write that?" And she said, "Because I want my grandkids to know what it was like, because they're born in America and they don't even know what I went through and what the process was like." And Audrey's like, "Mom, why are you not writing it?" She said, "Because I'm afraid no one will read, and I'm afraid that it will it won't matter." And she said, "But it matters to us. Like, if it didn't matter to the world, it matters to us." Like, she hasn't heard her mom's story. The grandkids has not heard her mom's story. And to have that be a legacy piece is so important. And so I just like the power of your story. And that's what really landed for me today, hearing the different shares and the different stories of how people have been impacted by books like Daniela and Dr. Joe, and how people are just, like, making things that could be forgotten immortal. So that's what landed for me.
That definitely landed, Ava, for me as well. And just when you think about it, it's like if you just impacted one person, you shifted someone, right? And I think it was a beautiful moment earlier today to see Daniela with Dr. Joe Vitale. and just have that experience of her sharing how he's inspired her, but just him reflecting on what that experience is like on his end. And I think I got chills during that moment, because it just shows you that you may never see someone's face on the other side of the pages that you wrote on the book, but what you wrote can change their life. It could inspire them. It can shift something for them. And there's such a magicalness to that. And, we heard from Diana Zimmerman today. We had a whole conversation about magic, but I think there's something so magical about that. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we celebrate authors. There is the critically acclaimed bestseller recognition that is celebrating and honoring books that are culturally relevant, that are written well, but are really impacting the users. And I love that it is a community-based nomination experience.
I was going to say that, Alicia, because the moment you said that, some people on the other side will not meet or will not know. I'm like, not anymore, because at the Los Angeles Tribune talking about, you're saying how it's community-based nomination, like a book that has impacted you, you can nominate, and what's beautiful, I like creating magical moments. Like, imagine if you just have like a book that has impacted you, and you really want to someday in my wildest dream be able to thank this author. We can make that happen in the Los Angeles Tribune. So, and how beautiful is that? I remember when we brought together Les Brown and Coco is her first name. She literally was homeless. She was homeless, and she would go to the library, and she would borrow one of Les Brown's tapes, and she would have like 30 minutes to play it. She would borrow one of those cassette recorders, and in her homelessness, she listened to Les Brown. And now she's actually she serves in the White House as a liaison of a big department that's working on homelessness. And it's a full circle moment that we brought her back to honor Les, and Les literally cried to hear that his voice and his books and his tapes has inspired someone to come out of the depths of homelessness to now being in the White House, making a big difference in the policies for homeless people, and things like that. Like, it's just magical. Like, we had a whole section of magic where we have magical women, and Dr. Joe as a magician is like a new side of him that I've never seen. And to see it at the Los Angeles Tribune and to talk about his delight in magic. So yes, community-based recognition, that is actually Alicia's tagline. She actually came up with the community-based recognition. It was already a discussion that we want people to nominate it, but it was her words that formed together the community-based recognition. So my encouragement to our readers and our listeners who are listening right now or watching right now, nominate a book that has impacted you, that has changed your life. Let the author know. Let the author know, because when you nominate, we put it in an article that you've nominated the book. And it gives the opportunity for the authors to know what impact they've made in their life. So, Alicia, back to you.
Thank you for that insight in that context, Ava. And so for those of you who are saying, I want to nominate a book, but how can I nominate a book? You can visit latribunebestseller.com to nominate your favorite book if you're a book lover and if you're an author and you are proud of the work that you have created. You could also nominate your own book, but it really is about, some people, they may not know 1,000 people, they may not know 5,000 people, they may not know 100,000 people, but the words that they've put on a page are moving. They make an impact. It's written well. There are so many books and stories out there. There are so many authors out there that are worth and deserving of the recognition, where their books are so valuable and they have the opportunity to shift and change so many lives, whether it's inspiring imagination, whether it's sharing a practical skill with someone, whether it's helping someone navigate their day-to-day life. And so the LA Tribune bestseller experience is all about recognizing those beautiful works that are out there. And so I appreciate you, Ava, for sharing a little bit more context about the critically acclaimed bestseller recognition program. Today is a book lovers day, so I would be remiss, Ava, I believe, if I actually didn't ask you the question I have been asking individuals during our program today, which is, what are 2 to 3 books that have shifted and impacted your life, that have inspired you, that are books that you think about often, and are really books that just have left an imprint on your life?
So one is actually a Christian book. The most impactful is Free Falling. You have to forgive me because I forgot the author, but I didn't forget the stories. But it's such a beautiful. That's one book that I couldn't I could not put down. And the way it reads is like it reads like the second book that I would say is my best favorite. It's Rex Sykes' Life on Your Terms. And the Free Falling book, anywhere you open it, they're just like short stories, like Reader Digest short stories that you could practically start anywhere and you would take a lesson. And it's just short stories of the different times the different times that this man was in different trials and different challenges, coming from a certain practice like in drug addiction and such, to becoming a follower of Christ, and the different experiences that he went through. And there's no chronological order, and it has a subtitle, that says, for example, 100 miles to a gallon. It's just the miracle during the time of his life when he was, following Christ, and his 1 gallon would stretch to 100 miles, so 100 miles to a gallon. So there's just fun stories like that. So that's absolutely one book that I wasn't able to put down. And it's really stretched my faith. And every time I have some challenges, one of the principles that I live by is the requirement for a miracle is impossibility. So whenever things are impossible, like instead of like I'm almost like struggling to a point until it's impossible. When it gets to impossible, I'm like, okay, anytime now, like I'm qualified for a miracle. That's like the opposite effect for me when like I could grind and struggle until it gets to a point of like, okay, I've done everything I wanted to try, and I've like done all I could do. I've like reached the end of the point where just I'm at the end of the rope. Perfect. Okay, now I'm qualified for a miracle. It came from a movie called Faith Like Potatoes. And so that book is like that. And just like I said, the second one is Rex Sykes' Life on Your Terms. It really is transformational in a way where it's a total mind shift, like a lot of it is contradictory to how we were taught to think, how we were taught to follow. And Rex Sykes just really lays it down to, you can envision the life that you want and create the life that you want. Thank you for that question, Alicia.
Thank you for sharing. Life on Your Terms is a great book by Rex Sykes. And I love how you lit up when you were talking about books. I think that's what books have the ability to do. I would say like one of my favorite books that I probably read every single year. Sometimes when I have a cold or I'm sick or I'm in the house, but over the years, I've always found myself returning back to it, is The Alchemist. The Alchemist and the story of Santiago. It's by Paulo Coelho. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But about Santiago going on his journey to find his treasure, and then realizing where it was, but all of the life lessons that he experienced along that journey. And I think it's a fictional book that gets you to just think about life in a different way. And I always think about that book, and I always find a way, if I lose it, I buy another one, but it is always with me. And I think that there are so many ways that you can learn through fiction, through nonfiction, but those are books that's one of the books that has really, really inspired me over the years, because it's a book I pick up all of the time. And so, Ava, what a beautiful day today. We are here at Global Book Lovers Week, because today is just the kickoff. We're celebrating books every day until the 15th, because there are so many stories out there, so many authors out there, so many individuals with voices out there. But I think I love about this week, it's Global Book Lovers Week, because books have the opportunity to transcend boundaries, right? And both in your mindset, but literally physical boundaries from around the world. I would love for you to share a little bit more about what people can expect to hear as we continue the program this week. I'm personally excited that we're going to hear from publishers. There's going to be book writing workshops that are live on
Yes.
the program. We're going to hear from people that have been working on a book, but it's not quite ready to go to the world, and what that journey and experience has been like. And we're also going to keep hearing recommendations from different individuals about books that changed their lives. So it's not just for the authors out there, for the book lovers out there. It's really a practical experience where people can learn, they can be inspired, but they can also just walk away with just a few more, like Dr. Kara said earlier today, gems of knowledge that they may not have had before they came onto the program. So what are you looking forward to, and what can people expect?
You know what I really am looking forward to is freshness and openness, contrary and out of practice. Usually when we put Los Angeles Tribune broadcast, it is like full at least 2 weeks before the broadcast. But this one was designed differently. We really created space for new voices and new authors. And our vision is that as we progress, that people would talk about an author and talk about a book, and we have space to bring them on, because that's just how we designed the week. We didn't pack the week. We just like, let's see who people would vote. Let's see who people would nominate. Let's see who people would like, which authors are going to nominate their books. And we have space all week. And so that's what I look forward to. I look forward to hearing your favorite books, your favorite authors. I'm looking at Daniela's comments, and she's like, for me, it's The Leader Without Title by Robin Sharma, and The Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. Absolutely. Yeah. So that's what I look forward to, is the freshness of just discovering what's out there. I feel like there's so much to discover. I really want to know and want to hear the books that have changed lives and be able to put a spotlight on them.
That's so good. And I know, Avi, you're going to be leading our next segment here with our guest that's going to be closing out this program. Our guest probably doesn't even know this, but I was at the Barnes & Nobles at the Grove in Los Angeles just a few weeks ago. And I was going through some of the books on the bookshelf, and I saw one of her books, and I took a picture of it. And so as she's on air today, I'm going to send her a message with the picture. But I thought that was truly special, because I think she's someone that just radiates so brightly and has a message to share with the world. She has a book that's out, but she's also working on a new and very, very special book project. So Ava, I would love for you to introduce our next guest as I get ready, as I come off air, to send her a truly special picture that I took about her book just a few weeks ago.
So awesome. Well, I thank you for that opportunity. Our next guest is a 3-time Los Angeles Tribune critical acclaimed best-selling author. And you say 3-time, why? Because you can nominate as much books as you want. And she has not, her book has been nominated 3 times. The first one is actually with the Los Angeles Tribune with our CEO, The Moral Compass. And the next 2 is her own writings, and they're just absolutely gorgeous. The mandalas are like, I literally cannot fathom how they are made. And to put that together with healing and coaching, she just has this super unique gift. And this brings into, to a conversation of if you have a unique gift that people won't understand what I do, they don't get it. That's a perfect, opportunity for a book. So let's bring on stage our 3-time Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed best-selling author, Muriel Blank.
Hello, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi, Muriel.
Hi, Muriel.
Hi.
So, Alicia, feel free to. I know that you've got things to send. Let me just you can take off your stuff at the screen anytime. But Muriel, I want to thank you for making the time to be here and inspire our audience. My first question for you is, what inspired you to write a book? I know you're a very, very good writer. That you know, like one of the best writings that I've actually seen that I still use as an example today. But what inspired you to like almost like describe what you do in a book form?
Oh, well, thank you so much for that kindness of yours. So, the first one, which is the Awakening the Soul Vibration here, it's with the mandalas. I went to Egypt in 2020 before COVID, and upon my return, I was having those those messages that I needed to put everything I had felt, sense, saw on a book. And so I started to create them in an art form. And then I actually went and started to write. So this one, I just let it flow. And then I did some research, and it has been proven that we have been using sacred geometry and mandalas for actually millennia. They are all over churches, temple, mosque, and we don't even realize it. So they are powerful. They are powerful healing tools. They are powerful for psychologists and art therapists who want to use it, or just an individual who wants to transform their lives themselves. Corporation can use it as well to uplift a certain room for certain decision making. So that's very important to know. Now, my second book is actually a healing tool for myself. I lost my late husband to cancer. He died of cancer in 2018. And it took me a while to finally get my message out there. So before you start being like, oh, what is it about? So the book is actually, how I got the news, how we got the news, but also the power of resilience, the power of transformation, and the power of alchemizing a tragic event into a positive to help people around the world who are going through the same things that I went through in 2017 and 2018.
Wow. What an inspiration. Like using what you have gone through, the challenges that you went through, to now write your book. And I know that you are a transformational healing coach. You just have such a gift in healing. And the reason I know about this is because we wrote about it at the Los Angeles Tribune in our editorial team, because it's so unique. Like I personally have experienced your healing, being ill and, just off of a phone call, you've cleared it. And so you have this gift, and being able to combine it with your other art forms and your story all together, to create a very unique experience. So tell me, what has changed in the way, or how it has served, the way you either create visibility for the people that you get to serve. How has your book helped you, or has it? I don't want to be leading like it has helped, but has it? And if it has, then how is it supporting?
Yes, so one of the reasons I wrote the book is because I'm trying to reach out more people worldwide versus just the one-on-ones that I usually do, or small group. So this way, it's kind of like a teaching guide, if you wish, that everybody can, read on their own and get the messages that is intended for them. And so the people who have read my books, I've actually said, oh, wow, I transform. I didn't realize this. Or, can you help me create my mandala for my Divine Soul Plate corporation as well? So it has helped in the sense that I'm reaching out more people worldwide. And in matter of fact, I have people who have asked me to translate my books in other languages, such as French and Spanish. I have not gotten around to it yet. So that's a project on my list for me to do. Other people have asked me to actually record my voice and do audiobooks as well. So that is going to be probably coming in 2026 to do that.
That
So
made me
people have told
smile.
me,
The thought of you actually having an audiobook and listening to your voice read your book, that actually made me smile. I would love to be able to like experience that. Yes.
Oh, you're so sweet. So people have said they would like to hear it on an audiobook because they're so busy with their life and that they will just be happy to have it when they're on the go or in the car or at the gym. And so I was like, oh, well, that's a compliment. So I never thought about it, but because people are requesting it, and more than one, I have had 100 of people requesting it. So this is definitely something I'm going to be doing as part of my project as soon as my third book is finished.
So, Muriel, because you've written 2 books and you're writing a third one, like, what's your writing process like? Because not everybody has that, that inclination to be able to finish a book. I actually have a friend who said, I couldn't write a book. I could only write a chapter. So I'm like, why not? Like, where did that belief come from that you couldn't write a book, and that you could only write a chapter? So I would love to be able to tap into your gift. And what inspires you to write? Like, what gets you into the rhythm of writing? What brings out the passion? If you could give some tips to people who have been thinking of writing their books but they just don't feel like they can, or that they don't believe that yet that they can.
So a lot of that has to do with limited belief and what teacher or professor or family have taught a person since they were children. They were like, no, you cannot do that. And so I am here to tell you, every one of you who are listening to this live, you have a message to give to the world. And we need to hear your voice. We need to hear your experience. We need to hear your expertise. Because even if you uplift 10 people, 100 people, 1,000,000 people, that is creating an effect to the world in a positive way. So don't be afraid. So that's the first one. The second thing is, when I write, I have an idea that comes to my mind. And then sometimes I get 3 or 4 different ideas about the same topic. And so when I do, I don't censor myself. So in another word, I do use a pen and paper. I know the people out there are going to be like, we are in the technology world. And yes, we are. But there are science proven here that if you use a pen and a paper or a pencil and a paper, it actually fires 50,000 neurons in your mind. But when you type it on your computer, it's only 5,000. So you are more powerful first writing some outline, writing some ideas on a notebook, and then of course you can type them onto the book, because it's easier to type on a computer to rearrange. So the first thing is that you need to have a topic that you are passionate about that inspire you to write. Okay, if you're not inspired to write about the subject, please don't write. So if you are inspired about dogs, if you're inspired about herbs, if you're inspired about cooking, crochet, whatever, go for it. Okay, go and use your passion as your first stepping stone. The second one is you write some of the idea, forget the title, forget the punctuation. You just write a couple of ideas onto a piece of paper, and then you look at it, and then you let it flow. You literally let it flow. Don't think about, oh, this sentence needs to be perfect. I need to have a capital letter here, or a period, or an exclamation point. No, that comes after you have finished your first draft. So you just write. Now, how do you time and make the time to write your book? So you can create for yourself your own time management, and you can decide you're going to write 30 minutes a day. And maybe some of the day you're going to be so inspired, you're going to be writing for 3 hours. And then maybe the next day you won't write anything at all. Now, for me, I need to be in a quiet environment. I need to be having some type of uplifting music, or soft music, or classical music. I take walks in nature to get more inspired, to get more grounded. But whatever is going to make you get out of your procrastination, get out of your mindset that you cannot write a book, I am here to tell you, you can and you should, because the world needs to hear your voice.
That's so perfect. The world needs, and you know what I love about what you said is passion. Actually, I'm in the back. When you said passion, I'm like, write what you're passionate about. That is the secret. I'm like, if there's anything that I can give you, write what you're passionate about. My pastor says this. He said, discipline is good to have when you've lost all passion. Because when you have passion, you would get up before the alarm clock, you know, sounds. You'd stay up long after it's bedtime. You're powered. So like, think about what fires you up, whether it is like something that you don't like, something that you want change, something that bothers you, or something that inspires you. But passion will propel you forward. And like, just being aware and paying attention to like what makes me come alive, whether it's a topic, a cause, someone getting mistreated, something that's not right that's going on in, whatever it is that lights you up and that makes you come alive. I have a quote that says, be persistent and in the pursuit of what makes you come alive. And so, passion as a guide to being able to like write your book. I feel like everybody can find what they're passionate about, like if they only pay attention, the awareness. So Muriel, because you are the transformational coach, give us some tips on how people can practice awareness. We come back to like finding joy, finding what lights you up, finding what makes you angry actually is part of it too. Yeah, right, like sometimes
that
anger is
works.
actually a good motivator.
Well, that works both ways, and I'm glad you said that. So we are bombarded. We are in the age of too much bombardment from all kind of sources. So we're getting from the TV, we're getting from the media, we're getting from social media. We are getting so much information, we're drowning in it, okay? And so now with AI, we don't know what's true, what's not true, what's real, what's not real. We're like, what is this, So we got to stop. We got to stop and smell the roses, literally, okay? So what does that mean? It means we need to first things to reconnect within ourselves. And once we reconnect within ourselves, we need to ground ourselves as well. So we need to slow down a little bit, calm our mind and our nervous system. And we can do EFT tapping. We can tap to calm ourselves. And those are very quick technique to bring back focus on ourselves. Now, we need to go back in time where maybe when we were children, we had no care in the world for some of us, and we were not scared of anything, and we wanted to explore things, and we were doing things with joy, and we didn't think about the deadline and all that stuff. We got to be bringing that useful curiosity, that useful naivety, that useful way of looking at life. So passion is a beautiful motivator, whether we like something or whether we don't like something. So if you are passionate, like you were mentioning, a cause. So let's say you want to have, water for everybody in the world. Everybody should have the right to have water. Then you can write about it. You can say, I want to write about it. I want to join an organization who's going to support that. I want to be out there. I want to do this. I want to do that. And passion will get you to do things even if you're not paid for it. So in another word, rain, shine, snow, whatever, hurricane in Florida, you are still doing it. You still want to do it. You're happy to do it. But the most important thing, you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing to bring joy and uplifting the world. Now, you can do it by different ways, but writing is definitely, or music actually, or painting. Those are actually places where it can bring you back to a childlike mind.
How beautiful. actually have another author that I at the back that I feel would be a perfect conversation with you. She just launched her book yesterday, and it's Made for More. It's about abundance. And I know one of the things, Muriel, that the topics that you love about is abundance, because I know, because you
Yes.
coached me on it too. So let me bring on stage Daniela Truffin. She was also with us earlier with Dr. Joe Vitale. Daniela, you're on screen. Welcome. And Daniela is her book is Made for More. Your permission slip. Your
Hi
permission
there.
slip to I get this. Your permission slip to abundance, worth, and overflow. That's the title of her book. And I just would love for you, Daniela and Muriel, to just be in conversation when it comes to abundance. You're both transformational healing coaches, and talk about, you could ask Muriel about her book, what inspired her, what are some of her beliefs in abundance, but what, and even passion. Daniela's story is one that actually is something that she's passionate about, although there were a lot of hesitations in the beginning. She pushed through it, and passion made it happen, and it was just launched yesterday. So Daniela, welcome. And I would love to, do you have any questions for Muriel and as to what you've heard so far, just to get us started in the conversation?
First of all, Ava, I thank you for asking me to come on right now. And you said something a few minutes ago that I just posted a few days ago on my page, where it says, passion will wake you up before any alarm clock does.
For sure.
So I'm not sure if you saw that, because you just said it a few minutes ago.
So this is perfect conversation, because I love that we're somehow this conversation is leading us to both passion and abundance. And so when it comes to the topic of passion and abundance, like, talk about energy, because you both are energetic workers. I'm like, Muriel is a crazy energetic worker. I'm surprised that her tech is staying on every single time that we've got her technology like bzz, 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 bzz. Just because of the energy that she brings. But when you talk about passion, frequency, and abundance, would love to hear your thoughts about that.
Was that for me?
Both. So let's start with you, Daniela, because you just came on.
Yeah. So first of all, hi, Muriel.
Hi, Daniela.
Yeah. I loved everything you said up until now. I already took notes. And the stuff that you said is literally what I'm doing in the morning, and what I talk about, how we reconnect with ourselves, we ground ourselves, calm your mind and nervous system. And you said that passion is a beautiful motivator. I have never heard that. So for me, I wrote that down because it was so beautiful to hear.
Oh, well, thank you so much. So to answer Rava's question, we are beings that have memory loss, amnesia, as we should say. We are forgotten. We are all coming from the divine. And so we are all based on frequency, energy, and vibration. And so abundance cannot find you if the person has limited belief and their vibration, I'm sorry to say, is down to the ground. Okay. So you have to be in a different mindset, and you have to be also in a different vibration. So we can all do a quick exercise, and it's going to take 30 seconds. So anybody who is listening in here, I want you to go in time where you are the most happy, joyful moment of your existence. It could be you got married, it could be you got engaged, you got a new puppy, you got a kid, or you got beautiful flower. Take a few seconds, okay? Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and picture the most beautiful moment you experience in your lifetime. Now, all that thought, feel that vibration in your body. Feel it. Now, we're going to do the opposite. Please bear with me and do it, please. You're going to take a moment in time in your life where you were not happy, you were frustrated, you were angry. Maybe someone cut you off on the road. Maybe someone gave you bad news. How does that feel in your body? Where does that go? What part of your body is triggered? Okay, is it your back, your neck, your feet, wherever? Feel the difference between the two vibration energetically. Now, if you are in the one we just finished to talk about, you are not going to get any abundance whatsoever in your life, no matter how much you pray, how much you dance, how much you pray for the rain, the sun to come, or the action, or the vision board. Nothing is going to happen. You've got to change your frequency, your vibration, and be as you already have it. So in another word, if you already have it, then you're not coming from a lack and limited belief.
Oh my God, Muriel. You are speaking the language of abundance. You are preaching, like, this is what I talk about all the time. Be at the vibration of love.
Yes.
At love and above, all the vibration higher than love.
Yes.
That's where you start bringing abundance and attract abundance into your life.
Yes, exactly.
Every word you said, I was hearing it. You can do all the things. And when you're still at the lower and being in shame and guilt and frustration and overwhelm, and I used to be that, and things don't come into your life no matter how much you try, right?
Actually, what comes into your life is what you don't want.
Exactly.
Okay. And I have had that experience myself too. Okay. So we are still in a human body on this planet, right? So we all have our moment, okay, good and bad and in between. And if anyone is saying as they have never experienced frustration, anxiety, anger, a lack of something, they're lying, okay? I'm just saying.
Every human emotion.
Exactly. But being aware is starting to kind of looking at that moment in time, what triggered us, what made us react this way, and then process the information, not like a robot, but process the information. So when the next time this happen again, we might react in a different way. Now, sometimes it's very difficult, okay? Sometimes it's very, very difficult to change our mindset or to change that particular instant. But with the exercise I just gave you, every time something is going to get you upset, think about something that is giving you joy, okay? Because it's going to shift a little bit the vibration and the energy and the frequency. Now, I was told many times when I enter a room, it doesn't matter if I have 1,000 people or 10,000 people. Before I enter a room, if I'm in a happy mood, in a joyful mood, people are like all happy. But if I'm entering a room, even if I don't say a word, in a certain frustration mood, people are like, oh, what's going on? You know? So we are all sensitive to other people, even so we might not be aware of it. So abundance is everywhere. Abundance is a birthright. Everyone on the planet has a right to be abundant and to be successful and to be living their passion.
Do you know Bob Proctor?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I had the privilege to study his last class before he passed.
I'm so glad you did. I never had a chance, and I just follow his material online.
Yes,
and Bob Proctor was my first mentor that I heard a meditation from him, and that meditation shifted so much in my life about abundance. He said, and I said this yesterday on my book launch with Ava, and I said this, Bob Proctor said, look around you. There is an abundance of air, an abundance of trees, grass, birds, leaves. I mean, like water, everything is abundant. This is how money is in your life. It's all around you in abundance. And I I took that from then on over 10 years ago, and I'm like, I am abundant. Like abundance is all around me, avalanches of abundance all around me. So I started attracting more and more abundance to a point where I was like, where is it coming from? It's all coming.
It is, and I also listen to Neville Goddard. So if you haven't had the opportunity, you should as well.
I follow Neville Goddard. Just once you're on this topic of abundance, you follow everyone on abundance.
Exactly, and sometimes you get like a light bulb. You're like, oh yes, that's true. Why I didn't think about that, right? And
Yes.
so when we're talking about the trees, the water, the air, and everything else, you're like, well, this is true, isn't it? And so at the end, again, those are limited beliefs that were put into our mind, regardless the background, regardless the culture, regardless wherever. And so we were mostly taught, at least where I come from, no, you cannot do that. No, you cannot do that. No, this is going to end, and all the kind of sentences about money. And I'm just like, well, this is not true. This is a lie. So once you start taking the lies apart, then you can be sitting truly in your divine birthright of doing what passionates you, what your heart desire, what your money is going to come if that's what you desire, or having an impact on people if that's what you desire. So sometimes abundance is not necessarily an amount of money in the bank account, but it's the amount of people you have transformed and touched that for a better life, that you're leaving a legacy behind. So we might not have buildings with fancy name, but if we are transforming thousands and thousands of people, that's our legacy, because we are leaving the world in a better way than when we found out when we were born.
I love that, Muriel. That is awesome. Awesome to hear. And it's awesome to hear because it's my language every single day. Abundance,
Awesome.
It's not just money. Most people think abundant is just money. It's abundance of everything, impact, relationship, time, how you show up in the world. It's a way of being, right?
Absolutely.
Like you said, my energy walks in the room before I show up.
Yes, and people don't realize that we are all have this energy imprint, and all of us have experienced this at one point or another in our life. Okay, I'm going to tell you a funny story, and I see I'm going to make it short.
No, you don't have to. I was just going to say that, I wanted to encourage our audience. We have over 400 people in the auditorium listening to you guys. And I'm like, be part of the conversation. If you guys are struggling with something that's related to abundance or shame or anything like that, ask questions. This is like, I know that these two are like in a vibrational frequency that's like flying. Between the two of them, they're like floating. I'm like, hey, come back down here.
We're just happy,
or we all go up with them, right? So I wanted to let our audience know that this is a conversation. We're not talking at you. I wanted you to chime in. Like, what are some of the struggles that you wanted to ask questions about? Like real challenge. Like, I understand this. Like, I've heard this thing, but here's where I'm having difficulty. Here's where and it's your opportunity to be able to ask the questions to women who walk, breathe, and live abundance. So I'm not cutting you off. Keep talking. I am.
So no, that's wonderful. So yes, audience, please. Yes, audience, please bring the question to both of us, to all of us. We will be happy to answer you. This is a live conversation. This is my first time meeting Daniela. This is the first time she's meeting me. So we're having this beautiful exchange, and we're thinking alike, obviously.
And we're speaking the same language.
Yes, this is beautiful. So
what language do you speak?
I speak English. I speak French. French is my native language.
Okay, so
I used to speak German and Italian long ago. And
I thought you speak French because at 13 I was fluent in French.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and I've been in America 45 years, so I don't speak it fluently anymore, but I can tell the accent and I could understand if you speak French around me.
Oh, that's fabulous. So maybe we should switch to French. No, I'm just kidding. That's for after the conversation. But I was going to say, around Halloween time, I was dressed as the character of Hocus Pocus of Bette Midler. So I had the green dress and the wig and everything else. And then, because I was going to a Halloween party, now I'm talking about a year or two ago. And so I went to the grocery store here in town, I'm in Florida, dressed like that before I went to the party, okay? And people in the store starting to smile, and I was just bringing them joy. And then little kids came to me that were in the store, grown-up men came to me, grown-up women. And so I started to kind of sing, the songs that she was singing, I Put a Spell on You. And so people started to laugh in the grocery store. So why am I bringing this to you? Because in that particular moment in time, I uplifted the vibration of the people that were inside this grocery store. So it was not about money, but it was about giving them joy and allowing themselves to be joyful once again. So once we are in a joyful mind, once we are in a creative mind, in a passionate mind, there is no limit. You can do whatever you put your mind to it.
Yes, Muriel, that was such a great story. And I have something that's connected to that story. A mentor of mine, when I went through my PhD in mastering leadership, said this: every room you enter, see what's missing. If joy is missing, be that. So in this moment, the story brings me back to exactly what my mentor said. You entered that room and you saw joy was missing, so you were joy. You brought the joy.
Yes.
So in any room we enter, if compassion is needed, be compassion. If leadership is needed, be leadership. If joy is, be joy.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And this is, again, something that all of us have inside us, and we all can accomplish greatness. Now, we are in the age of Aquarius here. So the age of Aquarius is not mumbo jumbo. It means we are brotherhood and sisterhood. It means we are meant to work as teams, to work as community, to work together for a common good. And if we don't do that, in the age of Aquarius, the old ways are no longer going to work, and you're going to start seeing that in the world. We have to come together. And the Los Angeles Tribune is a perfect example of bringing people from around the world in different backgrounds together to speak, to help others. It is a beautiful, thing. So I'm very, very grateful to be here today with the Los Angeles Tribune and you as well.
Thank you, Muriel. I cannot be more like the same way, just like you on a Los Angeles Tribune. I have never seen a platform to bring so many people together as Los Angeles Tribune, and all the people, Morak and Ava and Alicia and all the ones that are putting all this together, working tirelessly behind the scenes for all this to be put together. It's a massive project, and they're doing an amazing job at impacting the world with all these interviews. And oh my God, so many golden nuggets. I wish there's going to be like millions and millions of people are going to watch this, because you're missing out. Since this morning, I think I wrote like 10 pages. I'm all over the place. I told Abba.
I did the same thing. Yes.
And I've been in this, self-development for many years, but there's always something new that I heard today that I've never heard, just like from you. Passion is a beautiful motivator. Never heard that. And like, literally, I became a professional note taker.
I am that too. I take excellent note on a piece of paper, and with a calendar even. Okay, so you probably don't see it, but it's on the paper. I have my pen already here. So I do what I say. I have all kind of notebooks filled with notes, filled with ideas. Now, the beauty of that is that, like I said earlier, I don't stop myself. So I have thousands and thousands of ideas. And so that doesn't mean I'm going to work on all of them. I'm working on the ones that interest me at the moment. Now, on the book, you see the cover. This is the cover of my book behind.
Beautiful.
And I also create oracle cards that match the books, okay? And if you look around, they're all mandalas. So they're all sacred geometry that are meant to heal and transform the individual, okay? And there are only 2 words at the bottom, so you don't need all kind of fancy book to read and interpret. You read it, you meditate, you pray on it, you use it, you can just take one. And so that also has helped transform people as well, just to have this positive with them on a daily basis, monthly basis, however they want to use it. And so that's part of the creativity. Now, when I wrote the book, I didn't realize I was going to make those cards, but people ask, they told me, well, where can't I get cards? And I'm like, oh, I guess I need to make that. So we have to listen to our audiences, because sometimes we write and we do things because we think someone else is going to love what we do, but it can be true. But sometimes our audience is looking for something different, some things that we didn't think about. And the key is to be able to adapt to the challenge, to listen to the people, and to hopefully deliver what they're asking. Now, it's not all the time possible, but we can do the best to do that.
Absolutely. That was such a perfect way of putting it, Muriel.
You're very welcome. So if anybody in the audience have question, me and Daniela, we will be very happy to answer and answer any questions that comes our way. If not, we're having a beautiful conversation and I'm loving it. So Daniela, please stay in touch with me after this, because I think we should do a podcast together.
Of course. Yeah, I am like all for podcasts. Now my book came out yesterday, and I have the same colors it's behind you, the purple and the fuchsia, all over my book. So those are my 2 colors.
See, we're meant to be meeting today. This is beautiful things.
Yes. Okay. And how long have you been doing this?
Okay, so I was born with a gift of healing. So I healed myself when I was 8, and I am actually 59 and a half. So I've been doing this for 51 years.
I am 59 and a half. I am also 59 and a half, Muriel.
Oh my God, we got to meet.
what month were you born?
February. I am an Aquarius, yes.
I am an Aries. I'm March 22nd.
I am February 14th, the goddess of love.
My son's birthday. The Valentine. Yes.
Yes. So you know all about the Valentine babies. So at the end of the day, I've been doing this as a healer for a very long time. I've been doing healing and guidance since I was 15. And then as a transformational coach, I've been doing that in different capacity for the last 30 years. So I bring different tools as we speak in my bag of tricks. And so definitely the focus point I'd be for me when I went to Egypt, I was guided to go to Egypt, and I received massive messages. But since I was a child, I could see spirit, I could talk to spirit. And so it's not, again, mumbo jumbo. There are other beings that our eyes cannot see, but our senses, if we are tuned in, can tune in. And so I've been doing this for a very, very long time. I have helped thousands and thousands of people worldwide, regardless of their titles, regardless of their income. And to me, that is a beautiful thing. So the next project I'm working on, I am working on doing a mastermind retreat in Marrakesh in 2027 during the solar eclipse. Okay, so it's going to be massive. I'm putting everything together. So it's going to be a massive healing transformation for the people who are going to choose to come and participate with me.
Beautiful. I love that you're a healer in this world.
Thank you. Thank you. So healing can come in different way. It can be about releasing trauma, releasing pain, releasing grief, releasing, lack of abundance or lack of motivation. So
what's the modality on releasing lack of abundance? I would love to hear that, Muriel.
Yes, so I have a quick tip if people wants to hear it. So a lot
they're gonna hear it. They're gonna hear it.
So a lot of people, we were taught, money don't go on trees, money is pure evil. I mean, all those stereotypes that have been portrayed in movies and by family and by, you name it, by society. So the first thing we do is, what I teach is that, okay, when you close your eyes, what do you hear when we talk about money? What comes to you? Are you anxious? Are you frustrated? What image do you see in your mind? Okay, well, I don't know, I'm fine. Okay, no, we all have something. And I call that the money monster, okay? So if you can identify this money monster, this lack of, as a person that you do not like,
so
dead
the
or
money
alive,
belief, you put it as a metaphor, like a money monster.
Exactly. So you put it as a money monster, a person that, whether they're alive or dead or a fictional character that you do not like, okay? You need to have this picture, oh, wow, this is my money monster, okay? And then you are going to release it, okay? And how do you release this money monster? So let's say, it's all kind of, threatening things on this particular, person or fictional character. You have to replace it by someone or something you love. So if you choose a character, let's say a fictional character you do not like, get a fictional character you identify with, okay? And then how often do you want to speak to this new character, okay? I'm not talking AI here. I'm talking how often do you want to do that? Now, if this new money character comes in, so we're getting rid of the money monster.
So the new money character is the abundance, correct?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So the new money character, yes. So the new money character is going to be someone you want to be around with. Okay. So in another word, let's say that I don't know. When I grew up, my favorite fictional character was Wonder Woman. Okay. So I love Wonder Woman. Okay. So I would love to.
That's my favorite character, Wonder Woman.
So I would love, now the original Linda Carter. Okay, so I would love to be around Linda Carter. Okay, so in my mind, how often do I want to speak to Linda? Every day. Okay, so when you start doing that, you're starting to shift from that monster that you hated, the money monster you hated, to the abundant, money, loving, caring, because you want to talk to that person. You want to be around that person. It doesn't have to be real. Now, the importance here is very, very focus what I'm going to say next. Our mind cannot distinguish between what is real or what is fiction.
Imagine, yes.
All right. So if you use your imagination and you talk to in your mind to someone you really admire or you like their character or something about, it can be an author, it can be a singer, whoever, it can be a political figure. We don't know. It can be somebody dead, alive, real, not real. if you start wanting to be like that person, if you want to be talking to this person, how often? It could be a member of your family that you admire when you were a kid. Who knows? But at the end, it will be different for everybody. But if you cannot identify or you refuse, not you specifically, or if the person is refusing to identify the money monster, they cannot bring abundance to their life. And I have had client who sat down with me, and when I asked them, they were like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a money monster." I'm like, "Okay, so you have all the abundance in your life you want." Well, no. Okay, work with me. So I have to try.
And there is a monster in there somewhere.
Somewhere. And so is it a monster under the bed? I mean, we got to get it out, okay? But if we're not able to identify the elephant in the room, then it doesn't matter how many personal development, how many coaches we go and see, how many people we talk to, how many healer we go, nothing is going to change. So change starts within us.
I love that. I love that metaphor. And it's so easy, like a child can do it. Because you're talking about characters, you're talking about monsters, and you're talking about like the bad character and the good character, which is the limited belief versus the abundance, which is the good character. Like
This is
Cinderella could be one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we all have favorite character, or whether they're from comic book or movie or whatever, or singer, again, we all have someone or something that we absolutely can identify with. And we have other people, maybe in movies, that, oh my gosh, he was a villain, okay, or whatever. I don't want to be that. We have to identify it, because once we can put a figure on it, then we can release the old to bring this new wonder money money character that is going to be abundant, because we want to talk to him.
That was
It's so fascinating to watch both of you, because you're like two peas in a pod. Like you're came from like
we're
the
both
same.
the same age, Ava. Like literally.
Well, hold on, Muriel. Look at Daniela's book cover from yesterday, from her book launch.
Oh, wow. And you were in Santorini. When were you in Santorini, Daniela?
2 years ago.
I was in Santorini last year.
Yeah. And 2023.
I was there in 2024, and I did a professional photo shoot as well.
You did? You did it?
Yes.
Flying
I didn't do the floating dress. I did the Greek goddess with a gold in my hair.
Oh, okay.
You two are like two peas in a pod. But this is Global Book Lovers Week. I feel like it's going to be a month now. Global Book Lovers Week, where we're bringing authors together, celebrating what they're passionate about. And we have two women here who are just passionate for abundance and eradicating scarcity.
Yes.
If I could say that accurately, passionately wanting to eradicate scarcity. So my question is like getting this back into the elephant in the room, Muriel. It's like, unless the elephant in the room is addressed, like nothing that you do would matter. And a lot of people are prevented from being able to write their book or finishing their book because of the lack of, I wouldn't even say abundance, sufficiency. Like there's not enough sufficiency in their life that, writing their story or making their story matter sits in the, the back of whatever other, chasing money and making ends meet looks like. So in situations like that, where people are really in this struggle of, I understand the idea of putting yourself forward. I understand the idea of like being in this vibration. What are some shifts? I know you gave one a while ago of like talking to Wonder Woman, like your favorite character. Are there some, like when you recognize the awareness that you recognize that pattern, because it's a pattern, right? Like it's your default wiring. When you recognize that pattern, what's some quick ways to be able to break that pattern and be able to powerfully make a choice? So that it would empower people to like, stop the cycle of just going into the lower vibrations. And I know that our next book. Our next speaker will actually talk about book writing. So I would like you to preface this as to like, how do people get to step into abundance so they could actually write their books?
Do you want to take that one, Daniela?
She was talking to you, I think, right?
Okay, all right. So I'm doing it. So
both of you. The truth is, like Daniela just finished her book and she went through some processes. So perfect for both of you.
Yes. So when you are too busy in a survival mode because you have a husband, wife, children, family to take care of, jobs, whatever, it seems that there is not enough time in the day to do what you're passionate about, or how to do your passion, or how to start your passion, okay? And you're going to have these ideas, this passion, these topics that you want to write about, but you're going to have all the background noise in your mind that is going to prevent you from doing that. So the best example is, I'm going to ask everybody in the audience here, do you know what is running in the background of your mind? And the answer is no. Okay, so human beings are aware of about 200, 300 thoughts a day. Actually, we have about 50,000 thoughts that run in the background. So when you turn on your computer in the morning, you don't know all the program behind to make sure to go on, all the cool tools that you're using. And that's what's happening with your mind. Your mind is like a computer. So you need to attend to it. You need to remove the weed of your mind. You need to remove the weed of your garden. You need to attend to your garden. You need to make it bloom. So how do we make your mindset change your behavior? Okay. Simple question, okay? How many of you have TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram? Oh, I'm hearing voices here. All of us have a certain type of social media. How many hours are you spending scrolling for garbage? Okay, I'm sorry to say it this way, okay? Oh, but I like this video. I like this. Oh, absolutely. How many times are you playing the games on your phone, or video games or whatever? Those are times that you could have spent writing about your passion, okay? Writing about a topic of your choice. So if we were to take a census in the audience, I'm not pointing finger because I do have all those social media, okay? I'm not pointing finger. But are you spending 10 minutes? Are you spending 2 hours? Are you spending 5 hours? I give a challenge to everyone listening. Go and check on your favorite social media. They can tell you how much time you actually spend during the day or the week. And when you see those numbers, you are going to be horrified. Now, if I ask you the next question, how much television program have you been watching this week? Okay, was it 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours? So this is time that you could have spent expressing yourself, writing, giving your voice, giving your truth to your ideas, to your project, to whatever you're passionate about. So this is not about money. This is about time management. And if in the back of your mind, you have all those weeds that are telling you you are not good enough, your writing is not good enough, you're never going to be published, you're never going to do this. What about if people are reading you and they don't like you? What if people hate you? So this is preventing you from reaching greatness, from reaching your goals. And I say we, I include myself, we are our worst enemies because we are self-sabotaging. When we're ready to succeed, we're like, okay. We got to change that. So start monitoring your time on the social media, on the TV, turn off all the negative news, and focus on you, on yourself, and you can start bringing it to fruition. And as you develop the confidence in writing, in doing it, then you can use tools out there. Once you have created your draft, you have tools out there that you can use. I use Grammarly. because it does check my grammar. Okay. And so those are tools that you can do and use. They're out there for you. It's not like 20 years ago. So you guys, you have tools, you have your mind, and you are powerful more than you think you are.
You know what comes to mind as I listen to you, Muriel, is the words of Henry Ford, right? Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. So it's really the awareness of, like paying attention to what's the narrative that's running, behind the background. Is it an I can't or is it an I can? And it matters because what the conversation, the narrative that's running in the background is going to dictate our actions and it's going to dictate our passion, right? And so thank you for sharing what you shared, Muriel. I'm excited because the next speaker is actually going to talk about writing books. She's someone who actually helps people write books. So Daniela, in closing, I would love to also hear, what's a tip that you would give to people, who are hesitating to write their book, because you just did it.
And I literally talked about this yesterday on our launch. Abba, if you remember the moment when, as I was writing the book, there was a moment, one of these very deep-rooted beliefs showed up for me, and showed up so powerfully that I thought it was going to stop me from finishing the book. And that belief was, what would people say? This belief was embedded by for many, many years by my mom. She passed away over 5 years ago before COVID started. But my mom always wanted to make sure she is, people don't talk about us as a family, about her kids. She was always protecting us from that and told me to keep everything quiet, stay inside, don't tell people. And writing a book, as we all know, most of us are putting our life in a book and we're putting our stories and the things we went through. And when we do that, people are going to read. Now, if that belief was so embedded in my subconscious mind, of course it showed up. And these days, with the mindset that I cultivated in the last few years through many trainings that I've done, it took literally seconds for myself to say, thank you for sharing, but let me tell you this. I wonder how many lives am I going to impact and change and transform just because I'm writing this book. And that limited belief just went away in seconds. So that's a tip.
I am so proud of you, Daniela. I'm literally giddy, and I can see our next speaker just like smiling ear to ear on the background when she said that. So I wanted to share that this is actually her book. This is Made for More: Your Permission Slip to Abundance, Worth, and Overflow. So you can just imagine, her narrative is like, what would people say? What would are they going to say, who do I think of myself?
Yeah, like I'm bragging. The word was bragging, like you're bragging about what you accomplished, from where you were to where you are today. That word would be really written around my forehead. You're bragging, those two words. But then because I eradicated right away, and I, when in doubt, focus out. So I focus out. How many? And then just to tell you, just since yesterday, I have received so many messages from women that I already impacted their life. And in that image that Ava just put up, there is a QR code, right? Not a QR code, it's a link that right there. We're giving the first 8 chapters free out of my book as a gift to anyone who wants to read them.
Everybody gets to read it. Everybody needs their next level. So we've got our next speaker, but Muriel, I'm so grateful. You are a 3-time critically acclaimed bestselling author of the Los Angeles Tribune. Your frequency, your vibration, you can't be around Muriel and have low vibration. I'm sorry. Like sincerely, if your like vibration's low, just like go to Muriel. So Muriel, in closing, I would love to give you the space and the opportunity to say what you probably is like landing for you right now in your heart that you'd like to tell our audience.
So what I'm hearing mostly from tapping into the world is that there is a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of what's going to happen tomorrow, what if, and you got to cut it out, because this is not your stories, this is not your life path to live. You have your own divine, unique gift, unique message, unique path. And if it's not you, who else is going to be delivering this message? And we can talk about abundance, love, spirituality, relationship. We all have a different piece of the puzzle that we can bring to the table. So what I'm trying to say, even if a topic seems to have been talked and written and in song and everything else over and over, that does not mean that you writing on this topic is not going to contribute. It's quite the opposite. You, with your own perspective, can contribute, and the reader could be like, oh, I never realized that. Oh my God, okay? So do not be scared and embrace yourself, conquer your fear, take the first step, go out there and write your book.
I love that. Go out there and write your book. And Muriel, tell us about your book again. Your 2 critically acclaimed best-selling
Yes,
books.
so I have one book that is called Awakening the Soul Vibration, Secret Mandala for Healing and Transformation, where I'm teaching the reader how to create their own sacred geometry, their own mandalas, their own piece of art for healing, for being abundant in their business, for their spiritual journey, for their relationship journey. The second one is called the Alchemy, Eternal Echoes, Alchemy of Resilience after losing someone to cancer. So if you have been in a situation where you have lost a loved one, whether it's a spouse, a child, a parent, a brother, a sister, a friend, you might want to pick up that book, because that book is about giving you tools to actually leave a legacy and move forward after you're losing someone to cancer. And again, I have lost my husband in 2018 to cancer. I also designed the graphic on my 2 books, so this is my own design as well. And I'm working on my 3rd book, and the 3rd book is going to be something different, where I'm going to teach people, men and women, to awaken and connect to their divine soul blueprint.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your book, sharing your passions. I wanted to encourage our audience, if you are an author, nominate your book for critical acclaim. Muriel is a 3-time critical acclaim bestseller. And so nominate your book and allow it to receive the recognition that it deserves. So LATribuneBestseller.com is a place where you could nominate your book for critical acclaim review. And I tell you that, to be able to hear your story, to be able to hear, your journey, your message is an answer to someone that someone's looking for. So with that, I'm gonna thank you first, and I'm gonna put some commercial, and then we'll be right back with our next speaker. Thank you, Muriel. Thank you, Daniela.
Thank you.
Live abundant.
Live abundant. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
welcome back. You are at the Global Book Lovers Week broadcast, and where we are celebrating and honoring books and authors that have changed lives, shaped the world. And our next speaker is someone that actually brings that to life for a lot of people. She's an award-winning speaker, producer, radio host, TV producer, PR media specialist, author of 15 best-selling books. And she's known for her exceptional expertise in helping her clients with media exposure and also in writing books. So she has a page, a Facebook page that has over 40,000 members, called Need a Guest. And I'm just so excited to hear what she's got to say, because she's someone that like really brings the greatness in others and brings the light, in others. And she's put a lot of stories out there, from obscurity to now visibility. Bringing up on stage Miss Angel Tusi.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Ava. I'm so excited to be here. Happy Saturday. Happy Global Book Lovers Week. Love what you have been doing here today. 5.5 hours going already.
Yes, absolutely. 5.5 hours. We've got 400 people live right now watching. Many of them are looking into writing their books. They probably have written their books. They are wanting to honor books. So just to start us, in this conversation, Angel, what's a book? Let's say 2-3 books that have impacted your life, that have changed the trajectory of your life because of those books.
Oh my goodness, right? Books do change lives. And when you think about the books that have changed our lives, like when you're talking about it, originally I'm thinking of some children's books, like books that I read to my kids early on when I first found out I was pregnant. I think reading to them every single night was like just something we did as a family, and it was something that brought us together. And so I'm trying to remember, it was like Goodnight Moon, I think, was the one that I read to them the most. They would just ask me to read it to them over and over again. And I mean, even as children, we had just shelves and shelves of books that my kids ended up loving. And so when you asked me which ones impacted me, the first thing I could think of was just those children's books that I was reading to my children. For me personally, I've had incredible authors that I think have just poured into me. My husband and I, we met, I don't know if you know this, but my husband and I met in the Amway business. And one of the things that was super important in that whole community was you are what you read. And so every night we would be reading, our homework assignment was to read 30 minutes out of a self-improvement or self-development book. So like Og Mandino and Napoleon Hill and Zig Ziglar, like all of the greats, we were reading, and they were just pouring into me in a time that I didn't even know that world existed. And then today, I would say some of the most important books that have inspired me are those of my authors. I've helped over 100 authors publish their own books, and every time I read a book from one of my authors, I'm just inspired to continue to go out and make a difference. Books do change lives, absolutely, and I'm super excited that we're celebrating authors here this week.
So good. I am very, very excited. And since you have helped over 100 authors publish their books, I would love for you to give us some tips for people who have been thinking of writing their books. Like, what are some of the ways that they could make what they think they want to do into actionable reality?
I think a lot of times people will even tell you should write a book. They'll hear your story. They'll hear some of the things you've been through, the trials, the tribulations, and the fact that you are still alive, the fact that you are still standing, that you have learned a lesson from it or have overcome it. I think so many of us have had somebody in our life say, you should write a book. You should write your story. You should publish your story. And what do? We dismiss it. But don't dismiss it, because your story does matter. Your story is making an impact, and don't let it go to the grave with you. I think that so often we have all these great ideas, these great stories, things that we've gone through, and we talk ourselves out of. We play small, thinking, who's going to read it? That's probably the biggest thing that people come to me. Who's going to read it? Who wants to read my story? I will tell you that every single day, people are searching for somebody like you, searching for a story like yours. online, on Amazon. Books account for 10% of overall sales. So I promise you, people are still buying books, they're still reading books, they're still looking for books. And if somebody has ever said to you, you should write your book, you should write a book on it, tell your story, don't dismiss that. Don't dismiss that anymore. Don't play small. That's a calling, right? That's been called to you. Somebody has planted that seed inside of you. And when I stand in front of a room, I will ask who in the audience wants to publish a book. 84% of North Americans will raise their hands to say, I wish I could write a book. They want to write a book. And I think if you're listening, if you're watching today, we have a lot of authors here who have taken up the calling, right? They've grabbed that baton and said, I will take that calling and I will publish my book. 84% of people say they want to. So this isn't even something we have to convince, like tell you it's time for you to write your story. You know it inside of you. Like how many here, you know for a fact your story is meant to inspire. You want to tell your story. You need to get that story out into the marketplace. You already know it. And yet here's a staggering statistic. 84% want to. 84% feel that calling. 84% of people have been told you should publish your book and publish your story. But only 1% actually do. Talk about being in the 1% club, taking action, actually taking your thoughts and putting them into paper and publishing them. Only 1% of North Americans have actually published their book. And I know we're in a world where it seems like every time we turn around, it's a speaker, an author, a coach has published a book, and that's the world we're in. But really, it's still a very small space. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room and there's no limit. And here's the thing, even if somebody's already published a book on the topic, right, on the industry that you're in or the topic that you cover, nobody has published your story. Ava can't do it. I can't do it. The only person that can publish your story is you. And so I hope you'll take up the calling. Like if you're feeling that urgency today, it's been inside of you. It's been a bucket list item. You've written it down year after year. This is part of why we created our 90-day author program is people were always coming to me saying, Angel, someday, right? I've always wanted to write a book. I keep putting it off. I keep putting it off. And so we created a 90-day program where we step by step take you through 12 steps of publishing your book. And we do it in a group setting so that you've got accountability, you've got encouragement, and we all cross the finish line together. It's an incredible opportunity, but it doesn't matter if you're working with a publisher, if you're just publishing it yourself, if you are, it doesn't matter. Just publish it, right? Get started. I think that's the number one thing. The true key to success is make quick decisions and set small goals. So what if just today you decided, I'm going to publish my book in the next 12 months, and just make that decision and start taking the baby steps that'll help you to cross that finish line every single week. Just do something that gets you even closer. Cross that finish line. Just make the decision. Make quick decisions, set short-term goals, and you'll find the secret to success.
I love that. I love that. You know, when you first wrote your book, what was your first book? Because there are 15 best-selling books. You know, what was your first book? And walk us through that moment when you made that decision that it was worth writing.
Oh my gosh. Oh yes. So I remember thinking that someday, right? I had this, I don't remember where the original idea when it first sparked, but somewhere in there I decided someday I want to be an author. I want to publish a book. And probably because I read books all the time and right. And I don't know, something in it. But I remember seeing my friend had published his book. I saw it on Facebook and he was holding a book signing event. And I thought, I'm going to go and pick his brain. I'm going to go ask him everything that I'm going to learn everything about it. And I went to this book signing event. His name was Mark. He was actually a journalist. He was a TV broadcaster in Denver where I lived. And he wrote a story. He wrote a book of stories of people he had interviewed on his TV show. And so I just went there. I'm like asking him every question. What do you have? Like, what do you do? Where do you start? And after like 3 or 4 questions, he stopped me. He said, Angel, just write it. Everything that you want to know, everything you need to learn, you'll learn once you start the process. So I loved that phrase. I say people now, right? Writers write, just write it. Speakers speak, right? Just speak. So if I just started writing my book and I didn't know what it was going to be, but I was coming home from a camping trip over Labor Day weekend, and we had gone camping. I don't know if I give off this vibe, but I'm not really an outdoorsy kind of person. And so this was like a big thing for me. And on the way home, I thought next time how I would do it better. And I started making a list. And my kids are like, Mom, you always make lists. You're the list maker. You should write the book, Lists That Saved My Life, because that's what you're always doing. And so it was in an RV on a way home from a long weekend, an extended camping trip, that I decided I was going to write my very first book called Lists That Saved My Life. That was all about how I balanced being a mom and being a professional woman. And I was a mom. I didn't have a whole lot of time. I couldn't just escape into a writer's retreat. And so in 15-minute increments at a time over the next 3 months, I worked on writing my book, and I actually wrote it. And I remember showing up at an event. I was involved with my local chamber of commerce, and I showed up at an event, and I had a friend that I talked to like a few months before, and he and I both talked about publishing our books. And he came up to me. He's like, Angel, I've done all the research. I have a spreadsheet. Here's all the different publishers. Here's all the different things we need to know. I've got all the data. I've done all the research. Here's how we're going to publish our book. And I said, oh, yeah. And I held up, I just published my first book. And so while he was off doing all the research and trying to figure out all the who's, the what's, the how's, I took my friend Mark's advice and I just wrote it. Published my very first book in 2008 called Lists That Saved My Life. And it still sells today. I still use it today as a way to stay organized and on top of things in my own household. And I still get people that reach out to me. Angel, I'm reading your book. I still read your book. I just grabbed it off the shelf. One of the people that had bought it, what was that, 15 years ago? Oh my goodness. I hope I haven't aged at all. Oh my gosh.
It's an intriguing title. One of the things that actually our opening panel was like rock star. We had Sharon Lechter, John Gray, we had Robert Allen, 1 Minute Millionaire, and then Doria Cordova, and they were talking about how they literally made New York Times bestseller, like tens of thousands and hundred thousands copies sold. And the biggest strategies, like title, just the title. Like, so for example, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. And before, John Gray was talking about how there was actually a book that he published before then. And it's like, relationship, men and women relationship, something like that. And it didn't sell. And when they changed the title to Men Are From Mars, and it like sold, and it like became the biggest selling. So I feel like your books, like the List That Saved My Life, like, what list is that? Like, what's in that list? I want that list. Like, where can I get that list? I want that list, I feel like it's just such an intriguing way to like really get a title out there. So one of the things is like really having a power, and that's what Robert Allen said. It's all about, start with a title. Start with a powerful title. Some of my most memorable things is like Eat That Frog, Who Moved My Cheeks, right? So some of the most intriguing titles. But I love that, there was something that you said. You said, you learn things you don't know as you do it. Like, there's not I'm going to wait until I'm ready, before I do it. Like, you learn things in the process. Like you say, authors write and speakers speak, right? Like, you learn things in the process. This is actually what I tell people. Like, for example, there was something that I just did recently. Oh, my pageant. So I went and competed for Mrs. Nevada, and I am not exactly the size of who would compete for a pageant.
But these days, right? Like, we don't all have to be Barbie dolls anymore, right? People are looking for real and human. But kudos to you for putting yourselves out there.
Well, thank you. But I could have waited and say, hey, like maybe next year, I'm going to try to lose more weight, get ready. But there was one thing that I noticed in my conversation when that invitation and that opportunity came up, and I said, I'm not ready. I'm not good enough. And I paused, and I'm like, where else in my life? How do we do one thing is how we do everything, right? It's a vibrational frequency where we function from. Where else in my life do I, show up like that, where I'm showing up like where I'm not ready and not good enough. And I looked at my life, and it's pretty much everywhere. You know, it's pretty much everywhere. This is the reason why I put people on stage and I don't, and I stay in the background, and I write about people's news, and I don't do it for myself. You know, I stay hidden. It's because I that was the narrative that was playing behind me. And you know, when I saw it, you know, when you see things, you can't unsee it. I'm like, that gets to end today. I filled out the pageant application, and you know, and I said that gets to end today. So when I was in the pageant, you know, there was someone who owns a healing center who sponsored my pageant preparation. And she was cheering for me. She's part of the big Las Vegas community. And some of the body, you know, the body centers, you know, whether they're fitness centers or like, they shushed her and they said, why are you cheering for her? She's not actually, you know, fit and healthy for your brand. Like, she's not a good representation for your brand. And she told me that, and she told me that crying. And I, instead of like feeling bad, there was like an instinctive anger that rose up within me, and I said, you know, that's where I began, but that's not where I'm ending. I'm coming back next year to compete again. And I said, that's where I'm like, I literally have to start somewhere. And this is where I'm starting, but this is not where I'm going to end. You know, so in the beauty of what you just said, of like, start somewhere. Like, you literally can't start unless you start from zero. Whether it is YouTube, it'll be zero followers. Whether it is, you know, the page of a book, whether it's a podcast, like, you literally have to be okay with starting at zero, right?
Every book starts with a blank page, right? Every author, that book, there was nothing on that page when they started. And for all of us, well, you are so right. You know, I think it's whenever you know, sometimes I feel really self-conscious. I go to the gym because you know, everybody there seems like really fit, muscular, like they're strong, they're comfortable with around the machines. But I'm like, I have to start somewhere. I have to, you know, if I have to show up, I'm not exactly where I want to be, but how inspiring. And I think that's also what books do. Like, they inspire because you're allowed to, people often see you, like they see the social media, right? Here's the grandiose, like the lifestyle. They see the fun pictures, they see the lifestyle, they see the travel. And when you publish your book, you get to go back a little bit. You get to go to the underbelly, tell them, you know, the grassroots, how you fell, what you know, where you started from nothing, started from scratch, had to start over again and yet again and yet again, right? And so I think it allows people to realize, it's like why we read autobiographies, why Sharon's books are so amazing, why John Gray's books are so, like, because they tell the underbelly, and it's not always perfect. But, you know, there's always that hero's journey, right? We all go through some stuff, and then we come out on the other side. We're going to be there in the front row cheering for you next year when you come out, right? And your new fit, healthy body, right? I think I read not too long ago, and this one hit me because it's kind of the stage of life that I'm in. But we can have the body we want, right? It's a decision away, that we have all the tools, everything at our disposal, that we could have the body we want. And I was just like,
well, there's a key to that, right? There's a key to that. The key is we want, you know, all caps, underline, highlighted, you know, like, we want, like, do we really, really want it? Like, do we really want it? Or, you know, are we just like, it's a good to have, nice to have, we would like to, but the key is like that we want, you know, when you want something, that want is what would create that desire. When I said yes to the pageant, it wasn't about body. It was that I didn't want to disqualify myself anymore. You know, a rebellion rose up within me. I didn't, you know, like, who would want to be on a bathing suit on a stage? But that realization that I was disqualifying myself, that gets to end today. Like, I cannot continue to disqualify myself anymore. And it was my rebellion against that voice that made me go, you know, because I don't want to be in there anymore. And so, you know, I you know, if you, whatever it is that's limiting you from like starting to tell your story, whatever that narrative is, I would say, do you really want to agree with whatever that narrative is? But Angel, since we have you, and you are an expert in media, you know, you've been a TV host, radio host, you've been doing PR for over 15 years. and you're helping people write books. Like, what is the value of having a book in terms of people being actually, being visible and receiving visibility in PR and media?
Oh, great question, right? And I love the rebellion, and I love how you said what you want, because I remember this phrase: become obsessed with what you want, because you get what you think about most of the time. So, if you're constantly thinking about the thing you want and that's your front of mind, you get what you think about most of the time. So make sure you're really clear about what you want. But what is the value of being an author? I mean, there's a lot of internal, right, intrinsic value of sharing your story, creating, finishing something that you promised yourself that you would start. But externally, the value of being a published author. These days, I think I told you the statistic, right? Only 1% of people are actually published authors. Even like my mom, this is a crazy story. My mom has no idea what I do, right? I sit at home and I do Zoom calls all day. She does not think I work. She could not explain what I do, but she knows I'm an author. And it's really easy for her to promote me, to share, to talk about me. As an author, when people read your book, they're going to want to get to know you. They're going to want to buy your book, leave you reviews, take pictures with you, share your book with their friends. It creates this, like in your very first sphere of influence. Like if you throw a rock into the water, it creates this ripple effect. So that very first ripple, the people who are closest to you, they're going to be so proud of you. Right? They're going to be so proud that you finished this, that you accomplished it, that they know an author. Right? And so in your own sphere, right, your own first ripple wave, you're going to have this just internal and external validation. And they're going to be so proud of you. They're going to want to share you with their friends. But what happens after that is you start to really have a reach and an impact. Being an author, you can reach people you would never meet. When you think about all the people you want to impact along the way and people who can be impacted with your story, people across the globe, across the country, across town will buy your book, can have access to your book, and you can reach people you would never meet in any other platform, in any other venue. Plus, being a published author, you get invited. You get invited to speak. You get invited for radio interviews, television interviews, newspaper interviews, magazine interviews. It really does start to open the door for visibility and creating unlimited traction. And one of the things that we're doing now, I've started this Facebook community. We have podcasters, hundreds, thousands of podcasters who are looking for guests. And you know who they want to interview? Authors who have published their stories. So if you want to get your book out into the marketplace and you want to have a ripple effect and create an impact, imagine what would happen if you were a guest on 10, 20, 30 podcasts, all talking about and promoting your book. Think about the reach and the impact that you could start to create. And, the ripples, right? The ripples just keep going and going and going. I mean, there's nothing like, I love talking about the impact that being an author has, the doors that it opens. And then if you are a fiction author or a nonfiction author, and leveraging it back into your business brand, right? So your book is about your personal brand, but it can also attract more clients and more leads into working with you. So it is an incredible marketing tool as well. And it's unstoppable. Like there's nothing in comparison out there that can compare what marketing your book versus any other marketing, advertising, social media, TikTok videos. There's nothing that being a book like can even compare to being as a published author. So if you already know whether or not you want to write a book. You've already thought about it. You've been dismissing it, right? We need to be rebellious, right? That's going to be our new thing. We're going to be rebellious and say, you know what? People will want to read my book. There is an audience for me, and I am going to publish that book. And we're gonna have a big pageant book signing event, right, with all of our rebellious authors.
Rebellious authors. Well, the truth is, like, whatever the narrative is that's holding you small, that's telling you can't, or that no one's going to read it, or you're not qualified, that's exactly the voice that you get to silence.
Yes.
And the way you silence it is you go the opposite direction, like you exactly do what it's telling you not to do. I know it's just my rebellion, it's just me, my rebellion, and I. But Angel, I am so grateful that you came to share. I know that you're coming back back. In the next few days, we've got 7 days of, it's not all day, I promise. It's not like LA Leadership Week, but we're coming in and out featuring authors, books, that change lives, books that have the potential to change lives. It's so important. It's so important that we continue to promote books, that we continue to teach our next generation. I mean, books is changing, right? Like they come in audio form, they come, there are some that come in video forms, they come out, like the books to film, or they're now being turned into movies. We've got 3 of our critically acclaimed best-selling authors who are actually turning their books into films. And we're going to be at the LA Tribune Film Festival August 14, 15, 16, and that's where the celebration of books is going to end, with books being turned into films. And so it's such an exciting moment, because the things that I heard you say is unlimited and what was the other there was another every time you say there's an emphasis to it. But what comes to me with your interview and your personality, that's the vibration that you bring, is limitless. Like there's so much possibility that you can create. Tell us our audience about your Facebook page. Maybe invite them to find it and be able to come into your ecosystem and your space.
I would love to. Well, one of the most beautiful things about being an author, right? You didn't just publish the book. You want to go out and get that book into the marketplace. And we have built an incredible Facebook networking group called Need a Guest, filled with podcasters who need guests. They want to interview authors, subject matter experts. So if you are an author and you're looking for more stages, you're looking to speak and to be interviewed on more podcasts in this next year, we have a free networking group. It's called Need a Guest. You can find us on Facebook. It's connect directly with podcasters, network directly with podcasters who are actively seeking guests, and especially they are seeking authors. If you haven't yet published your book, let's just put a date on it. Coming out Q2, Q3, right? Put a date on it of when that book is coming out. And she was right. Let's give it a really powerful title so that people will remember that.
So good. Well, Angel, it is such a pleasure to have you. Thank you for giving us your nuggets. That's like 360-degree between media, between podcasts, between, being a guest, being a speaker, and being an author. Like, you have put it all together. What a wonderful way to really light up our afternoon. We've got about 3 more speakers after this, and it's all about books, and it's all about writing your book. So Angel, I just want to thank you. And I look forward to your panel and to the authors that you will bring in the next few days.
I am looking forward to it. Well, it's been my pleasure. It's been my honor. I can't wait to meet you all. I can't wait to read your books. And this is good. I mean, what you guys are doing here with the Los Angeles Tribune, how you are honoring authors, how you are honoring, you just continue to create innovative ways. You're a pioneer in the space, and I love being a part of it today. So thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. So our next speaker is the one person who actually put a stop date to when his book is going to be out, and he made it happen. The author of the critical acclaimed best-selling book, Fortunes in the Fire, From the War-Torn Country to the Hills of Beverly, bringing up on the stage the one, the only, Mark Najjar. Mark, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Global Book Lovers Week. And I have to say, I love your book. Love your book. I was blessed and fortunate to be part of the reading, advanced reading of your book. And I cried so many times reading your book. And I remember your story where you talk about this going back and being able to tell your story and bringing yourself back there. First of all, I wanted to give you the space and the stage to what it means for you to now be a critical acclaimed published author, and what opportunity is it opening up for you to be able to speak in spaces that you only dreamt of in the past.
Ava, thank you for having me on this platform. It's always a privilege and an honor to be with you. I cannot tell you the doors that got opened for me after writing and publishing my book. It opened so many doors for me to speak on platforms and just get my message out to young professionals and people in general. And that was the main goal of writing the book. It was a little bit more about transferring that message, those life lessons that I learned coming to the States at the age of 17, and being able to roadmap those steps in my life where I can benefit in my turn now, the younger professional and whoever is there to achieve the goal they want, to reactivate this dream that they once had, so forth.
You know, Mark, I actually want to call you the king of mic drops. You know,
Oh,
the most recent place where you spoke at Bill Walsh, Success Summit event, which was also virtual, but was with like some of the biggest speakers that we've ever known, in the same platform that they spoke. I mean, we were all blown away. It was like mic drop after mic drop after mic drop. Like you carry the ability to like concisely drop bombs, like so to speak, having grown up in a place where you were constantly bombarded with bombs dropping on the ground and your ground shaking, but you somehow have carried that ability to just drop bombs whenever you speak. And I could just imagine, when you speak in the places that you not that are now open to you, whether that's well, I wouldn't want to put the words to your mouth, but what are some of the places that have opened up for you to speak as a result of publishing your book?
many stages, and I'm a little bit considering as well to go into the seminar setting where I can help a group of people to translate that message that the book it's all about. I've grown up in Lebanon when the war was at its peak, had taught me that not every fire in your life is meant to burn you, but rather to forge you. And we all get those little fires that pops up in our daily lives here and there. Some of them are small, some of them are big. But if we don't learn to either move away from the little fire that face us and to let the big fire forge us and learn from them, that's a way that you can really stay the course and get to the finish line. So many times when we are faced with a challenge, we feel like giving up. Oh no, it's not meant for me. This is too hard to do. No, this is the wrong path to take, so forth. But you need to go back to that mindset that when you decided to go achieve that goal, to go after that dream that you've always wanted, those little fire, with the book, it explains how you can forge those fire to show your greatness and to take you to that next level. Everything in life in my book is not in this book, but in my own life book, is about resilience and being consistent. If you are not consistent and resilient, you're not gonna get to the finish line. So your why has to be so powerful, and for the why to be powerful, it needs a fuel. The fuel, you can do it by having a purpose, reaching out a goal, going after the things that really mean to you. When you have that purpose fueling your why, you become unstoppable.
Absolutely, Mark. That's such powerful message, and I feel like your message is something that our new generations, our younger generations, like really need to hear today. The beauty of your book is that you came to America with very, very little. I mean, like not even to survive a month, right? When you came to America, but from coming to America with nothing, just with your consistency and your persistency, you've built businesses that have succeeded in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills, in Hollywood area, and now you're wanting to like give that back. So for people who are going through the fire, like you've gone through, right? For people who are going through the fire, and they don't quite see what is possible, like when you're literally like you're living day by day, not knowing, in your case, where every single day is a gift, not knowing whether you're going to actually see your parents in the end of the day, whether you're going to wake up the next morning. Walk us a little bit through, like, when people are going through that, and going through that, the hardest parts of life and the hardest parts of time. What are some of the ways that you were able to make it through, and that you were able to create something different than what you were born into?
Sure, Ava. Also, I totally believe that everything starts with the gratitude, because uh, tomorrow is a promise to no one, and today is a gift. This is why we call it the present. We have to really acknowledge and be grateful for every morning that we have. I remember a specific night in Lebanon where we were getting bombarded by explosion and missiles. And it was so hard that with every bomb and explosion, I feel my heart stopping just long enough to check if I'm still alive or not. In that particular night, I felt my father was squishing us in a corner, having his hands above us, while I am holding my brother in one hand and covering the eyes of my little sister with the other, and praying so hard, so fast that nothing will happen tonight. But if somebody has to die here tonight, please let it be me, because I cannot bear the fact seeing any of my family dead. So guess what? The next day, the sun rose. And this is when I realized a very powerful realization that every morning is a true gift, and we need to treat it as such. When you come from a place of gratitude, starting your day, the word is at your own hands. Besides, we always find what we are looking for. Remember when I met you, I was in about writing this book, and then I said, you told me, let me help you out with this. And then you opened my eyes and you got inside of me and took out what I am really about. And for that, I will forever be grateful. It was you, Ava, who made that thing happen. You discovered in me what I wanted for a long time to get out, knowing that I can benefit the world, especially younger professional, not to take any day or any minute as a granted, because we live in the greatest country on earth. And I don't know if a lot of people know, but at least there are 100 to 150,000 people a day knocking on U.S. embassies' doors to get a visa to come to America. We are here. It's a sin if we don't take advantage and enhance our life and help others to do the same.
Oh my gosh. First of all, let me say, I'm speechless, because I actually, in all of the times that we've been together, it's my first time hearing you say that I pulled your message out of you, because I felt like it's so apparent. It's so apparent. Like, you breathe it, you walk it, you talk it. I could see it in you. And to hear that it's that moment that where you feel like that was like brought out of you. It's such a gift to the world. But even your answer, Mark, when you said that for people who are going through the fire and just day by day, and your answer is gratitude. That is that's the key, right? Like, what would it be like, no matter how hard it is, if you start your day with gratitude, and you start your day with just appreciating, knowing that you're alive, you're breathing, you're here in America, and just be in you resonated so well. It's funny because I always say, the things that we're so that comes so naturally for us, that's such a gift for us, we don't see it, because I mean, we are it, like we've always been it, like we think everyone's that way, right? But it's so unique, and this is why it's important for you to get someone who would reflect to you what your strengths are, who would reflect to you what you're really good at, what you're powerful at, because we don't see it in ourselves, because we've always been it. Like, I've always, for the longest time, one of my stories, Mark, is I've always been a very, very empowering, inspiring, a positive person. And I actually, the gifts that you are, people would have made it wrong. Like, they would have had said you're too much, that's actually your weakness. Like, whatever it is that your superpower, someone has talked it down already. And in my case, my positivity, they said, is actually like, it's passivity. They have labeled it as passivity, that I don't fight and take action on certain things because I tolerate a lot of things. But realizing that that's actually my superpower, and for the longest time I was walking thinking it is wrong, or that something's wrong with me, or that who I am or what I'm designed is defective. But to realize that whatever it is that you're really, really good at, like, get to be in someone's presence that actually sees it. And Mark, that's something that you're really good at, and I'm like really, really looking forward for you to like really have that voice and influence when you speak, because like I said, I would label you as the king of mic drops, just because of the mic drop moments. So thanks, being in gratitude is one way, seeing yourself as a gift is one of your other strengths. And so and I could just see so much power in gratitude, because even in your story, I promise you, if you get Mark's book, and this is not about selling a book, this is about changing lives. Like, my life was changed, up leveled, reading Mark's story, because even when you were working so hard coming first to America, you approached every day with gratitude. And I remember how you said, like, being able to walk the streets, not having bombs, and just being able to sleep in bed, and not, like the little things that we didn't even know to be grateful for. But you come with such gratitude. And even when you were working 2 jobs and you were working 16 hours, you're grateful for the hamburger. You're grateful for and that level of gratitude just like really catapulted you, like created such momentum for you, no matter, because of that gratitude. So when you look back, and I'm going to just have you look back, like look where, if you look at your journey of coming to America, how has gratitude, played a part in your life? Like, even right now, for you to be in this stage actually expressing your gratitude, it's just who you are. Like, you almost breathe gratitude. But how has gratitude taken you from coming at 17, leaving your family behind, having no money, sleeping on the floor, to where you're at right now, creating multiple, multi-million-dollar businesses? So would love to hear more what gratitude is, how gratitude has taken you.
Absolutely, Alva. As I was saying, we as a human, we hate to lose something. When we lose something, we get emotional and we get everything. So if you start with the end in your life, owning everything in your head, having everything in your head. Like when I first came to the state, when I first got my visa, before coming to the States, I felt that I won the lottery. So winning the lottery and coming, I'm living in an abundance. So I don't like to lose. So I wanted to keep that and to protect that fortune that in my mind I was having. So God granted me that visa to come to the States. So this is a gift, and I need to treat it as such. I want to honor it. I want to stay thankful for it. And from that point on, things start going up in my life when I appreciating the little things. I remember a story that when I first took my first shower in Lebanon during the war, water was scarce. To get a hot water to take a bath or to take a shower, it was an entire ordeal. You have to warm the water on the stove sometimes, and if there is power, you need to turn the water heater on for half an hour, 45 minutes. And when you are taking a shower, you cannot stay as much as you want because you have other siblings and other people in the house who want to take the shower because we're on the run. Coming here, taking my first shower, I was astonished by the shower head, where it has so many levels of massage, mist. I don't know what. I was like looking at this, thinking it's like a miracle. So I started enjoying and started to appreciating. When you appreciate the little things, your entire road will open up with lights. We have to have appreciation for the little things that shows up in our life that makes it easy. From that point, like getting the appreciation and relying the appreciation with the gratitude, this is all what it takes to be successful, to be healthy, to live a life of abundance.
You know, Mark, I'm biased because I read your book. So there's a part of your story when you first came to America and you're working 16 hours a day where they give you free pizza. And how did you feel about the free pizza?
It was amazing. It was a cafe in Venice Beach, California, called the West Beach Cafe. So we finish our shift around 2 a.m. and there is a chef that he sees us how hard we are working, and he brings us pizza to eat it. Eating that pizza at 2:30 a.m. in the morning after we finish our shift was the next best things to paradise. I'm here, I'm working by the beach in Venice Beach, California. I'm enjoying a very tasty pizza. So I started appreciating that, like, oh my God, I'm on the top of the world. And moving on, appreciating the little things, and having money in my pocket at the end of the day, I count it, and it used to equivalent for my father's monthly average like paycheck, and I can do it in a couple of nights right here. It gave me a gratitude. But with that, with the great money, and I believe you shed the light on that when we were talking about the book, with the great money, guys, come a great responsibility. When you start making money, and you will make money, you will have responsibility to share. You will have to know how to manage that money, place it and taking it in places where it makes sense to benefit you and benefit your tribe, benefit your people, benefit your surrounding, your entourage, everything else. So with great money comes bigger responsibilities.
You know, I think that the key, I seriously want to be around you so much, Mark, and I literally, this is something that I take everywhere. Wherever I go, I brag about your book, you know, as someone that I have supported in editing the book and getting it published. But, you know, I'm like, if everyone can just be as grateful as you are, like have the perspective of your gratitude, it's going to be a different world. Because look at this, like you worked 2 jobs when you first came to America, and you would park cars in the daytime, and then you would be a waiter in the restaurant in the evening until 2 a.m. And then the next morning you would have to get up early after, you know, after having a short amount of sleep to now park cars. Most people would complain about that. And you're like ecstatic. You're like, oh my gosh, I have this opportunity. I can actually work 2 jobs, you know, and I get to have pizza at 2:30 a.m. Most people will complain that you're still working at 2 a.m., right? But your level of gratitude, I think, is what propelled you. You know, when I first heard your story, I'm like, I told you that I want to be able to tell this in a way that's visceral. I want to tell it in a way where people would like have the feeling of what it felt like, not just like surface level telling a story, because a lot of times it's experience that changes us. It's not head knowledge, it's experience. And I wanted people to be able to experience your story. So the way you've written your book is just amazing in a way that people get to like walk with you and feel the experience, like live the experience and be transformed, because it's the experience that transforms us. Many of us, well, actually all of us probably, will never live in a place that we're dodging bombs. I remember your trip from school. Your trip from school, like dodging bombs, on the way to school, not knowing if you'll ever come home. And it's just to go to school. And so to be able to, like, you were like, working two jobs, walking home at 2:30 in the morning, and you're in gratitude for being safe, for not worrying about bombs, and these are things that we don't even think about, that we're not even grateful for, right? But
Yes.
I think your superpower is just the appreciation and the gratitude in everything, and it allowed you to just like create greater and greater and greater things in life.
100%. If I wanted to add one thing, I wanted to talk a little bit about how adding value in every day in your life can get you to places like never before. Like you said, Ava, when I first came to the state, I was parking cars for $4 an hour. But I wasn't just parking cars. I anticipated my customers' needs. I remember one time, it was a very hot summer, I went and I placed sun visors on their hot dashboard. It was burning outside. And when they came, they appreciated. I learned their names. I remembered their preferences, and I met them with it. So that was the ambassador way that I built my company about. It's a culture of excellence built on daily habits. When we talk about persistence, it's not about just one heroic act. It's about showing up every day, practicing habits like naming your goals out loud every single morning, serving beyond expectation, reflecting nightly, what value did I add today? Doing those habits day in, day out, they are the scaffolding of a purpose-driven life. And you cannot imagine the highways and the freeways that those habits can open for you in your personal and business life. And if I may add also something, I heard Angel talking about the book and how important. To me, Ava, after we wrote and published Fortunes in the Fire, I think people owe life and family and friends a book in their lives. The next most precious things to time is our most precious thing that we can ever have. Money we can replace, everything else we can replace, time we cannot replace. The next best thing after time is a book, because everybody inside of us has a story that needs to be told. We owe it to the world to tell our story, because if one person benefit out of the story, our place in heaven, when we go there, it will be a better place. So I don't want to encourage people to get on it and write a story. I want to emphasize how important of a must it is to write our books, to write our stories, and to let it out there in the world. This is the next best precious thing we can leave next to our time. And forever again, I'll be grateful. And let's start working on the next book, because a few ideas are popping into my mind.
Absolutely, Mark. I'm here for you. But you know what's amazing about what you said, that the book is the next best thing after time. Actually, it's my first time hearing that. But we just finished the book. My friend Daniela, who's actually like, throwing fires in the chat for you. and saying yes to adding value. She just published her book yesterday. We just launched it yesterday, and I supported her in the process of getting it out of her, because that's where we stuck. It's like, how do we get it out of her? And like, we think that we don't have value in what we have to say because we don't really know how to put it in words and we can't get it out. But actually, the moment she got her book out, we saw what she got to teach. For the longest time, Daniela, I'm going to speak for you. For the longest time, she felt like she wasn't qualified. She doesn't know how to coach, but she's amazing. But with the moment she wrote her story, like, we could literally see the map of her course, of her program, of how she's going to. Sometimes you got to create the map, and your book, your story is the map of what is it that you get to give to the world. And that's beautifully something that we've like discovered in the process of writing your book, Mark. Two things come to mind. And if these are the two things that anyone that's watching right now, that's watching this in the recording, can take out of Mark: gratitude and adding value to others. Thank you for bringing back adding value to others, because, I remember just for you anticipating people's needs, knowing knowing their names, knowing you were offered opportunities, and you were offered, doors were opened up for you because of how you add value to others. And it's amazing, because I remember there was a point of realization that you remembered that when I add value to others, they give me bigger tips.
Yes,
So it comes back
100.
to you, right? Like, it comes back
Abs-
to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
um,
Yes, starting with the gratitude, it's all what it takes. If I may share if there is a flame that I talk, the book is divided into certain flames, and there is a flame that sometimes it's uh, over not seen very, very, very much. I'd like to just shed some light on it. And it is, don't be afraid of surrendering. One of the flames that I talk about the book, it's about faith, surrender, and divine timing. And the story goes, after 2 denials from immigrations, I surrendered, not in defeat, but in faith. The third time I tried, I was granted permission to go and see my family during the war. That moment had taught me the power of surrendering the outcome, but never the effort. Now, if you truly want to be persistent and get to the finish line, stop trying to control the outcome. Focus on the process. Stay in motion, even when the path is unclear. Because oftentimes, rejection is just redirection. If I can leave you with this, I think I can sleep great at night tonight.
I think that message is for me. I think you knew I needed it. There are some things in my life that there was someone else who said this the other day, and I was like really blown away, because I'm like, for as long as I knew entrepreneurship, we've always told people not to quit or not to give up. But then, it was Pastor Troy Vaughn, who's the resident to president of the biggest, shelter in Los Angeles Mission. And much of the accomplishments he's created, he said, is out of being unattached, like being willing to surrender and being willing to like give it up, like, and he knows that when he gives it up, like, the Lord brings it back and resurrects it in a way. And I'm like, I think I'm fighting too hard for some things. and realize, and so like you just mentioned that, and so when you said like surrender, and it's not out of defeat, but it's out of faith. That is so powerful. Like, what does it look like to surrender, not out of defeat, but out of faith? That is so, so interesting. Well, Mark, I cannot sing your praises enough. I promise you. I am just so grateful for how you've told your story. I feel like I've said this before, like, if we can just have some of your gratitude and the way you see things and the way you're grateful for showers, and you're grateful for waters, and you're grateful for roads, and you're grateful for cars, like, it would be such a much better place, and we get to create opportunities, and we get to create connections, and we get to create like greater things in life because we are in the vibration of gratitude. So Mark, thank you for being who you are. Thank you for
Thank you.
bringing yourself. And Mark, just so people are curious, how do they find you? How do they get your book? How do they get around your space and your ecosystem?
Yes, definitely. The best way is through my website, which is mindpower24hour.com, also marknajar.com, and the book is on Amazon. It's called Fortunes in the Fire. It's not only my story. Humbly, I'd like to tell you that it's a roadmap, and if you have children out of college trying to see where they want to go, it's a great one for them to see and appreciate how we get into the lives from that. So Mind Power 24 Hour, it's a great thing. And my information, if anybody would like to get in touch with me, I can help in any way I can. Ava also have my personal information and everything else. I thank you so much and wish everybody a great rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much, Mark. What a beautiful gift for a Saturday going into Sunday. Mark, you are divine. You're amazing. I am grateful for you, and thank you for you get to speak in a lot of stages and inspire a lot of people. So that's just it. That gets to happen. And so, Mark, thank you. And
Thank you.
I'm gonna see you hopefully Orange County Film Festival. You got that on your
Yes.
calendar, right?
God's willing, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, I'll talk about gratitude. These things are just beautifully aligned and not orchestrated. I swear. This came out in the last few hours. But talk about gratitude. Our next author is someone who also lives and breathes and literally walks gratitude. Her life flows out of gratitude. Her voice flows out of gratitude. Her story flows out of gratitude. Her service flows out of gratitude. Bringing up on the stage the coach that helps you find your voice, Ms. Renee Reich.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And yes, this was organically orchestrated in the last few hours. And thank you. Very grateful for sure.
Well, you are, what I didn't say is you are a 4-time, is it 4 times?
Yes.
4 times, best-selling author, international best-selling author. So you're not new to the book writing process. You're not new to the publishing process. You have written 4 books that you've become an international best-selling author for through Amazon. And I want to encourage you to nominate yourself for the critical acclaim bestseller so that, that's one thing that you also add to the accolade and the visibility of your book. But I wanted to ask you, when you thought about writing your book, what made it non-negotiable to a point that regardless of whatever obstacles, whatever reason, it became a non-negotiable for you?
Well, first I want to say I have other books that I've co-authored. I have my book that's became a 4 times #1 best-selling, and that's this one. That's Newport Beach, California.
Finding Your Voice.
Not a Photoshop. I took that dress out a couple of days before and then drove myself to the beach, and there she is. That's it. So yeah, Finding Your Voice, Unlock Your Chains, and Unleash Your Greatness. What made it non-negotiable? There were many things that I questioned. I was listening very intently to your last 10 speakers that were authors, and Mark Najar, I'm friends with him. And actually all of them, your Angel and Danielle. Really, I questioned every step along the way. I got angry. I got frustrated. I said, who am I to write a book? Who cares what I've been through? Who really cares? And, then I got this download of, Renee, it's not going to be as much about you as it's going to be about the service you can provide for others. And you showing up for yourself will show others that they have a voice too. And although I lost my voice physically, and it was the most pain I've ever endured because there were sores all over my vocal cords, and doctors thought I might be a mute. It might be permanent damage. And it was a mental, it was physical, it was emotional, it was all the things. Any emotion you can imagine came through. I didn't even want to live anymore. It was that dramatic and traumatic, because when doctors don't have a cure for you and you don't know how to help yourself and you're quarantined pre-COVID, 2013, no one knew what was coming. It just questioned everything. So it wasn't that it was a non-negotiable. I negotiated every step of the way that I didn't, I wasn't worthy of writing a book. That I saw all my friends doing it. Then I thought, you know what? I have a right to do it too. I have a story to tell, and it's about time I tell it, because my story is one that I know resonates. As I said, doesn't mean that others physically lost their voice, but it's one that resonates and is embodied by so many, especially women around the world, in losing their voice in other ways. Maybe not feeling good enough, not speaking up when they said yes, when they were screaming no, all the things. And I was listening to you and with your pageant with us at Las Vegas, Mrs. Nevada. I was following you every step of the way with that too and cheering you on. But, you look at you, Ava, someone who does all these things for others, all these things, the cheerleader, the editor-in-chief of the LA Tribune. I mean, all these accolades. Yet for you, it was different. It's like there's a different story. Like, I'm not going to go out there and present myself. It was the same kind of thing for me. Like, I watched from the sidelines, everybody else, all my friends, all my peers doing what I wanted to do. But I didn't feel good enough. I never felt good enough. In my corporate role, I never felt good enough. The more I did, the more that was expected. Being number one in a district, in a region, in the country, I still never felt like I was enough, because I always felt there was more that I was expected to give. And I never said no. So it was setting up my own boundaries, speaking up finally for me. So my book is about walking yourself home to who you really are, coming home to you, your voice, not society's, not friends or family, what they think you should do or be or have, but who you really are, and knowing that you are good enough as you are. We hear this all the time, but it's really true. I had to really, I always say excavate to cultivate. You got to dig out, but you got to dig out the crap and dig into who you really are. It's that solitude. And I wish I could say that I went deep during that 2013 into 2014, because it took a long time for me to heal. The physical way, I wasn't spiritual at the time, so I didn't know. That's another world that I walked into that I didn't know I was stepping into. But it was a very strong pull for me in finding out who I really am, and not always listening to all the other voices. But I say, I'm the inner voice coach, because our inner voice creates our outer world. I'm going to repeat that. Our inner voice creates our outer world. It's the narrative.
That's so good. The inner voice creates the outer world. That's such a powerful phrase. Like, I'm still munching on it. Your inner world creates your inner voice creates your outer world. So really paying attention to what the inner voice is playing, right? Because it gets to create our outer world. When it comes to writing your book, what supported you in the process when you were experiencing some doubts and you were experiencing, were you affirming yourself? Like, what are some of the practices that allowed you to really push through some of the indeservability or the unworthiness, or who do you think you are, narratives?
Great question. Well, I'm a bull by nature. I'm a Taurus is my sign. I'm an April baby, and I'm very stubborn. And so I had written it. I started writing it. I had let so much time go by because I was very old school. I had notepads. I had things all over the place. It wasn't a Word document that I, put together and then I would pull back up. It was literally papers in a closet on a pad, and, that I had put down and notebooks. And I mean, I literally had to pull things back into me, and I had to pull myself together and say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to sit my rear end down and do this. And it took, I mean, it's an 83-page book. It took me 2 years, not because I worked in it every day. I literally put it down for over 6 months. When I say put it down, put the papers down, because I questioned me. I questioned, again, who am I to write a book? I mean, I see authors all the time. I've read so many books in my life. I've had to read for school when I was in school, like most of us do, book reports, all the things. But to step into that phase of my life, that narrative of being an author and stepping into that role. And I knew, as I said earlier, that I had a story to tell, and it was important because the fact that I have a voice again that could serve others and help women around the world because of a narrative that I was living out and feeling not good enough and empty inside, but being there and being the cheerleader for everyone else and running multi-million-dollar teams and departments and everything I was doing external. Everything I everything was external of me rather than my internal validation and own self-worth. And I learned that validation is only for parking.
I love that. Validation is only for parking. I could see Mark Najjar in the green room, and he laughed at that. Validation is only for parking. We get to like validate ourselves. I wonder, when it comes, I still have Mark Najjar in the backstage. Mark, can I bring you up again? Since you're with us and you're eagerly wanting to like listen in
Yes,
and talk.
absolutely.
Hey,
This
Mark.
is great, Renee. This is amazing.
Thank you.
All day we've been creating magic. Like we've been combining authors, and they just happen to like talk at the same language, and like they have the same resonance. But now that you're together on the stage, I wanted you to explore like what is something that you would ask Mark, and Mark, what's something that you would ask Renee? And I'll just let you have that interview between the two of you. Have you been together before, or this is your first
on the
conversation?
phone. We've because Ava, we were part of your 5-day challenge.
Oh yes, you are part of our 5-day
Yes.
challenge. But meaning to say, you really did not like
we connected after that because of your challenge.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
awesome. See, this is how connections happen.
Yes.
Let's have you just like, what is some question that would support our audience in their process, whether it is something that would support their business, something that would support their books, if they already wrote a book, or something that would support the writing process. I would invite you to ask each other a question that would enable us to like go deeper on something that could give value, since Mark Najjar is all about giving value, right? That would give value to our audience. And I'm going to put myself on the backstage.
Well,
Sure.
thank you, Ava. This is great, Mark. Great to see you again. Ava, I would say that really it's to not give up, never give up. That was a bracelet that my best friend in heaven wore, and now I own that bracelet because I know that she wanted me to have it, so I have that. And it's not giving up on your dreams and your desires, no matter what other people say or do, because when you have the Debbie Downers around you and that say, well, who do you think you are to do this? That should fuel you, like you were talking about earlier, Mark, the fire within. I had a fire that was burning in my throat in 2013, but I really feel that was also a metaphor, the fire that was burning within me to like break free, like that butterfly, it goes the caterpillar stage into the chrysalis stage and that ooey gooey mucky stage. And then it breaks free, and not every monarch is exactly the same, just like every snowflake is not the same. And to not give up on yourself. And it's a breakdown to break through. We hear that term a lot, but it really is. I broke down many breakdowns, many times of anger and frustration. I didn't even tell my family that I was writing a book. I didn't want the noise in my head from what they thought or what I should do or couldn't do or questions that, I had my own questions. I had my own doubts. I didn't want other voices. And I know they would have been supportive, but I just wanted to know that I did this on my own, whether I was going to fail or succeed. It was going to be me doing it. And I just kept going for it. And I had great support around me from friends who had written books. And I reached out and I asked questions. And I was that curious little bunny that was hopping around asking questions all over the place. But I got answers. And I'm grateful. Talk about gratitude. I'm so grateful.
Percent, Renee. You hit home when you said earlier on that it is very powerful to find the way back home, to hear the voice that brings you back home. Back in the primitive days when people used to travel long ways, they used to put little traces on the road. So on the way back, they will find those traces that they know this is the way back home. So, and I think we can apply it in our lives, put those little traces in our journey where they can make a difference for other people, and voicing those little voices and taking them and polishing them to really talk and resonate with as many people in our world as we can. But it's very important to know the way back home, because we always need to come back to base. This is our refuge. This is our shelter. Talk to me about shelter.
You know, Mark, I was going to say, they're talking about the journey back home to yourself, which is what I walk women through. And I have a voice blueprint experience. I walk my clients through. Yes. It's about, I think about Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. I even wrote about that in my book. It's like she was going to this land of Oz to find what she thought, her way home. It wasn't the ruby slippers, that was going to click 3 times to get her home. The scarecrow was looking for a brain. He was the smartest one there. The cowardly lion was looking for courage. He had the most courage there. The Tin Man was looking for a heart. He had the biggest heart there. And Toto was her, her confidant, always there. But each one was looking for the very thing they had outside of them. We have within us. If we look here, it's there. But we always think, I've got to do this out, the external. Everything is outside, and it's not. It's all here. If we get quiet and we quiet our own mind, we have this thing, the reticular activating system, the RAS, that's running the show with all the negative talk that's going on and on. We have this frontal lobe that we really need to be listening to, but that is playing the not good enough. We got to switch it around, flip that switch, and really get into what we want to do and listen to our own voice, and not the not good enough voice, the voice before others told us we weren't good enough, or we listened to the voice that wasn't true rather than our inherent voice of what is.
Amen. And in that realm and in that space, I was intrigued by hypnotherapy. So I went and I took classes there. Renee, I learned that people are born only with 2 fears. The fear of falling and the fear of loud noise. No wonder hearing explosion, I was scared growing up. But any other fear is we learned, so we can definitely unlearn. And speaking of the way back home, there is a French proverb that goes, tous les chemins mènent à Rome. All roads leads to Rome. So don't be afraid of taking the road. I adopted a mindset. It goes like shoot and then aim. Don't just spend your life aiming and just shoot and then aim. Don't be afraid of taking a road. Take that path. If it got blocked, take another path.
Right.
What you're saying about finding the voice is so powerful, because it brings us back again to that voice that it's leading us to a happy life, to a peaceful life, to a serene life. And I can't get enough of that voice that bring us back to base.
Oh, thank you, Mark. And it's really true. But I created, with the voice blueprint experience, the very thing I needed, because there's so many coaches out there. So many, the mindset coach, this coach, that business coach, all these different coaches. But I'm like, I needed something that I didn't see out there. So if it's not out there, what do? You create it. I'm a creative. So I had to create the very thing I needed for me, the younger me, because I know that there are women out there that need this, that aren't speaking up. They could be outwardly on paper, you look amazing. Outwardly on social media, it look amazing. I wrote an article one time for a magazine I was asked to write, and the title was "The Real Life versus the Real Life," and I'm going to spell what I'm saying: REEL versus REAL. The REEL life is what's on social media, that everything is fabulous and everybody looks great and you're doing all these great things. And the REAL life is like, holy freaking crap, what am I going to do? What's going on? But nobody knows that because no one's going to put out there that, holy crap, what am I going to do? So, it's the real life. And that's what I work with, clients on. And that's what I've written about. I do a lot of posts on social media. It's what's going on, that narrative. So when people are out there thinking, what am I going to do? How am I going to write the book? How am I going to take the next step? They said it earlier in one of the other interviews, it's a blank page. And the thing is, our life is a blank sheet and we get to write on it and we get to edit the narrative every single day. We can white it out whenever we want. We can backspace, we can rewrite it and rewire what's going on. The neurons that are firing together are wiring together, and we can rewire them, and we could change that narrative whenever we choose. Surrounding yourself with like-hearted souls, not necessarily like-minded, because if somebody's in a negative mindset, you don't want someone to confirm what you're thinking in the negative space. You want to be with like-hearted souls, because those are the ones who are going to lift you up and support you when you are down.
Amen on that. And I'd like to add also, Renee, to what you're saying. Our life is our court. This is where we choose to play.
Yes.
Let's not be a spectator, but let's go and join the court. It's our court, and this is our life, and this is where we need to play the game. And it's totally okay. It's fine. We are blessed. We are abundant. And Ava, I
want to say something about this. You're right. We are blessed.
Well, no, I actually want to point out that there is a question on the chat.
Oh, go ahead.
For both of you. And I know that our next speaker is also, on the helm, and we're perfect. We got about 7 minutes. I want to know, how did you guys spread awareness of your books to others, and how you got to impact their lives? I know that Mark got some strategies to be able to get in front of different places where he can speak. And so that's a great question. Go and share.
Again, please, Renee, if you want to go first.
Well, I put myself out there, and Ava was great to invite me here. I come on podcasts. I'm going to start my own as well. And I write about it and things that I'm doing in social media, because this is the like a handbook, workbook book. It's 11 chapters, very short chapters. One of them I just took, it says Failing Forward. It's a very real, I say real raw Renee. So I put myself out there. It's very vulnerable. It's not a fluff book. There was no chat GPT. It was me writing, throwing papers away, handwriting, and all of that. So it was just it's on me. It's my voice. Everything I wrote was, and I actually, Ava, you may be impressed with this. I actually ended up, before I knew you, I didn't know you then, I edited my own book. So it's really everything I've done. I poured my heart and soul into it. And I put myself out there all the time, because whether you're going to succeed or fail, you're making a move forward. It's a forward momentum. And if you don't talk about it, I'm grateful, talk about gratitude, to have a voice and to share my voice with others and to give them back their own voice, because somewhere along our lives, we tend to lose it because we listen to somebody else's voice.
100%. To me, in that space, I surrender in faith, because I need help. All what I'm doing right now is speaking on stages here and there, but I know I can put the message out there a little bit better. And I noted down that I need a guest now, and I went on Facebook. I added myself to that group to be able to go on podcast. A little confession: I've never been on a podcast. So but I know in the back of my mind, I have a great coach. She's on the left of the screen. She's always in red. So I know.
Lady in red, the lady in red, yes, right there.
Yeah, the lady in red. So she will direct me in that.
Mark be speaking in person on stages before he even speak on podcasts.
Yes,
the stage came first.
On stages and in person like this, I've never done a podcast though, but I need to get the message out there, and now it's the time to do it. Thank you for that question, because that question kind of moved me forward to overcome that fire. This is a little fire in my life that I need to surpass. I need to learn how it can forge me to go and spread the word of the book out there.
Isn't that beautiful? When you have a fire in your life, like you look at it and like, how can this forge me?
Yeah.
Like how can this fire forge me? This just the way we reframe it and we recite it. There was something that you said, Renee, that I don't want to lose, and I'm almost about to lose it. But you said that whether you succeed or you fail, it's always moving forward.
It's an
always
action step. Yeah. I
Yeah.
had many failures, many crying nights and days and all of that. It was like, but I kept going. I mean, I gave myself that emotion. I let it go. It's like a wave. It comes, it passes through. The waves don't last forever. I just ride the wave. It's the best surfing I've ever done. The only surfing I've done is that surfing. I don't surf in an ocean, but I do surf in different ways. However, I will say that in doing that, you have to let yourself feel that and go through it and know that it's not going to last. You just let it pass through and keep going, because if you have such a strong belief that you're meant for more and you're meant to do something, there's a reason it's there. And the more you avoid it and the more you procrastinate from it, it's going to keep following you. It's going to stay there until you do the thing you were born and brought here to do. And bringing each other together and sharing our voices together is what's going to help us all. And Mark, I'd love to interview you in my Facebook group. I do interviews there too. Av and I have interviewed there.
Yes,
so,
for sure.
I'd be honored.
Absolutely.
Well, I wanted to put this up on here that if you have a book that you've already written, just like Renee and Mark, and you wanted to create opportunities for it to be seen by more people, nominate your book for the bestseller, and we can explore opportunities on how else it can create greater visibility. So Mark, Renee, I want to thank you for giving us the time today, for being here, sharing about, the things that have defined you, that you share on your books. This is what books is so beautiful, like, right? It's just I'm so giddy just to think about like the different stories that you all carry. Books change lives. They change lives. So in closing, let me ask you, what's a book that has changed your life, Renee? And I'll ask you the same, Mark.
Well, actually, there's two. One is my own, because it was a process to write my book. And it was not just the words that I put there, but to know like the journey of going through writing a book. That was life-changing for me. That was very life-changing. A side of me came through. Like I birthed this book, and I birthed a part of me that I didn't know existed. So definitely my own book. And I'm going to say, if people want to get in touch, it's Renee@reneereich.com. If I have my website is reneereich.com, please reach out. I'm also found on social media. My book is on Amazon. You could put my first and last name. I love to connect, because people who are showing up to this broadcast are here for a reason. And they're here and they're listening. And we have 2 of these. And mine are always open, and I have a big heart to listen. So please reach out. The other book is by Jamie Kern-Lima, and it is called Worthy.
Yes.
And I would love to connect with that woman, because she's amazing. And she was the founder of and president of IT Cosmetics a while ago. She's incredible. But that book, Worthy, it is, I feel like she wrote it for me and about me. It's like, oh my God, I felt these things too. That's why I wrote my book. So there's a lot of different great authors out there. Also, Chicken Soup for the Soul. I had the pleasure of meeting Mark Victor, a long time ago, and it just incredible. This is life-changing books. How about you, Mark?
Well, I want to say ditto, because for me as well, Renee, it was my own book that really, because we went through the process and we know what it takes. And this is why my message is to encourage everybody to go through that process and write their own book, because this is what they can carry along with them when they go. And there is another book that really made difference in my life, and it's for Napoleon Hill, called Outwitting the Devil. And talking about fear in your life, anything that you face, after you read this one time, fear is something that doesn't exist for you. I very much encourage also to read that book, because it's all thoughts, And when we are able to control our thoughts, we control our lives, and we sit in the driver's seat and we drives our life, and we do it by design and not by default.
I love that, Mark. I'm going to add something to that. We've spoken about fear a few times during this broadcast, and the fear, as people may or may not have heard, is, is the false evidence appearing real. Mm-hmm. The other acronym, because my voice blueprint is an acronym too, from vulnerability to empowerment. I love acronyms and quotes. The other thing with fear is face everything and rise. So
nice.
That's another flipping the switch with the word
face
fear.
Everything and rise. How beautiful. Well, Renee, Mark, thank you so much. This is a bonus segment, because we did not know that Mark could stay longer to be in the same screen with you. So thank you for this opportunity. Everything is magical.
Can't get enough of you guys.
And talk about magical. We are coming up on our closing keynote speaker for the day, and he's magical in himself. He brings magic. He breathes magic. This morning we had lady magicians from Diana Zimmerman to Connie Boyd to Margaret Steele, who talks about magic and books. And oh my gosh, like Renee, if you heard it, like how the stories of women who use magic to change cultures, like they are going to third world countries to teach using magic to teach women, to teach people how to treat women better, for example, or teaching kids, certain values and using magic to do that. Just the power of like things that people would never know and would just disappear if the book wasn't written about it. So everything magical is coming right up, and magic also shows up in business, shows up in stage, shows up in everyday life. So I'm excited to introduce our keynote speaker when we come right back. Mark, Renee, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, as promised, we're ending this day with a magical note, and who we have for our closing keynote today is a famous magician, renowned magician, who's also a game show host of the show Let's Make a Deal for over 10 years. He is the co-founder of the Los Angeles Tribune Global Magicians Hall of Fame. And, just recently in the last 6 weeks, I think, the vision that he had along with our CEO, Mo Rock, to bring honoring into the world of magic, and also to be able to spotlight, like now we get to see all of the amazing, powerful women who are creating books or creating legacies, and all of that goes with that. It was beautiful. Tim, you would have fallen in love. I gave out your name. You would have fallen in love with that, how Dr. Joe Vitale just like fell in love with being with Diana and Connie and Margaret, like all of this magic. And so I'm bringing on stage the architect himself of the vision of honoring magic, not just as a craft, but as a legacy. And a business strategist himself, Mr. Tim Wise.
Abba, nice to see everyone. Thank you for having me. How are you tonight?
Oh, we are honored to have you, Tim. You're like so versatile. Tim Wise is so versatile that he is a magician, a producer, a performer, all of it combined. Plus, he is a critically acclaimed best-selling author of the book Tariff-Geddon, and it's only one of his several books that he's already written. And this is what's phenomenal about this conversation. Let me tell you, this is advanced writing. There's nothing wrong with writing advanced. There's also beautiful things that, like the way Renee does it, where Renee has like taken a long time to write things in paper. And then there's the way Tim Wise writes books. And so we're going to explore both, because here we look at, all of that. And so, Tim, I wanted to give you the stage, talk about how you have, I mean, when we met in November, you were just thinking of writing your own story. And all of a sudden, when you got yourself writing and you explored some of the tools that are now available between technology, AI, and the different apps and softwares, all of a sudden, like you're churning books in like 2 days. And then all of a sudden, you've got topics that are like your book, The Tariff Getter, has the highest scored book that was evaluated by our editorial staff for for business. And to think that innovatively you're able to combine your power and the power of technology to create this in a very short time. We're just gonna pull the curtains back because that's what you do, Tim Sobel, is to pull the curtains back and let people see through. Like, what is it? How is your book writing different, and what's that process like for you from magician, producer, to now a multi-book author and a critically acclaimed best-selling author?
Yeah, Ava, that was quite an introduction, and I appreciate that. I'm very delighted to be here, and thanks for giving me a few minutes with all of you. Um, as a magician, early in my life, I realized pretty much that anything is possible. Most people are limited by their fears. I read a great book, and you were asking earlier some of the panelists about what their favorite books are, what books that inspired them. And one of them was How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie. And it was before his other best-selling book that he had. And it was an anecdotal book about just getting rid of fears. And it was great how people manage their fears. And so in my whole life with magic and being for me, it's like, for instance, I was 16 years old and there was a magician had a help wanted sign on a big truck. And I went up and asked him if he had any room for me. And I just got my driver's license, but my ambition pushed the needle, if you will, and I got the job, and I had to do some things to do that. And then since then, my life has been so charmed. I've worked with everyone in the magic business, from Siegfried and Roy to David Copperfield, Lance Burton, and then meeting Mo. And then in the book writing, you want to ask me about how the book writing has changed. Well, when you and I met, I was just working on my own story about overcoming adversity and being a reinventionist, if you will, reinventing myself. And so when I met you, I was just working on my book. Then I got inspired because I use AI, and I've been using AI since January, 2.5 years, almost 3 years coming up. And I immediately, because of my background, was able to understand how to speak to the computer and having to get the results. And so, you only need to spend 15 minutes a day to be proficient in it if you devote the time. And so I got inspired. I was reading about the tariffs. And when Donald Trump raised it to 145%, and I said, "Oh my goodness!" And I was thinking about an old friend who had passed away, who said, my friend who used to say, his name was Myron. He used to say, "There's always an economy, Timmy. There's always an economy." And then I saw this article, and then I took the article and I dropped it into ChatGPT, and then I asked it a question with a preface, and it gave me a bunch of ideas. And what I took from it is that in times of chaos, people are looking for three things. You can and especially in this tariff environment, you can either be a bridge, reconnecting broken supply chains. You can be a broker, which is selling what you have or moving things what you have, or you can be a beacon. And I really like the idea of being a beacon, giving answers, coming up with, like the lighthouse in this fog. And so that's where I explored and dropped down into writing a book. And I wrote this book, Tariff Geddon. And thank you because when I submitted that, I had no idea that I was going to have such accolades for the book. But it's a workbook. It's sort of saying, I can overcome this, because you think 10 or 20% isn't very much. Well, right now, the average across the board tariffs right now is almost 19%. Across the board, and it hasn't been this way for 90 years. And I read just yesterday that we are absorbing that as a consumer, and the companies are struggling right now with this. And so it really is a topic that we should all be paying attention to. And so my book is about, it's a workbook that helps people get through it. So, and then from there, I wrote my other book, Future Shock Therapy, which is another book. And since AI knows who I am, I'm able to take the context of my ideas, I put it into AI, I take it back out, I review it, I say no, yes, no, no, yes, 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 no, yes, because, and then put it back in, and all of a sudden I've got something that's compelling, that works, that's efficient, and delivers on a promise. And so now all my books are beacon books. They're all lighthouses in the fog.
I love how you use the word beacon, and they're lighthouses in the fog. How beautiful. You're going to have a series of beacon books, just guiding people through the fog. And I love what you said about your AI knows you. AI doesn't just create out of nowhere, because, unless there is a command, and unless there is an expertise in the level of the command, and unless, because you have been speaking to this AI, it has kind of known how you think, how, what your reasoning is. And so now it's like you say yes, no, and you refine things, and you're able to create, not from just AI generated, but it really is an extension of who you are. Like it's your principle, it's your belief, it's your your reasoning, what your thoughts are, because otherwise, like, we will all be the same, right? Like, we all have different
Well,
opinions, and it will happen.
and let me interject, because these are tools, they're not to be taken lightly. But if you're very intimidated by these things, you can put them aside or think that they have no value. These things enable you to be a more powerful you, but you have to understand how to use it so that it benefits you. And if you can't embrace that, then you're kind of leaving the sidecar behind you, and you can pull that sidecar up with you, and you can ride along with this idea that you have backup and support because it knows you. And so, yeah, AI is not perfect, and I've had to say no more than I've said yes to many of the things that have come out. But the context is what's important. Put your context in, get it back out, and you'd never be able to do this in an efficient way by yourself in a short amount of time, because most people want to get their books done. They want to get them done. And it's a struggle, because there's, our previous authors who wrote them as individuals and didn't have assistance with AI. And I know people that have written books before AI even was available, and the length of time that it takes to write a book. But we're all looking for that end result, right?
Yes,
That's why I
absolutely.
think we're looking for the result, because the sooner you can get your idea out, so when you think of something, this is in magic. There's three things that happen. You think it, you speak it, and then you make it with your hands. It's abracadabra. I create as I speak. Okay, so it comes out. And so the quicker, and we are in a culture right now that allows it to happen almost instantaneously. And I'm telling you, I'm passionate about it, because there's never been a time in the world that you can think it, speak it, and have it in reality this quickly. It's never been a time in the world. So take advantage of it, people. Don't be afraid of it. Take 10 or 15 minutes every day, 5 minutes a day, to just make mistakes. That's how you learn. So I'm excited, because I got other books. I got my other books coming out.
I know. So Tim, tell me about how you came about with your second book, the future shock therapy, because there was something that compelled you, like a
Oh yeah, there was.
accomplishment
And
that
I'm going
compelled
to
you.
tell you exactly what happened, Ava, because I was just with these fine people over the weekend, this last weekend in Michigan. I do fundraisers, and I did a game show called Keep It or Trade It. And I used to do the Let's Make a Deal show with Monty Hall, and I have my own game show now that I produce for fundraisers. And one of the people that I worked with, his name is Brent Earl, and he has a wonderful family and a beautiful farm, and they raise money every year for this organization called the Earl Farm Organization. And about 6 months ago, I remember he told me that his wife had retired from as an English teacher, and then it was now taking, what am I going to do in my retirement? And I'm going to take an AI course, and she's smart, so she took an AI course. And when I heard that she was going to take an AI course, I got excited. I said, oh, wow, Jen's going to take an AI course because I love AI and I use it all the time, and it solves a lot of problems and shortcuts the things that we want to get done. And I said, oh, Brett, how's Jen doing on that AI course? And she goes, oh, she's completed it, and she's put out a few resumes, but that's about it. Nobody's called her. And I said, Brett, nobody's going to call her. And that was my exact response to him, is that no one's going to call her because she's, even with all of her PhD, MA, BA, whatever your degree is, there's a 19-year-old that can get the same results using AI. So the difference is that Jen's got the 40 years of teaching experience, and that plus AI creates a model that she can sell. I'm Jen, and I know AI, and I've got 40 years behind me. So that was my thought. And then Brent said to me in the same conversation, he goes, somebody should write a book about coping with AI, in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. And that was right after I talked to you about doing the leadership conference last time, the thing that we did last time. And so over that weekend, I wrote this book, Future Shock Therapy, and I delivered it on Brent's email box on Monday morning. And with this tagline, I said, Jen should have written this book. Now, this book, it took me all weekend, refine using AI, but AI already knows where I'm coming from now. It already knows about my tariffs thoughts and my beacon thoughts. And so now when I go to, how do you cope with AI at 60? Well, I'm 64. I'm writing books. I'm creating graphics. There's no limits to what you can do as long as you believe that you can do it. And that's been my whole life. And especially what we're doing with the Global Magicians Hall of Fame, and how we're creating that was nothing 2 months ago. And look what we've done with that. So
talk about abracadabra, right?
Well, exactly. And everybody said, yes, that's the magic word, in the world of getting things done. Yes is the magic word. How is always usually the second question, but yes should be always the answer, to any question that you're asked when you're challenged, or if someone presents you with something and it seems to say yes. Richard Branson says yes, and then he figures it out. And that's what we did with the Hall of Fame show. I mean, Mo said, can you do a show in 30 days? And we had Chris Angel on our stage. We had Diana Zimmerman and Connie Boyd and Margaret Steele, your guests earlier today on the board. And all of these people are now connected to the Tribune, and the Tribune is now connected to the magic world. And so we are, really changing the face of magic. We're inspiring people. And it was great to see all the ladies on the panel today. So thanks for having them. And I know they enjoyed it.
Absolutely. We are honored, like the stories that they're able to steward. It's all about stewardship, right? And it's even as you talk about AI, we think about, from the words of Mark Najjar earlier, how do we give value? And if you can give value within a weekend's work, or you can give value within a year and a half's work, like where would you choose? Like, where would you be, right?
Well, yes. And let's ask the question. If you put both of those side by side and no one knew the background and someone chose one or the other, would it matter if they got value out of either one or both? You follow? It's like the value is in the effort. The value is in like me, concentrated effort, and I'm obsessive once I get going. And so I might put in 40 hours in a weekend to get something done that most people would never do, because one, they wouldn't have the time. Two, they wouldn't allocate the time even if they did have it. Three, you have to be obsessive to get anything over the goal line. You have to. Or it's just a hobby.
Okay, I'm gonna go mention that. You have to be obsessive to get anything to the goal line.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you got 4 downs to get to the next first down, and you got to get it there. I mean, I'm using football here. I used to play when I was a kid, but my point is that you got to be obsessive, and that's why.
A while ago, other authors were talking about it in a different term. It's passion. Like, to be able to really find what you're passionate about, what bothers you, what lights you up, what you get angry about. Like, find something that you can be passionate about and write about it. So think about using AI for that, and just like get all your passion out in a weekend. And you know what?
use it because you got to use it. Go ahead. I don't want me to cut you off because I want to know
you
more.
first, because I'm gonna go shift topics to one thing that you shared with me. So go and keep this.
Yeah. Well, just getting it out. Sometimes, because the Apple phone has an ability to just speak into the AI. So that means, and I'm very conversational with the AI. So I don't really worry about how if I make mistakes in my grammar or repeat myself, because the AI knows who I am. After 2.5 years, the same account, it knows every single thing I put into it. And so it's wonderful to have that repository of me that I can go back to or access or expand or expound upon a new idea. So I'll give it an idea and go, great, that would go good with what you ever think you were thinking about, Tim. So that goes good with this. And the AI can bring context to context and really create something, even things that you would never even think of. So
good. There was something that you shared with me, which was an AI podcast that talks about you and talks about your book as if it's launching your book. So I was so fascinated with that. And
can I tell you about that, or do you want to know about that?
Yes, of course. We'd love to be able to give value to our audience, and this is like
Yeah,
something that's
well,
blowing you away.
everybody, this is, as we explore our AI tools, this is something that everybody should be interested in. It's called Notebook LM. If you're not familiar with it, I'm giving you the name of it, Notebook LM. It's a Google product. And what it allows you to do is, when I discovered it, this is back, and if you go to my tariffgeddon.com website, TARIFFGEDDON.com, you scroll about halfway down, there is a 20-minute podcast between two robots, but you wouldn't know it. And they're talking about Tariff Geddon. And what's amazing is that I was able to put the PDF into this Notebook LM, and you can load. There's 3 columns. It's very simple, but you load your media in one, and then it summarizes in the center column in a chat format everything that you just loaded for information. And then it has a media section, which allows you to do what they call a conversation. And it is 2 robots, a man and a woman, that talk in real time. They talk about the book, and then there's an experimental version where you can actually interrupt them and talk to them while they're talking, and they will respond to you in real time and then get back to the subject matter. So you could actually create a 3-way podcast about your subject matter, whatever it is. Anybody that's listening, it's got your book. Drop your book in, it'll know everything about your book, and then it'll give you a synopsis that you can share with the world. That's not you talking, and it certainly appears like there's 2 people that are talking about your book with interest and also with credibility, and it's pretty amazing. And I remember sharing it with you, Ava. You were pretty.
Oh my
pretty
gosh, I am so amazed because it was so professionally done. Like, you'd really have like 2 newscasters like talking about Tariff Geddon, and they're talking about how this benefits the readers, and they're talking about the people that it can be like. It's almost like
it summarizes everything in a little window of a podcast. There's no, you don't see any characters, but it's quite. And now with AI, you could actually probably have 2 characters, sitting at a desk doing this banter back and forth. But you have to leverage the tools, everyone. I mean, in show business, we have to bigger than life, because that's what makes people pay attention. And so with AI, take advantage of all these tools. There's nothing to be afraid of. It really
it's
is.
it's all about progress, Tim. I could just imagine back in the days when drills first started coming out, and all those electric saws that can actually like saw a leg off. I could just imagine where like the contradictions would be like, well, no, you should really use a hammer and a nail. Like, well, but you can actually use this. Well, like, it's a tool.
Then it comes to productivity. Doesn't it come down to productivity at that point? It's like, what are we getting done? Are we going to hand saw this 2x4, or are we going to zip through it so we can get the house built? And there's a lot of thoughts about an artist would have, there's, if I saw it by hand, there's some handcraft. Well, then the whole house should be built that way. But, when you're trying to build a house, you're just trying to get it done, get a roof up and live in it, or whatever. So
You know, I think
I'm all about.
what's foundational about how you think comes back to magic. And I love what Diana said a while ago, that in the junior program in Magic Castle, you know, it's really it's not about kids learning or youth learning how to do magic. They already have audition, they already know magic, but it comes from like doing magic like this to doing magic like this. You know, it's the coming to the self-belief and coming to the confidence and like the ability to come out in the world from being in this to being in this, and believing in yourself and knowing that everything is possible for you and that you have faith in yourself and trust in your future. That, she said, is the essence of the junior magic program, and I'm just summarizing it for you. But you know,
Yeah,
I
and the
see
junior
that in you.
program. Well, the junior, yes, and I didn't take the junior program, but magic is foundational. Magic allows, I mean, this is what's most important. You learn so many life skills when you learn magic early. Life skills, competence, courage, aptitude. You read, you know, especially I push all my young people, young magicians, young aspiring. You know, you can buy 100 tricks in a magic store, but you can buy one book and get 300 tricks. And all the magic is in the books. And everybody says in the magic business, you want to find a new magic trick? Just go to an old bookshelf and find it, because nobody reads anymore. And that's where all the magic is. And so I encourage people to read, aptitude, courage. You know, you teach a child how to do a little bit of magic, and they go up after practicing a little bit and do something for their mother or their father, and they get approval from, you know, from their elders, and then they get excited and they go back and they want to learn another one so they can get that, and it just builds and builds and builds. And every magician you've ever named or heard of in your life, history or current events, started with one magic trick that started them off. One single trick that made them feel, maybe I could be a magician. Isn't that amazing? David Copperfield had that feeling. Jeff McBride had that feeling. Lance Burton had that feeling. That one trick that made him go, maybe I could be that. Chris Angel, my goodness, you know, we were just there a couple weeks ago in Las Vegas giving Chris Angel his greatest of all time award. And he started with his very first trick, just like me, and just like I encourage everyone to visit a magic shop, or whatever, and get a little magic and share a little magic. That's how Ava and I met. This is how we're all here. This is how the global magicians have come about. I mean, it's all magic, and one relationship can and will change your life. It really
That's
will.
so good. You know, when we first met, Tim, you said magic opens doors.
It does.
Having heard Diana Zimmerman today and Dr. Joe Vitale, you know, just in conversation with Connie and Margaret, I found out that magic doesn't just open doors because of the tricks, but magic opens doors because in magic, part of magic is you believing in yourself. So as we close day one, Tim, would you sprinkle some magic on our viewers, our listeners? What would it be like to have the magic of belief, have the magic, you know, a magic of just the knowing that there are greater things, you can create bigger things and be in that belief of magic? And I'd like to give it the full stage.
Well, first of all, count your days, not your years. Count your days, not your years. Today, I am, for instance, 23,418 days old. That's pretty impressive. We think about 64, well, that's something, but 23,418 days. And I always think about you being me being the precipice of the boat. I think I talked about this maybe before, but what is leading force energy? Okay, there's people in your lives that are leaders, and you look at them, and they're really they're going for the Steve Jobs of the world, or the Elon Musk of the world, the people that are just leading, and they're really just making a wake. And I think that's what everybody needs to do, is be the precipice of the boat. A boat sitting on a still lake at the dock does nothing until it moves. And when it's moving, It's breaking the water, the precipice of the boat. And I want everybody to think, I want to leave this just like, be the precipice of the boat where you break the water and everything is in your wake. And don't look back. Artists never look at their work. They just create. That's on my cup. Create, and then take action. That's what I talked about last time. Write the book, get your ideas out. Don't wait. What do you think? You got enough time? Somebody showed me this. I'll show you this really quick. I'll just illustrate this. Okay, so this says time you have right here. And I know this is probably in reverse, right? Time you have. And then this is time you think you have. Now I'm going to change this to you have. Okay, so now time you have, time you think you have. Okay, so time you have is right here, and time you think you have is off the page. So does that make sense? You don't have enough time to wait. Get your book done. Trying to say you always think you got more time. You're always going to have things to do, but get your stuff done. That's all I'm going to leave you with, Ava, because it's about creating, not being afraid. Read the book, the book I was talking about earlier. I got 2 books. The Magic of Getting What You Want is a great book, and How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Those are the 2 books that inspired me. And Ava, you've inspired me, and Mo has inspired me, and everybody at the Tribune with this forward thinking and the good news and the good newspaper. It's so delightful to be a part of what you're doing to create more better magic for the world. So thanks for your time tonight, and I appreciate your efforts, everybody's efforts.
Oh my gosh, Tim, thank you so much. I just the magic of even like the 2 books that you have recommended, the magic of creation, just create, right? Create. The people are, I could see 2 kinds of people in category, right? The ones who are consuming and the ones who are creating. It's an energetic flow. When you're in the energetic flow of consumption, you're watching the videos, you're watching or you're creating the videos, right? So like, be in the creation mode. And I love that you left us with that. Create.
And then take action.
Take action. Thank you so much, Tim. And we're going to close our day 1. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. with the business strategist, the world-renowned coach for business. So bring your business questions. Bill Walsh is going to give you a lot of tips on how to grow in terms of having a book. How do you grow your expansion? That's at 9 a.m. Followed by our film festival producer and director, and not actually the film festival, the film division, Donna Campbell, and a group of panels that are also in different movies. So we have got 2 movies in the Los Angeles Tribune Film Division right now. And that's going to be tomorrow at 10 a.m. So I look forward. If you've got authors that you know and you would like to nominate to be part of the broadcast, we have opened up the space all week. It's not going to be 8 hours a day, but whenever we have authors that we can spotlight, we can feature, we would love to be able to make that a global book lover celebration this month. So Tim, thank you again to our audience from everywhere. Thank you. You've got some comments, that was amazing. Be in the creation mode for sure. And so we wanted to thank you on behalf of our CEO, Mo Rock. That's how we're going to end the day today with the TEDx talk of our CEO, Mo Rock. And Tim, create, and take action.
That's right. Be a beacon. Bye, everybody.
I love that. Be a beacon. Thank you.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.